I grew up playing computer games, back before we had Windows, before we had graphic interfaces, back when we were still stuck on a DOS command line. We didn't use mice, and our monitors had exactly one color. Well, two if you counted black. The story of the Ultima series is as old as computer gaming itself, and it stretches all the way to present day with one of the longest running and most enduring MMORPGs around. And I'm going to take you on the same ride I did from beginning to end. Long years ago, back in caveman time, super nerd Richard Garriott, best known to his friends as Lord British, kept up a hobby of coding his own games, modeled after his tabletop Dungeons & Dragons hobby. The first game was Akalabeth, World of Doom.
Damn, that artwork is badass!
Now, to be honest, I never actually played this game until the late 90s when it came as an extra on the Ultima Collection CD-ROM. See, the Akalabeth was made in 1980 and I wasn't even born yet. Most gamers call Akalabeth Ultima Zero, but really it doesn't have anything to do with the overall Ultima storyline. It's more of an example of Garriott experimenting and perfecting gameplay elements for Ultima 1. The whole thing was coded in BASIC, really the cumulative effort of just one guy bashing out dozens of homebrew games modeled after D&D games that he liked. It's pretty impressive, actually, given the technology and programming language used at the time. Now, before we start, I will admit up front that most of the gameplay footage and still photos you're about to see were taken from various sources I found online. See, I played these games way back in the day, but today they're so old they're actually pretty hard to get footage for, and besides, there's so many games that if I tried to play them all from beginning to end, well, this review would take forever to complete. So I'm not trying to rip anybody off, and I'll try to give credit for the footage wherever I can. When you boot up the game, it asks, "Ready?" And if you say no, it kicks your ass back to the DOS prompt shouting, "Leave and be gone!" What, you booted this game up and you weren't ready? Get the fuck out! There isn't much to the plot. You're a guy who wants to be a knight, so Lord British sends you out to kill 10 monsters to qualify. And that's about the extent of the story. It's sort of like Shadow of the Colossus, without the gameplay, graphics, and anything. So you start out, and the game immediately seems kind of bipolar. "Welcome, foolish mortal!" Sort of like saying, "Come on in, douchebag!" Then the next screen says, "Beware, foolish mortal!" Wow, this game really likes calling me a foolish mortal. Who's saying this stuff anyway? Lord British? What a dick. I don't have to take this crap. I'm here to conquer the world of Doom. Where is the Doom anyway? Excuse me, Mr. Demon, have you seen the Doom? Oh, there it is. Good thing there was a sign there. Your stats are randomly generated, which usually means your character is going to completely suck. I think most people just modified the source code to buff up their stats so they could win. You start out in a general store butt naked with nothing but a sack of 200 gold pieces, and the first thing you'd better buy is some food. If you start off the game with zero food, you just drop dead from hunger the instant you start the game. I guess it's always good for a laugh. But anyway, Lord British tells you to kill a carrion crawler, so you go to a dungeon, you do it, go back, and he tells you that, well, it was a valiant quest, but still not exactly knight material. So you have to go out and kill something else, like a gremlin. Actually, the gremlins are incredibly annoying motherfuckers in every Ultima game you'll play. Seriously, they're the worst! They steal your food, and I mean, they steal a lot of it. I mean, fucking half of it with every attack. And that's just about the best way to kill you in this game. You know, you're 5 levels deep in a dungeon, some fucking gremlin steals all your food, and you just drop dead instantly from hunger. Oh, and when you kill the gremlin, you don't get the food back. I hate these sons of bitches! It's tremendously frustrating, especially since you're constantly keeping an eye on your dwindling food supply. You're always buying food in these games because you eat with every step you take. It's bullshit. So after a few easy quests, Lord British starts upping the ante, so now you've got to go kill things like a mimic, an orc, and a demon. Wait, what? A demon? With the fire and the wings and the yeah! And after that, he sends you out to kill the fucking Balrog. Seriously? Are you sure? I mean, that thing just killed the greatest wizard in all of Middle-earth, and you want me to just go down and fuck... And you gotta do all this to be a knight around here? Kill a fucking Balrog. Knights in this realm gotta be badass motherfuckers, man. So, after clearing fucking Moria, Lord British finally makes you a knight and calls you a lord, even though the proper honorific for a knight is sir. After the fucking Balrog, he better call me a lord. Then he totally breaks character and tells you to call this phone number to report your amazing feat. Okay. Huh. It was kind of a weird experience for me to go back and rediscover Ultima 1 all over again because at the time, I don't really remember it being quite so completely balls out insane. I don't know, just when I was a kid, this whole thing seemed to make a lot more sense. The setup is pretty stock. Everything's happy in the magical land of Cesari until the evil wizard Mondane uses his powers to create the Gem of Immortality, so he can become invincible and, naturally, take over the world.
Of course!
You play as a mythical hero from Earth who is periodically called to adventure in Cesaria through shimmering interdimensional moon gates. And really, I think the whole hero from a parallel Earth thing was only incorporated much later into the series retroactively when the games actually started having, plots. I think it was just a token effort to try to connect the early primitive games to the overall storyline with mixed success. I mean, in Ultima 1, the story never really got much more complicated than, "Wizard bad, you hero, go kill!" It's basically the plot of every fantasy RPG ever, but hey, this was one of the first, and nobody was really expecting grand operatic storylines. I'm not kidding when I say back then, it wasn't really possible to include a story in most games. You couldn't fit one on the disc. I'm talking about games that were shipped on 5¼ inch floppies with capacities upward of 360 kilobytes. I remember thinking it was a huge innovation in gaming when TSR released its Gold Box RPGs and saved a ton of disk space by printing all of its plot entries in a book included with the game. Whenever you progressed in the story, the game would just refer you to an index number so you could read what was happening in the paperback book. The graphics were about as primitive as they get. They were just stick figures and wireframe dungeons. I remember playing this in my elementary school computer lab on monochrome Apple IIs. Now that took some imagination. So anyway, to start, all you have to do is run around, talk to the various kings who give you quests, go kill whatever they say, level up, and collect money. And you need money to afford necessities like food, weapons, armor, rocket fuel, and your flying car! Yeah, they sell rafts, horses, carts, and flying cars! Wait, a shuttle? They sell space shuttles. Yeah, I'll get back to that. But man, there's a store in this kingdom that sells space shuttles. You think your job is hard? How long do you think you got to apprentice as a village blacksmith in this world before you can build space shuttles?
Why that goes, this is hard work, and I've still got so much more work to do. I've got to shoe Farmer Wiggins' horse, fix his plough, and replace the 2 cracked 8 shielding tiles on the Challenger. Well, I mean, just as soon as I finish replacing the negative power coupling on the repulsor lift drive. Better get to it then.
Man, that would have made Lord of the Rings a really short movie. You thought the giant eagle thing was a plot hole. What if they could buy a flying car or a space shuttle? This game is cracktastic. I'm sorry, I just cannot get over this. There are guys who sell space shuttles in this game. Fuck your epic mounts. This game has you cruising in jet-powered flying cars. And that's just for starters. One might think the game would just be over at this point, because I don't know about you, but I saw myself just cruising the land, running over the hapless orcs and knights roaming the land. It'd be really funny to watch, but for some insane reason the game doesn't let you do that. Sadly, weapons technology in Cesaria lags far behind their jet car advancements. I mean, the best thing you can hope to buy in most stores is a bow and arrow, which is kinda weird. Or is it? Actually, there are better weapons, and once you start sailing around, you'll find a place pretty quick where there's an island with a signpost. Search that area and you'll find a weapon 1 level better than the one you already have. Go to another nearby signpost to increase your wisdom, and you reset the other signpost so you can search it again and get another weapon. Keep doing this and you'll get progressively better stuff. Although some of the things you get, I still have no idea what they do. I mean, a triangle? What the fuck is that supposed to... Who gives a shit about a triangle?
Wait a minute, what's this? It appears to be a sign written in some sort of Elvish. But wait, what's this? There's something hidden here. Why, it's a weapon. And look, here's another one. They're much more potent weapons than the ones I was wielding before. Why, there's weapons strewn about all over the place. Like this, some kind of futuristic power gauntlet. Wait, there's something more. What could this be? A fucking triangle? What the hell am I supposed to do with a triangle? Wait! Here's something I can really use!
But if you keep going back and forth and keep looking, eventually you'll find a phaser, or rather a phasor, and finally a blaster. I think this is the same world as your Hunter from the Future, where we just keep discovering advanced technology from Earth's past future. Doesn't that seem weird to you? I mean, here you are in the middle of a sword and sorcery kill the evil wizard quest, and suddenly you just trip over a blaster rifle. That kind of unbalanced technology really skews the campaign setting, don't you think? Oh, you want me to kill another Balrog? No problem. I'm loaded like a fucking space marine right now.
Cannot pass!
Get out!
I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Arnor. Dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udun! Back to the shadow! You shall not pass! All right. Time to bust out the flame of Arnor. Enjoy the fireworks!
Oh,
Shit!
actually, I joke, but it turns out you'll need the guns because the monsters here are badass. Like the fucking Loch Ness Monster and a dragon turtle. Holy crap, that's actually really scary. It's like fighting Gamera. Suddenly I need bigger guns. Where's the rocket launchers? You'll discover there's no way to kill the evil wizard Mondane even if you do have phasers because, since he has the Gem of Immortality, he's indestructible. The only way to do it is to go back in time and terminate him before he constructs the gem. How do you go back in time? Well, you find a time machine, of course. And how do you find a time machine? Well, you've got to go rescue a princess because they know where to find one. I just find it funny that Lord British, the ultimate kindly king in every Ultima game, has a princess locked in his dungeon. But you just hold on there, partner. A princess isn't going to give up the goods to just any schmuck who breaks her out of a dungeon. You gotta become a space ace first. Why? Well, because as we all know, it doesn't really matter how nice a guy you are. All chicks care about is how big your rocket is. So, how do you become a space ace? Well, obviously you have to go into space. And to do that, you have to buy a space shuttle. You see? You see how it all ties together? All you gotta do is go to the Starship dealership in town and give the guy there a sack of gold. I'm sorry, I don't mean to dwell on this. I just have so many questions about a society where you can buy space shuttles with gold coins, and why, if laser cannons and personal flying vehicles are commercially available, is Lord British so worried about a fucking gelatinous cube? What the fuck am I doing? I don't know how to fly a space shuttle. I barely know how to drive a car. Well, does it come with an instruction manual? How much does that cost?
Load the spaceship with the rocket fuel. Load it with the worst.
Well, whatever you do, be sure to buy extra rocket fuel, because you'll only be able to refuel at the space station? Huh? Who built a space station? Be sure you're wearing a vacuum suit or you die of explosive decompression instantly after launching, and don't run out of gas or you can't return to Earth. From there, you commandeer a starfighter, go into hyperspace, and Jesus fish, it's TIE Fighters! TIE Fighters? What the fuck is going on? No wonder Mondane's so powerful. He's allied with the fucking Emperor! Oh, that's it. No way am I gonna deal with orcs and stormtroopers in the same night. Right now I feel like I could take on the whole Empire myself. Get you some!
What you got is what we need, and all we do is dirty deeds. We're the space balls. Watch out! We're the space balls. We're the masters of space.
Hey, don't mess around.
With the space balls.
Richard Garrett Marriott's tabletop Dungeons & Dragons game must have been just about the most glorious thing in human history. This game takes D&D, Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who, among many other things, throws them in a blender and just hits the puree switch, and my god, is it beautiful. This guy is a god of nerds. So anyway, once you kill 20 TIE fighters, you become a space ace. Now you have to rescue a princess, but that's a lot easier since every castle has one locked in its dungeon. Apparently all the kings of Caesarea are kidnapping assholes. Only problem is you need a key, but that's not really a big problem because every fucking step you take, Chuckles the fucking jester shouts, "I have the key!" So you have to stab Chuckles in cold blood, which I'll admit is immensely satisfying, take the key, and hack your way out of there with the princess in tow. She tells you there's a time machine parked around back of the castle, so you get in, you go back to the past, beat the shit out of Mondane, and smash his magic gem. This guy is a complete pussy, too. After a few rounds, he just turns into a bat and starts running away from you. I guess I understand. Would you be ready for battle if some guy just busted into your lab in his fucking TARDIS, kicked the door open, and came out shooting with a blaster rifle? I'd be toast, man. Not even sure I'd have pants on. Sadly, there's no option to take the gem and assume Mondane's dark throne, but hey, you've got a time machine and all the hot princess poontang you could ever want. Still, seems like we're forgetting something.
Always two there are. No more, no less. A master and an apprentice.
But which was destroyed? The master or the apprentice?
Well, it turns out that Mondane had an apprentice named Minax, who also happened to be his girlfriend, so when you shoved a blaster rifle up his ass, it kinda became personal. In fact, she's so pissed off at you that even though your character travels back to Earth, she takes over Caesarea, then tracks your ass down, opens a dimensional gate, and takes over your world too. Or at least I think that's what's going on in the context of the whole Ultima story arc. At this point it's a little muddy as to exactly what's going on and where we are, since the map has now changed from Caesarea to Earth as we know it, and yet Lord British is still around because he lives in a castle in the UK. And the real question isn't so much where we are as when we are, because there's actually a time travel storyline as well. Minax is doing some kind of time compression thing like the Sorceress in Final Fantasy VIII, and the timelines are all fucked up, so who the hell knows? Even more pressing a question, if your character is supposed to be the hero from Earth, how come you can choose a race between human, elf, dwarf, and hobbit? Look, they're little people, I get it, but you don't need to demean them further by calling them fucking hobbits. Or is the Shire an actual place and Peter Jackson just went to shoot there on location for Lord of the Rings? In this game, you're running around a map of Earth, jumping through time gates that lead you to eras before and after Minax has enacted her holocaust over the world. I'll tell you the truth, this game always confused the hell out of me. I never knew where to go, or when I was supposed to go there, and when I got there, what I was supposed to do. Even reading the walkthroughs just made no sense. I'll try to explain. Okay, bottom line, the goal is you have to kill Minax, who lives in a castle in the Time of Legends, which is protected by legions of demons and force fields. To get past the monsters, you need magic coins to negate and freeze time. To get through the force field without getting incinerated, you need the magic ring. Of course, the game never specifically tells you that's what the ring does, just that you should probably find one. Where's the ring? Well, one guy somewhere tells you that Father Antos has the ring. Where is he? Well, another guy tells you he's on planet 10, which is where the red Lectroids live, I think. And yeah, that means you have to go into outer space again. But luckily, the Empire and its TIE fighters have left the system. So how do you get into outer space? Unfortunately, all the spaceship dealers were wiped out in the apocalypse, so the only rockets you can find belong to the remnants of the Soviet Union. You have to sneak past the KGB, break into their test launch facility, hijack a rocket, and blast off! Oh, and I hope you're wearing power armor or you'll just die. You can actually visit every planet in the solar system by consulting the star map in the instruction book and setting the proper Xeno, Yakko, and Zabo coordinates. What are you laughing at? This is hard science, people! But really, there's not much to see, even if you're willing to blow through the trilithium fuel and risk crashing your ship every time you land. Nobody has anything important to say. Like, one chick on Mars threatens to blast you if you go into a store, and doesn't. And another guy on Jupiter asks you where he can find a duck. At this hour? I also probed Uranus, which is big and swampy and full of craters, but is otherwise uninteresting. Actually, there's only one town there called New Jester, but for the life of me I couldn't figure out why. But if I were to guess, I'd say it's where all the jesters of the world were exiled for making endless Uranus jokes. Anyway, you have to explore to find Planet 10, which is at the coordinates 999, poke around there, get drunk at Ozzy's place, and finally find Father Antos hanging out in some kitchen who says, "You have earned my blessing, return and claim the ring." But of course he never explains what the ring does, or where to return to claim it. It turns out you have to go to New San Antonio and find some guy hanging out under a tree who says, "I'm an old man," and then you have to use a special undocumented keyboard action to offer him 500 gold pieces, and then he gives you the ring. What the fuck? How am I supposed to know that? I must have seen every single line of dialogue in this game, and I don't think there's a single person here who explains this. This guy certainly doesn't help. He doesn't even say he has the ring. He just says he's an old man. Why would I spontaneously shove a sack of 500 gold pieces into his hand? And yes, you actually have to go to Planet 10 to get Antos' blessing, or the old guy won't give you the ring. Oh, he'll take your money, but he won't give you the ring. How the fuck does this guy know? Does Antos update his fucking Facebook or something? Why does this random old guy sitting under a tree have a magic force field nullifying ring? Why does nobody explain anything in this fucking game? I don't know, but New San Antonio is a weird town anyway. While you're there, you can find a building called the Hotel California. Yes, the Hotel California, which is in San Antonio, Texas. Be prepared to come back here a lot, because there's a guy in the hotel who, if you offer him $100, will either say thank you or alakazam. And if he says alakazam, he just randomly raised one of your character attributes by 4 points. How? Why? I don't know. But it's $100. This is the only way I ever found to level my stats up, and you need to do this because it seems like you're never able to equip new items because you're either not strong or agile enough. You'll blow all your money on a phaser and power armor only to be told your attributes suck too much to use them. So basically you spend the entire game grinding out gold pieces. You grind out gold, buy a weapon, find out you can't use it, grind out more gold to give to the Hotel California, but remember, you need to buy food, so you need to grind gold to buy more food, so you can grind more gold so you can level up, so you can use weapons, so you can grind for more weapons that you can't use. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave! Anyway, you do all that, go to the Time of Legends, and surprise, you find out that many of the demons around Minax's fortress are not only badass, but some are invincible. It even says so in the book. Trust me, you can stab him with your stealing knife, but you just can't kill the beast. You have to freeze time using magic coins, get into the fortress, and attack Minax. Oh, but wait, I forgot to tell you, there's only one weapon in the entire world that can actually hurt Minax, called the Quicksword. Okay, actually, maybe I didn't forget to tell you because the entire fucking game forgets to tell you because I don't think there's a single solitary person in the entire world who decide they might want to mention this little factoid. How the fuck are you supposed to figure this out before the internet and you can find walkthroughs online? I'm serious. Nobody tells you what this sword is, what it does, or where to find it. It turns out there's some guy in a prison cell you have to break into, pay him a ton of money, and he just sells you the sword. And don't even ask me how a guy gets locked in a prison cell with his magic sword, and why he's so eager to sell it for gold pieces when you just broke him out of jail. And Minax is annoying in her own unique way. She does this thing where every time you hit her, she teleports between Chamber 1 and Chamber 2, which are conveniently labeled, forcing you to run back and forth between the two rooms, slapping her around until she finally drops dead. I was just a kid when I played this, so you can imagine how over my head all this was. I guess it did introduce a lot of depth and complexity to a relatively shallow gaming genre at the time, but it just confused the hell out of me. Some dance to remember, I dance to forget. Ultima 3 Exodus was actually the first game I ever played on a computer, and it was amazing, even though at the time I was too young to really appreciate most of it. This is where the series really hit its stride. It dumped all the stupid phasers, space shuttles, and time travel, and became a more traditional fantasy RPG. The documentation, the artwork in the books, and the cloth map were awesome. Okay, so the story wasn't anything great. In fact, it's almost insultingly bad. You beat Minax and Sosaria is once again happy. But little did you know that Mondain and Minax had a progeny named Exodus, and now Exodus is summoning up all the legions of hell to take revenge and, of course, take over the world.
Of course!
Seriously, after Mondain's psycho ex-girlfriend, we didn't check to make sure he didn't have any more children or distant relations or roommates at Hogwarts? Anything? Actually, it's never exactly clear what Exodus really is. The book says something about it neither being man nor machine, but, well, we'll get to that. I always loved the character creation for this game. You could customize your characters any way you wanted, change out party members at any time, and since you could create and store backups, you could even keep some characters on the bench to pinch hit in special situations, like if you needed a thief to go looting and disarming traps. You had a ton of character classes to choose from, even murderous spellcasting jesters called Larks. They can use any weapon in the game, but they can't wear any armor. I guess they're really fond of the motley. You had to play around with it to find out what each guy really did, and in fact, I still don't know what an alchemist does. You had even more races to choose from, like elf, dwarf, human, bobbit, and fuzzy. What the hell's a fuzzy? Why do they make such good druids? What are they, Ewoks? And what's a bobbit? I guess they're mean hobbits and they don't take any crap. Don't mess with them or they'll cut your dick off. Oh, and you can even choose your gender in this game for some minor stat variations. Males tend to be stronger, females more intelligent, and others, well, sometimes a guy just feels like he was born in the wrong body, you know? I don't think I've ever seen a game before or since this that let you play a character of, shall we say, unconventional gender. The beginning of the game features this little scene where 4 heroes are dueling with a dragon, which always just roasts him into ash. For some reason, I always got a chuckle out of that. The game's pretty open-ended, and as long as you go into all the dungeons to collect the magic marks, you're in pretty good shape. There are fiery marks on some of the walls that burn you when you touch them, but when you do that, they give you some magical benefit, like immunity to lava, force fields, and getting past the giant snake in front of Castle Exodus. The only trick is that you need to eventually sail into the whirlpool that prowls the oceans. Doing this shipwrecks you in a hidden continent called Ambrosia, and you have to go here to find the 4 magic cards necessary to defeat Exodus, and no, the magic cards have nothing to do with summoning Exodia the Destroyer. The game's also pretty strange in that you can find the most powerful weapons and armor in the game almost immediately if you know where to look. The exotic weapons are always in the same place, and as soon as you get a boat, you can just go dig them up and equip them. Leveling up is also pretty simple, depending on how bloodthirsty you are. I remember one town called Fawn that's populated entirely by clerics, and all you have to do is run into town and outright slaughter everyone you see. Clerics give a pretty decent 6 experience points a pop, and there aren't any guards in the whole place to stop you. Even better, the entire town respawns every time you exit and re-enter, so it's basically free experience and treasure at a pretty rapid rate. Now, you'd think this is a really Weasley way to play the game, but really, I think it's almost expected of you to get the money you need to max out your characters. I guess it's good to be a murderous bastard sometimes. Attacking Castle Death, the stronghold of Exodus, is pretty intense. None of the usual tricks work here. For instance, you can't stop time. Worse, the whole castle crawls with demons and dragons, all of which can throw devastating blasts from all the way across the map. So if you're relying on melee fighters, you can count on eating about 500 points of damage before you even get within sword range. This is a good game to go heavy on spellcasters because, believe me, the magic rocks. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about the magic. It's awesome. There are 2 separate books of fluff for magic alone, one for wizards and the other for clerical magic. Basically, the books just exist to tell you what the key mappings for each spell are, but the coolest spells are the ones that cause mass death. Early on, clerics get one that basically wipes out all the undead on the screen, and wizards get one that makes orc heads explode in mass. But the best wizard spell is P, which is a mass banishment spell that requires you to speak the name of he whose name must not be spoken, the Dog One, and it kills pretty much anything. I thought Exodus was supposed to be the ultimate evil, but whatever, it's cool. The cleric's best spell is
Jazixki. That's not how you pronounce it.
What's it mean?
It's a sound you make when you get your sexual organs trapped in something.
Oh, it's not a word. It's just the first letter of the 7 words of anti-creation. It's the anti-life equation. Holy crap, this game makes you feel like you're raining some serious death on dudes. But even with such potent magics at your disposal, the final sentry before you face Exodus himself is by far your deadliest and most nefarious foe yet. A lethal, unseen killer that all living mortals must one day face. The floor! Yeah, the floor attacks you. This is what it looks like. They're completely invisible, and believe me, they hurt like a motherfucker. Unless you maneuver intelligently, you'll have no way of knowing where the pain's coming from. And even so, the odds are good you're gonna lose most of your party here. But seriously, the floor kicks your ass? I understand they want to make it difficult and throw in some invisible enemies, but the floor? We couldn't go with invisible swordsmen or something? How can the floor kick your ass?
Damn it. I swear to God I'm gonna murder that dog.
Alright, Tim Linscomb. Tell me who the real freak is.
Oh well, once that's done, you can finally confront Exodus, and he just turns out to be a computer, I think. And no, you can't just smash the console or unplug him. The only way to destroy him is to use the 4 punch cards you found in Ambrosia, and you gotta use them in the right order, or Exodus incinerates you. And how do you know what the right order is, besides trial and error? Well, you have to go find the Time Lord at the bottom of a dungeon and ask, no, not that Time Lord, this one. Well, it might be the same one, I don't know. Why he's sitting down in this place surrounded by monsters when he could just use his TARDIS and get out, I don't know. And no, I can't explain where Exodus or the punch cards come from. Tell you the truth, I was pretty disappointed by this ending. I expected some glorious final battle to cap off the trilogy with some horrible demon like the one on the cover of the box. Not learn your ultimate enemy was Skynet and your final battle was to beat up the floor and feed punch cards into a computer. But hey, Exodus dared to break tradition, and it was a pretty good game to boot. Besides, I challenge you to name one other game where you can play a transsexual Ewok jester.
Behold the works of Gabriel von Sanchez. His art was ambitious in its scope. His masterpiece was, of course, Dance of the Anarchists. Brilliant. Sanchez then began to play Ultima Exodus, the role-playing video game from FCI. It was a strange turn. Sanchez loved the game, and he spent less and less time in the studio. He was never the same. Consider Man with Dog.
Ultima Exodus for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Once you start playing, nothing else matters.
Ultima 4 Quest of the Avatar is not only a great game, it ranks up there as one of the greatest games of all time, and one of my favorites. And it's remarkable because the game almost has no plot whatsoever, dispensing even with the usual kill the big bad story common to most other RPGs of the time. You remember when I said that Ultimas 1 through 3 had probably the most basic RPG plot ever? You know, evil man rules the world, go kill him. Well, Ultima 4 doesn't even provide a villain. That's right, there's no bad guy whatsoever. What it does have, however, is a truly open-ended experience, a sense of exploration, and the opportunity to act like a hero for a change instead of just a brute with a sword killing townsfolk for easy XPs. Here, after somehow defeating the Dark Lord Exodus with magic punch cards, the land of Caesarea has unified under Lord British and been renamed Britannia. Oh, and apparently Lord British enacted a brutal policy of ethnic cleansing, because for some reason there aren't any elves, dwarves, hobbits, or bobbits, and most heartbreakingly, no fuzzies anymore, but there's still plenty of evil out there menacing the land. Lord British decides that Britannia needs a champion, one that can inspire people and combat evil, embodying all of the most noble virtues that make a hero. He basically invents a new religion, or at least a new philosophy around these virtues, basically a list of morals that's much easier to understand with a Venn diagram. There are 8 virtues, and anyone who can master all 8, then descend into the Stygian abyss and retrieve the Codex of Infinite Wisdom can become the Avatar. Oh, this is rich, coming from the guy who kidnapped a princess and kept her locked in his dungeon to keep the location of his time machine secret. I'm confused. When the world was being threatened by Mondane and Minax, I had no choice but to break murderers and demons out of jail, stab unarmed jesters for their keys, and basically destroy the space-time continuum. I'm just saying, guy's perfectly happy to let me murder everyone in sight when he needs me, and now that I've done all his dirty work and basically secured his throne for him, now he's preaching like he's some kind of moral authority, huh? Convenient. Okay, so master the 8 virtues. How do I do that? How does the game measure your worth as the Avatar? Well, mainly it boils down to not being an asshole. You know, always tell the truth, always be humble, don't kill innocent people, don't steal, always give to the poor, you know, the usual Boy Scout stuff. But there are a few virtues that might screw with you and you wouldn't necessarily know why. Like honor. Oftentimes in this game you'll be beating up on orcs when suddenly they'll just turn tail and run, and your first instinct is to bash them over the head for the experience points. Well, it will level you up, but killing a fleeing opponent is dishonorable and you'll lose status and honor. And that can get really annoying because a lot of enemies will just run away and you've always got to let them go. Sacrifice is another one that always hung me up because I had to spend hours running around donating blood, and finally I figured out a system where I'd go to the hospital in Castle Britannia and donate as much blood as I could without dying. Then I'd run upstairs and ask Lord British to heal me, which he always does for free, and then I'd run back downstairs and donate all my blood again, then go back up to get healed. That nurse must have been freaked out. Compassion always pissed me off too. To get that raised, you have to throw thousands of gold pieces at the beggars you see. No matter how much money I give this bastard, he's still there begging. Why is he still here? You could go to college with the money I gave your silly ass. What's wrong with you, man? Buy a house! Get a job, sir! Newsflash! The bum's lost! The bums will always lose! But it's not as easy as just grinding up your virtue stats. You've also got to pray at each of the shrines and complete the quests they give to you. But to pray at a shrine, you have to have the magic rune stone for each virtue, and you have to know the mantra, which basically means you have to talk to everybody on the planet to find the rune stone and to learn the mantra. If that seems lame, it's actually not. Unlike the previous games, it's good to have some clear, definite goals every time you go into a new town, and it was actually pretty cool keeping your own pen and paper journal to write down all the facts you'd learned. Basically, you'd focus on each virtue in turn and go through each step to master it. It's simple, and it worked. Getting the magic rune was always the part that hung me up. Each city has its own official virtue, like Minnock is the city of sacrifice, so the rune's hidden somewhere in the city. In this case, it's hidden in the back of the blacksmith's forge, so you actually have to climb inside the freaking thing and search every square. Why can't you just ask the blacksmith to stop using the forge for a few minutes and let it cool off? What must the blacksmith be thinking of the dumbass who just climbs inside the thing he uses to superheat steel? And how would you be in any condition to find anything while standing in a brick oven at 3 zillion degrees? To open the abyss, you have to get a bunch of artifacts together like the Skull of Mondane, which you have to destroy by throwing into the abyss. But whatever you do, don't use it from your inventory because it's so evil it'll kill everyone on the planet. I mean, geez, Mondane was so powerful that even waving a skull around can accidentally kill everyone in the world. You know, we really should have tracked down all his possessions and accomplices when we first killed him. Actually, speaking of, did anyone manage to track down those magic shards from that Gem of Immortality thing that Mondane had when I smashed it and exploded? Anyone? Ah, well, that's probably not a big deal. I mean, what's the odds they could hurt anyone? This This game lets you have up to 7 companions, basically one for every character class, and that's a huge number for a game like this, but I tended to stick with only 2 or 3. Any more than that, and this game gets a lot slower as you control everyone in turn, and they all start eating your food. Oh, and by the way, don't get Katrina the Shepherd. She represents humility, which translates in this game to sucking at everything. What annoyed me most about the game was the spell casting. There's a lot of depth to it, but I would argue there's actually a bit too much. Each spell requires several magical reagents to cast, like garlic, nightshade, spider silk, each of which you can buy at a few particular stores. The problem is that you have to prepare each spell in advance by mixing the ingredients together like a potion, and you have to do each spell one at a time, and you have to keep the list of ingredients nearby, because there's no way you're going to remember all of them. Using the moon gates can be a real ordeal too, unless you have some kind of a guide to help you. The gates always appear in the same places, but their destinations can change depending on the phases of the moons. I had an old copy of Nintendo Power which gave me the complete rundown, but this was before the internet, so unless you were willing to stay and map every single moon gate for every single phase of every single moon, you were kinda screwed taking boats most of the time. So after braving the infinite horrors of the abyss, retrieving the codex, and becoming the avatar of the champion of virtue, what do you get? A new car! Nah, you return to Earth secure in the knowledge that you've brought a new theology of peace, love, and respect to all of Britannia, and nobody will ever be unhappy again. Well, unless someone perverts your teachings and turns it into a corrupt state religion of moral absolutism and uses that to usurp political control of the entire world, but really, what are the odds of that happening?
Ultima 4 was a landmark game and a real turning point in RPGs and gaming in general. If it seems like I'm being kinda hard on the stories for these games, I'm just making fun. Most games barely even attempt at a story beyond a big evil somewhere you have to go quest for and kill. They were just games and you weren't meant to think about them too hard. If you wanted a story, read a book, you know? Actually, the early Ultimas did way more than most in fleshing out the world with cool maps and books written in its overly medieval dialogue. Ultima 4 took several bold steps in changing the way these games were played. There wasn't a big evil bad guy in this game. Your quest was simply one of enlightenment and self-mastery. Your moral choices, though fairly simplistic, had consequences, and the game held you to a higher ethical standard. Again, it seems primitive now, but for the first time an RPG was actually incorporating elements of role-playing. And really, it's far more intelligent here than I've seen in many other modern games, which boil most ethical dilemmas down to being the paragon of sweetness and sunshine, or being a petty baby-strangling maniac. The introduction of the 8 virtues and their interconnection with the 3 principles of truth, love, and courage was a great framework for the Avatar, a champion of morality that actually remains secular, invoking purity and goodness without really bringing a god into the equation. It's a good system. It's easy to understand, and judging from the moral choices made in Ultima 4, a cinch to live by. You know, don't lie, don't murder, defend the weak, and be charitable to the downtrodden, all that crap. But what nobody expected, however, was how Richard Garriott would warp and twist his own creation, and in each game to follow, you can see him taking a perverse pleasure in showing us how the same virtues and its champion can save a world, but also doom it. Ultima 5 brought us sudden and startling insight into philosophy and social morality, and told a broad, epic story. This leap forward from Ultima 4 is truly breathtaking in comparison. If it's not the greatest PC role-playing game of all time, its only competition is probably the other games in the Ultima series. Okay, so here's the setup. Now that you've become the Avatar, ushered in a new era of enlightenment, and then gone home, Lord British takes it upon himself to cure all of Britannia's ills, starting with sealing up all the world's dungeons and preventing the monsters inside from getting out and terrorizing the land. That done, he personally leads an expedition into the deepest, darkest, most evil hole in the world, the Stygian Abyss, in a quest to clean it out once and for all. But something goes wrong, and he and his entire party disappears. In the king's absence, his closest advisor, Lord Blackthorn, assumes the regency of the kingdom, and in a twist that revolutionized all of fantasy fiction forever, it turns out that Lord Blackthorn is evil! What? Oh, come on! There's no way anyone could have seen that coming. I mean, Lord Blackthorn, a fascist dictator? No! Next thing you'll tell me that Dr. Wily didn't really start making robots for the benefit of all mankind.
What's the point of power if you don't abuse people?
Okay, actually you learn it's not really Blackthorn's fault. He wasn't a bad guy, it's just that his mind was corrupted by the Nazgul, the Shadow Lords, which are 3 creatures of cowardice, hatred, and shame, born of the 3 shards of Mondane's Gem of Immortality. Man, geez, I knew we should have done something about that guy. Man, this Mondane guy, everything he ever touched is something that threatens all life on the planet. Even his skull can be used to just casually wipe out all life in the world. I even bet when this guy just takes a crap, it all just comes out in one big, long, black, steaming, life-eradicating log of evil.
Mom! Dad! It's evil! Don't touch it!
Anyway, the Shadow Lords have taken Lord British prisoner and corrupted Blackthorn's mind, and his understanding of the virtues. The way he sees it now, the virtues outline a very clear blueprint for the betterment of oneself and the state, and anyone who fails to follow them is clearly committing a willful act of evil, right? So if you're trying to rid the world of evil, the only thing to do is to make the virtues mandatory. They're not just a set of philosophical guidelines, it's the law!
You betray the law! Law!
After all, if you consider yourself a good, law-abiding, virtuous citizen, you shouldn't have any problem at all following the laws of virtue, which Lord Blackthorn has very conveniently rewritten to make them clearer and posted on a signpost right at the gates of each city. Like Blackthorn's Law of Honesty, thou shalt not lie or thou shalt lose thy tongue. Blackthorn's Law of Valor, thou shalt fight to the death or thou shalt be banished a coward. Blackthorn's Law of Sacrifice, thou shalt donate half thy income to charity or thou shalt have no income. See? It's surprisingly chilling, isn't it, to see what happens to such good and noble traits when suddenly charity and kindness are mandated by the state? Suddenly you find yourself being very careful about what you ask people in towns. A lot of people are fiercely loyal to Blackthorn's new regime and suspicious of people asking too many questions. And it's hard to blame them. After all, the current authority is fiercely weeding out any sedition. Anyone opposing Blackthorn is clearly opposing the virtues. And if you're really the Avatar, why are you asking so many questions about Lord Blackthorn? Aren't you working with him? Well, here, maybe this guard can help. I can't emphasize enough how cruel and oppressive the atmosphere is. You're an outlaw now, and most people actually believe what they hear from Big Brother, that you're an imposter avatar, and helping you is a death sentence. You don't know who your friends are anymore, and villagers honestly think they're doing the right thing by turning you in. For the first time in the series, the game tracks time between day and night, and city residents behave differently depending on what time it is, either working at their job or sleeping. But in many places, there's a state-mandated curfew at sundown, so sneaking around the cities at night is a dangerous prospect. But oftentimes it's the only way to contact members of the resistance. The guardsmen are often corrupt and will extort money from you and call it charity. Citizens are naturally suspicious and will ask accusing questions of you and aren't above calling for help if they see you as a threat, and there's propaganda everywhere. And worst of all, sometimes the Shadow Lords make their presence felt as they search the cities for you. If you walk into a town and the game says you have a bad feeling, turn and leave. Immediately. The corruption of the Shadow Lords turns everyone in town into lying, thieving bastards who will act with hostility or just outright rob you blind. Oh, and if you're thinking about attacking the Shadow Lord, free tip, don't. All blades perish that pierce these Shadow Kings. There's a lot to do if you want to save Lord British and topple Blackthorn, and most of it involves purifying the Shrines of Virtue by doing a quest for each one and raiding all the dungeons again. But if you played Ultima 4 all the way through, hey, good for you, because you can even transfer your old character over with an XP boost, and if you wrote down what all the mantras were, they're still the same now, so you just saved yourself a ton of work rediscovering what they are. But since Lord British sealed all the dungeons with magic, you have to go around finding out what the words of power to open them all are, and believe me, it's kinda hard not to sound suspicious when you're asking how to open all the dungeons that are filled with evil demons. You've also got to find a way to deal with the Shadow Lords, which ain't easy since you have to delve into the underworld to find each of the 3 shards that contain their evil essences, and then you have to figure out a way to destroy them and the Shadow Lords forever. Not an insignificant undertaking. To save Lord British, you have to get all his stuff back, like his crown and scepter, which are being held securely in Blackthorn's and the Shadow Lord strongholds. You can't just go kicking down the front gate, you have to sneak as best as possible. The one rule here is don't get caught. No, really, don't get caught. Blackthorn has more in store for you than just dancing at the end of a rope. If you do get caught, Well, I'd almost suggest doing it just to see one of the most gripping and tense scenes in any RPG. Blackthorn catches you, strips you and your companions of your gear, and drags you to his torture chamber in chains. He tells you he really looks up to you, and he wants to be an avatar too. He's a big fan of the virtue, see, so all he asks you is what the mantra to one of the shrines is. More than likely you'll refuse, since you know it can't be a good thing for this guy to be traipsing around the shrines, and he says, okay, I won't kill you, I'll just kill your friends. So he wheels one of your companions under a scything blade and asks, are you sure you don't want to tell him? And you might be thinking that if you can hold out just long enough, someone will come and rescue you. Your friend dies, and horribly so. And this time, there's no getting that character back. Ever. It's a great villainous moment, and one of the purest examples of ethical role-playing in any game. You don't know what's going to happen, and in this scene you're thinking this really might go down to the wire, watching every one of your companions tortured to death in front of you, all because you won't give them a relatively insignificant word. This is a really long and difficult game, but never unfairly so. It takes you across the length and breadth of the entire world, but never feels like it's dragging you by the nose to do it. The plot is deep and involving, and yet almost completely non-linear. The ending is both triumphant and tragic, a salvation for the world of Britannia and the redemption of the Avatar, the restoration of Lord British and the exile of the misguided Blackthorn. But your victory over this adversary is rewarded only with a return back to Earth, where your deeds remain unknown and where your house has been robbed in your absence. At first it seems like a slap in the face, but it's a call to action that Britannia isn't the only world that needs help, that the quest of the Avatar, enlightenment, isn't about reward and fame. Enlightenment is its own reward. But, you know, I'd still hunt down the fucker who stole my big screen TV and Xbox. I mean, justice is a virtue after all.
I am the law!
Ultima 6 The False Prophet has probably the most thought-provoking, introspective, character-driven plot in the entire series, and to say that following Ultima 5, one of the best RPGs ever made, is quite an accomplishment. And yet, I hate this game. I hate it. I keep trying to play it for like 2 hours, and then eventually I just get frustrated. Ah! Hey, children! Guess what time it is? Ah! It's time for some serious chuckles! Ah! Don't touch me, pervy clown! Clown? I'm not a clown! I'm Chuckles the fucking Jester, dipshit! What's the difference? Clowns get paid! Actually, that's not true. Lord British was paying me as a professional fool, but I quit when I discovered he was paying me in counterfeit money. I guess you could say I was making a false profit. Fuck you, Chuckles! Get the fuck out of my house, clown! Oh, am I hoarding in on your shitty review, Spoony? Yes! I'm trying to inform the good people here about the awesome Ultima series. Boring! These reviews are too informative, too! Not Final Fantasy. Why so serious, Spoony? These reviews aren't nearly as funny as your old stuff, and that's why I'm here! I'm here to fill your review with all sorts of chuckles! No. Oh, just one joke. You'll like it, I promise. Knock, knock. Who's there? Little Richard. Little Richard who? Ow! Get it? Get the fuck out! Oh, you're no fun anymore. I said out! Fine, I'm leaving. Hey, when are you gonna finish Minority Report? No! Right away, when you boot this game up, it feels like something really special is going on. The music is memorable, mysterious, and haunting, and it raises a real sensation of alien terror and fear of something truly dire about to happen. You're once again summoned by the moon gates, but right away you notice something's wrong, because these moon gates are red, but you go in anyway and find yourself standing in some unholy shrine surrounded by a horde of demons who just summoned you here for a blood ritual. They strap you to a stone slab and start chanting from a book as the biggest, scariest one raises a knife to cut your damn heart out. But just in time, your old companions interrupt the ritual and shoot the High Priest in the back of the head with a crossbow, and you make your escape back to Britannia. Once you get there, Lord British tells you that demons are pouring out of the underworld and have captured all the shrines of virtue, and are tearing the land apart searching for something or someone. He tasks you with killing the Hellspawn and freeing the shrines, but you can tell there's something more at stake since the ritual book the demon was holding has you on the cover, and you're fairly sure it's not fanfiction. See, they're not evil, they're just desperate. Their homeland's dying, falling apart ever since some self-righteous surface dweller with a huge cross on his chest kicked the door into their most holy temple, killed everything in sight, and stole their most righteous holy book, the Codex of Infinite Wisdom. Oh, right.
Yeah, sorry. This all used to be so simple, you know? Being the Avatar, just be a nice guy, champion of the downtrodden, slayer of evil. But now you've brought doom to an innocent race of people whose only salvation is a holy war to reclaim their most holy artifact, which, let's face it, you flat out stole from them. Bottom line, this is your fault, even though I personally blame Lord British, you know? I mean, hey, he told me to do this shit, it wasn't my idea. And Lord British sure as hell ain't giving the Codex back now, being the racist prick he is. There may not be a way to save this situation, and the only way to appease the gargoyles is to give yourself up for the crimes you've committed, to die for the sins of your race. This is such a complex narrative with so many parallels to history and current events, it's almost beautiful. Too bad the game itself is so poorly designed. There's just too much fucking around with the inventory, too much clicking around, having to manage 5 inventories, one for every character, digging through all the bags and the bags within bags, looking through stacks of food and potions and identical keys, hundreds of fucking identical keys, and pieces of armor and weapons. There's so much stuff that's so small it's hard to tell what the hell it's supposed to be. What is that? That blue thing? It's a flask of oil? Wait, why do I have a rubber ducky? I'm serious, when the fuck did I get a rubber ducky? Wait, and the other blue bottle is ale? What, does ale and Britannia come in blue aluminum bottles now? What's this? What the fuck is it? A mug? Why does he have a mug? Why would I ever need that? And what's that? Go ahead, take a guess as to what this fucking thing is. I thought it was beef jerky, but no, it's a torch. Obviously, right? See, I see this, I think torch. And what's this? Pencils? No, it's crossbow bolts. When you kill monsters and search through their stuff, it all ends up in a huge stack, so that if you want something on the bottom of the stack, you have to take all the crap on top first. So if I want the 6 torches here, I first have to get the ale, 6 loaves of bread, 8 portions of meat, a red potion, a bag, 5 lockpicks, a wooden shield, leather boots, and a chain coif. What if I don't want to carry all that extra shit around? I have to pick it all up and throw it back down on the ground again. Simple coding issues like opening a chest and finding a spear, spear. Spear. Why not just say, thou dost find a fuck ton of spears? I mean, it counts the gold coins, it doesn't list every gold coin individually. What if I wanted a throwing axe here? I need to pick up a spear. God damn it, who carries this many spears anyway? And I hate the music. Yeah, I know I said I liked it before, but here it's just hours and hours of the same repetitive MIDI tunes. And most of the time, the music doesn't even match what's happening in the game at all. Like when I'm trying to retake this shrine from the bloodthirsty gargoyles, and for some reason I've still got Hail Britannia screaming through the speakers. The music changes immediately on unpredictable cues, going from one song to the next so fast I get auditory whiplash. Just feels so distant. It's hard to tell what's going on, who's attacking who, and how well you're doing. The sound effects are just plain silly, and your character is a complete pussy in this game. You're supposed to be the Avatar, and here I am getting my ass handed to me by ROUSs. I mean, it says giant rats, but I can barely see them on this tiny-ass screen. These tiny brown sprites on brown mud. In fact, I immediately got poisoned by these little bastards, and I had to run all the way back to Lord British to get healed. But guess what? The dude's asleep, and there's no way to fucking wake him up! LB! Hey, come on! It's me, the Avatar! I got rapid onset Black Death from the rats in your goddamn sewer! I'm dying, you fool! Don't you care? Don't you even care? What is with this guy? Douchebag could sleep through a nuclear bomb! Well, he won't wake up till morning, so I had no choice. I just had to wander off and eventually die horribly of disease sitting on Lord British's freaking throne. Maybe when he wakes up, he'll notice I filled his fucking chair with my own evacuated bowels when I finally died a horrible, clenching, oozing death of the fucking Motaba virus, shithead. I seriously got fed up with the size of the screen here too. I can't see anything half the time in this game. The overhead view takes up less than half the screen, which is the way it's always been, I know, but now you have to contend with the fog of darkness, which is what really annoyed me about this game more than anything. Now I can barely see 10 feet in any direction without a torch or a light spell. And no, I'm not complaining that it's dark at night. I'm not an idiot, but I can't even see in what should be well-lit areas of Lord British's castle. Throw me a bone! I don't know, the ending just seems way too convenient for me. You discover that the Codex really comes from outer space, or some weird astral plane called the Vortex. It's just floating around out there, and I have no idea why it's there, or who made it, or how anyone knew to look for a magic book floating in the Vortex. It just sounds dumb and made up. Did God write it? Lord Xenu? You can't just make this shit up, you know. Well, you finally appease both peoples by getting a magic thing called the Vortex Cube, which just exists because shut up it does. You load the Vortex Cube with the Stones of Virtue, and that beams the Codex back into space. And then you make magic lenses that the kings of both races have to use together to see in the Vortex to read the Codex. I don't know, it's stupid. I got a real problem with this for some reason. It's just too neat and tidy. Lord British is still a racist prick who was unwilling to compromise, and the gargoyles never even attempted diplomacy, skipping straight to the jihad and murder. You're forcing them to cooperate, solving none of the underlying racial tensions or ideological differences. It's just coercion. And oh yeah, the gargoyles learned a completely different set of virtues from the Codex than you did. Control, passion, and diligence. And what chapter of the book was that? Did I never finish reading the fucking thing? Is it in the index somewhere?
Hey kids, guess what time it is?
Ah!
Not a fan of you six. You think it's lame? Well, why not try a new game? I call it The Game.
Oh, original.
And you just lost.
What is this? Like some game on the internet where you lose by...
It's not on the web, and you just lost again.
Ow! Fuck!
It's a game of words, Spoon. Hear me well.
No, I think this game sucks way worse than Ultima 6.
Oh, but Spoon, you did not tell them the best part. You get to talk to me!
Oh yeah, you actually get to talk to fucking Chuckles in this game, who tells you some really stupid and pointless jokes, but that's not the best part. The best part is when I brought a cannon into the courtyard, shot Chuckles in the face with it, and hid his body in a trunk in Lord British's bedroom. Now that was funny.
Oh, you thought that was fun? You thought that was a bunch of laughs? Well, let's see how much you like old Chuck when he shoves this DVD of the game right up your ass!
Yeah! Look, Burton! Death Ray! Now!
Oh no!
Oh!
Yeah, you know he's right. I never did finish Minority Report. It kind of makes me wonder what else I forgot to review. Before we get into Ultima 7, I should discuss the Worlds of Ultima games that were released as spin-offs or sidequels to the main series. They didn't really have anything to do with the main story. Although you're still the Avatar, you're cast into situations that, frankly, have nothing to do with Britannia, Lord British, or the Virtues, or anything Ultima. They're called Savage Empire and Martian Dreams, which respectively put you in a very Doc Savage pulp fiction jungle safari, and a steampunkish H.G. Wellsy Martian story with well-known characters from history and literature. But I don't really have any plans to review those games in detail because, embarrassingly, I never played them. For a couple of reasons. Back even when they were new, copies of those games were pretty hard to find, and it's only lately that I've been able to track down copies online. The other reason I never played them, and I admit this is every bit as childish as when I mentioned it before, but they're both based on the Ultima 6 engine of gameplay, which I hated. For some reason, I just have a lot of difficulty getting comfortable with the interface of Ultima 6. But I'm told the stories in both games are completely awesome, so who knows? I'll play them again and approach them with an open mind. We'll see. Ultima 7 was the start of a new trilogy, and right away, when this game came out, everyone knew it was a game changer. Once again, Ultima would revolutionize the way RPGs were told and played, radically retooling its own gameplay and interface, and dramatically raising the bar technologically by presenting the most graphically intensive RPG to date. No kidding, I had to update my computer to play this. Although come to think of it, even though I really loved games by Origin Systems, they had a really nasty habit of forcing me to completely upgrade my computer every time they released a new game. I watched their release dates like a hawk and simultaneously dreaded the day they finally came. I think I got my degree in computer science just so I knew how to build my own computer so I could play Ultima 7, Bioforge, Crusader No Remorse, and Wing Commander 3. God, this was an expensive addiction. Anyway, this game had a box like no other, and it was so strange that it immediately grabbed your attention and made you want to see what it was like. The box is almost completely featureless. It just says Ultima 7, The Black Gate, and boom, blackness. There's not a blurb on the back describing the plot or the gameplay. There's almost nothing there but a few tiny screenshots on the back you can barely see. It's saying like, this game is completely new and original, but if you want to know more, well, I guess you'll just have to buy the game, won't you? This whole design is just genius. It's striking and bold and minimalistic. It's all black. It's like, how much more black could this be? And the answer is none. None more black. And another cool innovation, a fully voiced intro. Okay, it was a cool innovation at the time. You never used to get this in games.
Know that Britannia has entered into a new age of enlightenment. Know that the time has finally come for the one true Lord of Britannia to take his place at the head of his people. And all of the people shall rejoice and pay homage to their new guardian. Know that you too shall kneel before me, Avatar, for I shall be your companion, your provider, and your master.
This is the Guardian.
I'm the Guardian.
Ah, no! Not that one! This is the Guardian of Ultima 7, and he is a far more effective villain. This guy literally sticks his head through your monitor and tells you he's gonna take over Britannia and shit on your couch because he's a big red motherfucker and that's how he rolls. So you go over there and find that over 200 years have passed because time works differently between your two worlds, but it doesn't really matter because apparently people in Britannia live longer than Yoda because all your old companions are still alive and looking pretty good. The deal is that nobody here has actually heard of the Guardian except you, but since you've been gone, people have sort of forgotten about the whole Avatar thing and have started up a new similar religion called the Fellowship, which is less introspection, independence, and virtue, and more traditional church-going, passing collection plates, and singing hymns on Sunday. Even Lord British recommends that you join, since the Fellowship does a lot of good charity work and pretty much stands for all the same stuff you do, plus they give you a free necklace if you sign up and pancakes in the Fellowship Hall. Oh, that sounds great. I mean, except for the fact that they're evil pod people being controlled by a red dude from another dimension, and nobody will believe you. In fact, the first thing you see upon your arrival in Britannia is the brutal ritualistic murder of the local blacksmith. Oh, God. I mean, whoa. They even staked his manservant to the wall with a fucking pitchfork. Immediately it's clear that in this game the mood has officially changed. Shit just got real. And you better believe this stirred a lot of controversy back in the day. This was more graphic and brutal gore than had ever really been shown in an RPG up to this point. I mean, Jesus, this is stuff you'd see in the movie 7. And yet, nobody makes the connection that this guy who was carefully staked to the ground, quartered with an axe, and his blood carefully collected in buckets has anything to do with the only organized religion in the world. Now, don't get me wrong, I like the story, but I think this is where the narrative really drops the ball. You've got a really interesting setup here. You're the Avatar, the founder of a religion or philosophy that's guided the world into salvation and enlightenment, and you return after 2 centuries to find that, well, basically it's grown obsolete. The world's moved on, evolved into a new way of thinking and practicing religion, and they're doing fine. People are happy, giving to charity, and honestly, things are a lot smoother than when you were around. You remember that Gargoyle War? Yeah, that was on you. I mean, sure, you may have your suspicions. The place is rather culty with their robes and secret medallions, and you suspect they might be trafficking in a new narcotic called silver serpent venom. And of course, the ritual murder and the nailing of a guy to a wall with a pitchfork, but it's all suspicion, it's nothing solid. You've got this dilemma here on whether or not you should really be meddling and telling people what kind of religion they can and can't worship. Or at least you would have a dilemma if the game didn't immediately remove all ambiguity about the Fellowship being irredeemably evil. There's no surprises here. From the beginning, the game just outright tells you these guys are the villains. The first thing I wanted to do was to kick down the door of the Fellowship Hall and start beating some answers out of dudes, but of course, you can't do that. You have to follow the breadcrumb trail of clues through the whole game, which leads to the Fellowship, but way to ruin the suspense here by having this guy appear and twirl his mustache at you. They don't even try to pretend like this Guardian guy might be on the level, like he might really be a benevolent deity. I don't know what bothers me. But somebody answer me this. Why does the Guardian even bother to taunt you in the first place? His ultimate goal is to build this interdimensional black gate, come through, and take over the world.
Of course!
But why advertise your presence? To rub my face in it or something? Wait until after you've won, dude! If you'd never said anything, I'd never have known you'd taken over Britannia until it was way too late. I'd still be looking for that sumbitch who stole my Xbox at the end of Ultima 5. Instead, you had to go and piss me off and ensure that I'm coming to Britannia to try to stop you. Okay, so you find the murdered blacksmith and try to find evidence of the Fellowship's involvement. You're joined by the blacksmith's son, a little kid named Spark. He's quick, but obviously not much with a sword, so naturally I did the logical thing and gave him a shotgun. What? I'm the goddamn Avatar, I'm supervising him! But yeah, that's pretty much the plot. It starts off really simply. You're chasing the suspects of the murder, 2 Fellowship missionaries named Elizabeth and Abraham, all over Britannia and fighting crime on the way.
Eventually you discover the Fellowship is secretly working to bring the Guardian into the world by constructing a black hole, and to prevent anyone from interfering, they also build these weird geometric generators that have ruined the magical ether, disrupted the moon gates, and driven all the wizards on the planet uselessly mad. Elizabeth and Abraham are always one step ahead of you in this story, and the only way to follow them is to go undercover in the Fellowship. The main villains are really the creepy head of the Fellowship, Batlin, and his right-hand pirate man, Captain Hook. Yes, it's really Captain Hook. You also have to talk to fucking Chuckles again in this game, and to get a vital clue, you have to play the game. This was infuriatingly annoying back in the day, since you had no idea how to play the game, nobody tells you, and this was before you could just look stuff up on the internet. When you finally figured it out, you wanted to skin Chuckles alive and throw his carcass in a salt mine. The trick is, you have to use only one-syllable words, and if you don't, he stops talking to you, and you have to start all over again. Oh, and by the way, I reviewed the footage from the last review, and Chuckles fucking cheated! He used a two-syllable word! What asshole wrote his jokes anyway? Like I said, the plot is somewhat frustrating when you already know the guy in charge of the Fellowship is evil, but you have to play along with the story like a dope and do all the things Batlin asks you to do to prove your body thetans are purged or something. Batlin gives you a quest to prove your worth of the Fellowship by sending you to collect a hidden cache of Fellowship funds from the dungeon Destard. Do not worry, it is completely deserted. Uh-huh. Deserted my ass! Fuck you, Batlin, this place is full of fucking dragons! Look at all the fucking dragons! Look at them! How the fuck did they get a chest here in the first place? And when you go back to confront him with his lies that lured you into certain death, oh, he's ready for you. With an apology. Yeah, and you have to put up with it. Fuck this! I want to shove my sword up his ass! Why can't I kill this dickhead? Anyway, the most awesome part of this game is an expansion pack called the Forge of Virtue, which adds some weird new island that mysteriously rises out of the ocean, causing earthquakes and destruction all over Britannia. Lord British tells you to go check it out, and when you do, you find it's the ruins of Castle Exodus from Ultima 3. But sadly, there's no killer grass surrounding it now. The black core at the heart of Exodus is still beating, and you have to pass the tests of truth, love, and courage to banish it to the vortex. Yep, you gotta get rid of the dark core of Exodus. Why do we keep leaving these pieces of the world-destroying monsters just laying around to destroy and corrupt the world? Is it too much to ask Lord British to send some guys to clean up after I'm done? You remember at the beginning when I said this game was violent and dark? Yeah, that was nothing. That was barely the beginning compared to the other shit you see in the dungeons of this place. I mean, oh my god. Oh, Jesus, look! A sorcerer just sacrificed a baby to summon a demon flanked by a horde of headless abominations. Look at the bones! I don't think I've ever seen a game this dark and graphic. I mean, okay, you saw a mass grave for children in SWAT 4, which is one of the most nightmarish things I can imagine. But even in that, you didn't actually see a ritualistically vivisected infant on an altar to a dark god. Anyway, the whole point of the Forge of Virtue expansion pack is to create an obsidian sword, and to give it power, you infuse the blade with the trapped greater demon. This is where the game gets simultaneously awesome and ridiculous. By the end of the Forge, your attributes are maxed, and when you exile the Dark Core of Exodus, Lord British raises your strength to double maximum. And you have the Black Sword, which can suck the soul out of any creature in the game and kill them instantly at your command. And you're supposed to be the good guy in this game. I'm not even kidding. You have the touch of death now. It doesn't matter what you want to fight, demons, dragons, hydras, whatever. You touch it, it dies. But I know what you're thinking, because it's the exact same thought that crossed every single gamer's mind in the world when the Black Sword tells you about its ultimate power. Can I use the touch of death on Lord British? You can kill the shit out of him. You even get a very theatrical scene where you take great pleasure in killing the lazy prick. There can be only one, you immortal fuck! This game spoils us. It's all about being a nice guy and not doing this sort of thing, but it still allows us to indulge in our perverted fantasies of ultraviolence every once in a while. You can also cause a loose brick to fall from an archway just as Lord British is walking under it and kill him that way, and I have no idea how anyone figured that out. Of course, the game is essentially unwinnable at this point, so I just settle for trapping Chuckles in a circle of black powder kegs and painting the walls with his fucking gore. Hey, you're not supposed to, but it's still a great game that rewards you for exploration, and gives you an outlet to vent your frustrations. Like, fuck you, Chuckles! By this point, your character is basically death incarnate, and the game is absurdly easy since no force in Britannia can stand before you, and your sword drinks the souls of the guilty and innocent alike. Well, except for the 4 villains in the last battle, because I guess even the Demon of the Black Sword has a sense of fair play. Oh, and just in case you were thinking you could use the Black Sword to kill Batlin, since he's obviously the chief villain Scientologist, the Black Sword says no because it doesn't really want to. So I can kill Lord British and make the game unwinnable, but killing the villain, which is logical, I can't. Oh, jeez, cute. Speaking of being godlike, the game still gives you the option of casting the Armageddon spell, which kills all life on the planet except for Lord British and Batlin for some reason. I just don't get this. Why would it give you this option? It's like the game is deliberately handing you the history eraser button and then telling you very nicely not to push it. So of course you do it! Why in the hell would another wizard sell you the Armageddon spell? Why would you sell a deranged religious nutjob the Armageddon spell? It's not worth the money if you never get to spend it. There's a lot of weird stuff in this game too. I mean, whacked out loads of Easter eggs. If you go to Serpent's Hold, you'll find that every character there is the crew of Star Trek The Next Generation. The second best weapon in the game is a gardening tool called the Hoe of Destruction. The Hoe of Destruction. I am dead serious. Hey, don't underestimate the lethality of garden tools. You remember that pitchfork that nailed the gargoyle to the wall? I call that one the Pitchfork of Annihilation. But the Hoe of Destruction story? It gets better! You find the magic hoe in the tool shed of a guy who lives near the crash site of a Kilrathi starfighter from Wing Commander. I am so not even kidding about this. This guy tells you all about the crash, mentions the Kilrathi by name, implying that not only the Wing Commander and Ultima series exist in the same continuity, but this must mean the Kilrathi are actually the dudes in the TIE fighters you were shooting down to become a space ace in Ultima 1!
I know, right? I just blew my own mind.
And no, you can't just hop in the starship and fly around, although that would pretty much make this game the most awesome thing ever. There's also loads of nudity and sex in this game. It's weird. You never used to see this in games. Not only is there a bizarre nudist colony living inside a cave of giant bees, didn't I start off this review by saying how much more mature and sensible this game was than Ultima 1? So anyway, yeah, there's a family of nudists, and they live inside a cave of giant bees. One place I'd think you really wouldn't want to be a nudist, but aside from that, you can go to Buccaneer's Den and nail dirty pirate hookers on Whore Island, and just in case your hardtack's buttered on the other side, you can actually go to the brothel and have the male pirate prostitute Roberto polish your mizzenmast. I'm not sure how prostitution fits in with the 8 virtues, but this has to be a landmark in gaming. Being able to play an openly gay character in an RPG? It's something anyway. There's also a flying carpet hidden in the mountains. Best way to travel in the game. And I know it seems like nitpicking, especially after mentioning the Kilrathi starfighter, but it always makes me laugh that the flying carpet comes equipped with 8 bucket seats.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid.
I really liked this game back in the day, but it definitely helped that I bought the strategy guide, because otherwise I would have never figured out what the hell I'm supposed to do. The quests are so complex, it's easy to lose track of what you're doing and who you're doing it for, and there's no journal feature to remind you if you ever take a break and forget. Each step in the process is littered with a dozen more sub-steps and favors you have to perform for everyone you meet. For example, the Guardian has set up these magic generator devices around the world to disrupt the ether, screw up the moon gates, and brainwash the weak-minded. But to destroy them, you first need to contact the Time Lord. No, not that one. But let's just take this one step as an example. You have to contact the Time Lord so he can tell you how to destroy the generators, but you don't know where he is. First, you have to play the game with Chuckles, who tells you to talk to a fortune teller. The fortune teller tells you to ask the Wisps, who are extra-dimensional beings who know where the Time Lord is. But you can't talk to the Wisps because they only communicate with a woodland race of Ewoks known as the Emps. But the Ewoks won't talk to you until you give them honey, which is their favorite food. And the only way you can get honey is to go to the Cave of Giant Bees past the nudist colony. To get past the bees, you need smoke bombs from a local hunter. You use the smoke bombs to get the honey, you give the honey to the Ewoks, but they still won't help you contact the Wisps until you get permission from their leader. And their leader won't give you permission until you convince a nearby group of loggers to stop cutting down the silverleaf trees. So you stop the loggers, the Emps give you a whistle to talk to the Wisps. So you find the Wisp, blow the whistle, and talk to the Wisp, but the Wisp won't tell you where the Time Lord is for free. You have to trade him a notebook of a famous Britannian sage named Alagnar. Alagnar won't give you his notebook until you can tell him the answer to life, the universe, and everything, which you can only find out from a guy named Kanan Scarabray. But Scarabray was wiped out by a lich and is also turned into a land of the walking dead. So to talk to anyone who's dead, you need the Seance spell. The island is also conveniently surrounded by giant white monoliths of rock, and there's no place to land your carpet. So you have to go on foot and pay the undead ferryman. Only a ghost named Kane knows the answer to your question, but he won't talk to to you until you destroy the Lich. The only way to destroy the Lich is to imprison it in a magic cage and dump a special magic potion on it. But to get the cage, you need to convince the ghostly blacksmith to finish making it. To do that, you need to find his wife's ring. She only gives you the ring when you play your music box. When you give the smith the ring, he agrees to make the cage, but first he needs an iron rod. So you give him a rod, he gives you the cage, but now you have to enchant it. To enchant the cage, you need to make a special alchemy potion. Put the Lich in the magic cage, dump the magic potion on him, and kill the Lich. But then you need to find someone willing to sacrifice themselves to destroy the Lich's well of souls, forcing you to talk to everyone on the island. And finally, Cain tells you there are no answers to life and death. You tell Lagner this, who says you can have his notebook. Actually, he says you can have the key to his warehouse, which has the notebook in it, which of course is a labyrinth full of bullshit teleporters and secret doors. You find the notebook, give it to the Wisp, who tell you to reach the Time Lord. You have to drop your orb of the moons one step to the northwest, but you don't have an orb of the moon, so you have to talk to Lord Bridges, who gives you a spare. That was one quest! Actually, that was half of one quest because I didn't even talk about how to free the Time Lord from his prison. That's the second part, and I'd explain it, but I don't feel well. The Time Lord explains that the Black Gate is powered by a major celestial alignment of all the planets, and time is short, although that could all just be orbital wobble. But to make a long story slightly less long, you blow up the generators, find out where the Black Gate is, and attack the Fellowship stronghold, which has been prepared by the Guardian's faithful minions to be his glorious dread fortress upon his arrival. Why, to welcome their conquering god, they've even constructed a massive imposing throne in the surprisingly small room barely big enough to hold it, with human-sized doors and a sweeping view of a blank stone wall and a couple barred windows.
What kind of throne room is this? A throne room for ants? How am I supposed to get in? I need leg room, people. And come on, I may be a dark god of deceit and domination, but even I need a little lumbar support.
It's worth mentioning your companion AI isn't all that good because they stay in formation so tightly they often blunder directly into death traps, but you're basically invincible by now anyway, so all you need to do is run to the last encounter and just kill anything blocking your path. When you finally get to the chamber with the Black Gate, Batlin 6 Captain Hook on you, who attacked me with his oh-so-deadly whip. Once you kill him, Batlin bails out, leaving you alone to blow up the Black Gate.
No, you cannot do that! You must not! Damn you, Avatar! Damn you!
Avatar, you think you have won? Think again! Perhaps your puny Earth shall be my next target.
Dude, what's the matter with you? Stop telling me your evil plans! If I know what they are, I can stop you! You know, like I just freaking stopped you? You'd think he'd learn at some point.
Kuwabara, I call upon the power of the gods! What is thy bidding, my master?
The celestial alignment approaches. Prepare a new Black Gate. This world of yours will make a fine addition to my dominion.
But what if Hulk Hogan or the Spoony one try to stop us?
Ultima Underworld is regarded by many as one of those landmark games, an important cornerstone in the history of gaming that pioneered many of the concepts that we take for granted today. Almost every action RPG played today, like The Elder Scrolls and Deus Ex and System Shock, owe a great deal to concepts and designs that began with Ultima Underworld. Things like 3D perspectives, texture mapping, music that changes depending on situational context, and dynamic lighting systems really got their starts here. Oh, there were RPGs that had first-person elements like the Bard's Tale or Wizardry series, but it wasn't quite like this, where it was you swinging the sword with your mouse, interacting with an environment that possessed actual physics. This is dungeon crawling at its purest. It's just you and 8 levels of the Stygian Abyss, and these levels are freaking huge. No, really, this is the map for the first floor alone, and until you actually play this and get lost in the labyrinth yourself, you don't even realize the sheer enormity of this game. The map feature is my favorite part of the game. It's precise, and it has the most mind-bogglingly useful ability to let you add your own notes. And if you're smart, you'll be doing this constantly to point out caches of food and weapons, safe places to sleep, where you can level up, and important locations and characters for later. But the real genius part is that this never feels like bad design or busy work. There's just no hand-holding here. This is a simulation of what it'd be like to be sealed in a dungeon like this, and if you're smart, you'd better be taking notes. And if you get lost, well, you've got no one to blame but yourself. This game is about methodical exploration and survival. You're thrown into this pit with nothing, and you have to scrounge everything from food to weapons. Basically, it's a rite of passage, sort of like the Klingon River of Blood. Most old-school gamers don't even consider you a real man until you've beaten this game yourself. You'll probably notice I'm talking more about the gameplay mechanics than the plot itself, and that's because the plot is, how do I say this nicely? Stupid! It takes place just after the events of Ultima 6 when you're called back to Britannia by the ghost of a horrible voice actor.
Treachery and doom. My brother would unleash a great evil. Britannia is in peril.
Basically, he warns you that Britannia's in mortal danger, so you go with him and find yourself witnessing a baron's daughter being kidnapped by a horrible voice actor.
A visitor, and from far away indeed. Were he not dead, I'd suspect my brother sent thee.
Oh yeah, and this whole scene is narrated by a horrible voice actor.
Below, a creature heads toward the dark woods, a thrashing sack slung over its massive shoulder.
Anyway, you're too late to save the princess, and it's just then the Baron's guards burst into the bedroom and come to the immediate conclusion that you helped with the kidnapping, so you're arrested by a horrible voice actor.
What hast thou done with our lord's daughter Ariel? Dropped her below to an accomplice, I'll wager.
And just like that, you're dragged away in chains to stand immediate trial by the girl's father, Baron Horrible Von Voice Actor.
What news, Corwin?
Oh god.
The foul creature escaped. A score of us gave chase, but it fled into the Stygian Abyss with poor Ariel.
Bullshit much? The Stygian Abyss is in the middle of the Isle of the Avatar, which is right here. The Abyss is impossible to reach on foot, so unless you got into a high-speed jet ski chase with the kidnappers, I don't fucking think so. You tell the dude you're the Avatar, but naturally he doesn't recognize you.
You explain that you are the Avatar, and that you are innocent.
Whether thou speak truth or falsehood, I cannot say.
What, seriously? You don't know who I am? The motherfucker saved the world no less than 6 times already.
Stories tell of the coming of the Avatar, but years have passed since he visited here.
I am literally the Christ figure of your fucking religion. There are museums dedicated to my great feat stretching back through hundreds of years of your recorded history. I should be the most recognizable bastard on the face of this planet, and this cock hydrant doesn't know who I am? None of you guys know who I am. Read a book, people! I know humility is one of the 8 virtues, but I'm the goddamn Avatar! Hello?
Actually, now that I think about it, it probably doesn't help that I was summoned to Britannia through one of my dreams, which means I appeared in the princess's chamber wearing my pajamas and sporting a foot-long morning boner. Hey guys, I need help! Some weirdo just broke in the princess's room and kidnapped... What? What?
My mind is set. Corwin shall take thee to the Abyss. Return here with my daughter, and thy innocence shall be proven. If thou dost not return, Avatar, then thy lies shall have brought thee low.
Asshole, when I was in there last time, I had 7 other people with me, and we were all decked out to the balls in magic gear. This motherfucker chucks my ass in there with a leather thong and locks the door behind me. Whether I'm the Avatar or not, wouldn't he want to at least help my chances in finding his daughter? Wouldn't he want to give me the best equipment he has? You'd think this guy would be like, whether you're the Avatar or not, you're my only hope. Here, take the key to the armory, take anything you need, just please save my daughter. But no, instead this guy's like, oh, you're the Avatar, huh? Well, fuck you! Guards, take him away and take his shoes too. Good luck in there, shithead. Now, I'm being a little unfair here, and that's not to say the plot is on par with Super Mario Bros. There's actually a lot of complexity that involves the internal politics of all the factions and races you find in the Abyss. There's dwarves, goblins, mages, an order of knights who all have their own importance. It's just the setup is weak. It's the side plots that really are quite good, but the main quest just doesn't make that much sense to me. You'll have to bear with me here because this is a little hard to explain. The Ghost is a dude named Garamon. He's a wizard. He and his brother Tibble decided that since every major city in Britannia is devoted to one of the 8 virtues, that they'd create a utopia devoted to all of them. So, you know, hippies. And so logically they chose to create this utopia in the Stygian Abyss. So, you know, idiots. I mean, I kinda get where they're coming from. They want to build their utopia on the holiest place imaginable, the resting place of the Codex, but it's the Abyss! There's fucking beholders down here! It's universally accepted to be one of the suckiest, most unholy places on the planet. Or you know what? Fuck it. Let's simplify this. Let's just start by not building our utopia in an active volcano. I don't think any place with expansive flows of molten magma exactly matches anyone's idea of paradise. Never mind that the Isle of the Avatar doesn't look like this in any of the other games. Anyway, the wizards started tampering in God's domain and experimenting with interdimensional magic and end up accidentally summoning one of the most powerful demons imaginable, the Slasher of Veils. But instead of challenging him to a rock-off, they find he's way too powerful to just send him back, so they manage to bind him temporarily in the most sanctified chamber of the Abyss, the Chamber of the Codex. But I don't get this. How did they get in there? You need the 3-part key of infinity to open the door, or at least I think you do. I had to bust my ass to get in there when I played it. And this is where my memory gets a little fuzzy on the plot. I think what happens is the Slasher of Veils corrupts Tibble and causes him to murder Garamon because he's a demon. He then starts looking for a way to free the Slasher by sacrificing a virgin because Garamon in your dream warns you that he's about to unleash a great evil on the world. But when you kill Tibble, he says he was just trying to bind the demon into the body of the girl to save Britannia, which I don't... How does that... Is he saving Britannia or not? Because if he is, why does Garamon send you to stop him? And if I didn't even get involved, chances are Tibble would have succeeded and saved the world, and only one person would have died, right? Okay, so at the end you throw some really powerful magic shit in the lava around the Slasher, which unleashes a vortex and banishes the Slasher into... I don't even know where this is. What the fuck is this place? Did I just get sucked into Salvador Dali's head? What the fuck is that? Oh god, it's a demonic Dairy Queen mouth mascot. Am I still doing a review, or did I get back on the magic mushrooms? Is this Action 52? What the fuck is that thing? This game looks awesome! Okay, I played Good Cop on the first game, but I hate Ultima Underworld 2, and I don't really know why. It's basically the same game. Here's the setup. It's just after Ultima 7, the Black Gate, and you're stuck on Britannia ever since destroying the Black Gate destroyed all the moon gates everywhere. Lord British invites you over for a party one day when suddenly the Guardian casts a powerful spell and causes a giant black rock dome to appear around the castle, cutting you and Lord British off and the rest of Britannia forever. The goal of this game is to find a way to blow the dome.
Me? I'm gonna blow the dome. You're gonna blow the dome. Piece of cake. Piece of cake, piece of cake, piece of cake.
Luckily, some of your companions are here at the castle with you, like Yolo and Dupre, and they contribute exactly nothing to help you. What, are they fucking busy? Oh, I can see Dupre's got a lot of pressing business to attend to here. They just spend the whole time chilling at the castle while you bust your ass exploring the fucking sewers. And yeah, the entire game is based around a massive sewer level. There's no way out of the castle, and magic doesn't work, and so the only thing anyone can think of is to seek a way out through the sewers. And I hate freaking sewer levels. There's almost nothing I hate more than being stuck in an RPG and acting as glorified pest control. Most of the enemies you encounter in this game are bats, rats, flesh-eating worms, and slugs. Seriously, slugs? Truly an enemy worthy of the Avatar's steel. This is balls. I don't feel like a hero, I feel like the fucking Orkin Man. This sewer is 5 floors deep. Apparently, Castle Britannia's sewer system is the most convoluted, over-engineered, labyrinthine, demon slug-infested hellhole imaginable. But that's not to say this game is easy. Oh no! This game has one of the steepest difficulty curves I've ever seen. This game starts off fucking impossible! The first serious fight that you ever have that isn't common vermin actually comes quite early in the first level, where you face something called a headless. And this is what I get for complaining, because this son of a bitch is unbeatable. I mean, would you look at this? Look at what's going on here. I can't hit this thing. And when I do hit, which is once in a blue fucking moon, all that ever happens is my axe gets damaged. I mean, oh fuck, how is this even possible? My steel fucking axe is getting damaged instead of the headless. I'm swinging a steel axe against a headless Wookiee, and my axe is the thing that's consistently losing out. Just what? Oh, fuck! This doesn't make any sense. Fuck! What does this thing come from the planet Krypton? I literally broke my axe off hitting this thing. The Witch King of Angmar wasn't this destructive to man-made weapons. Oh shit, there's 2 of them? I can't even take one of these assholes. Fuck! Why can't I kill these fucking things? I'm the goddamn Avatar! I've become a complete pussy somehow. I just don't get this. What happened between Ultima 7 and now that made me fearful of fucking bats? They're bats! And now I'm getting physically dominated by a creature without a fucking head. I mean, someone explain to me how this thing is even alive. How does it eat? Does it just shove food down its neck hole? That thing is just out of my league, but get this, even the rats are basically an even match for you at the start. I mean, look, oh sweet Jesus, did you fucking see that? That fucking rat just tore my goddamn head off in 1 hit. 1 hit! What are the rats eating this fucking sewer? Cheese? Where are they getting all this cheese that's turning them into goddamn ROUSs? The level design and pacing of this game is just fucked. You'll be walking around exploring when all of a sudden out of the darkness, BAM! You catch ball lightning in the fucking face. What the hell was that? You just randomly find 2 gazers on the first floor, monsters that are way above your current power level. You have no chance to beat these guys until about the halfway point of the fucking game. I mean, what happened here? I feel more like Lester the Unlikely than the Avatar. There's no good explanation for this. Even a common thief you find in the sewers looks you over and says, "You look out of shape," and he thinks he can take you. And guess what? He can. I mean, what? I'm the guy who took down Mondane, and I can't physically intimidate a sewer urchin? Fuck you! But seriously, the only explanation we get for my catastrophic power loss is that since Ultima 7, I just haven't been working out. It took me 4 hours to beat this headless thing using hit-and-run tactics. I want you to see this. I broke 3 weapons on this motherfucker. I broke a battle axe and 2 daggers stabbing this thing to death, and I still couldn't bring it down. I actually ran out of weapons, I used all my crossbow bolts, and eventually had to resort to using my bare hands before somehow, I still don't know how, I won. It got so desperate I had to go back to the castle and steal weapons from my friends' rooms, and I'm pretty sure that's not the way the Avatar should act. Why doesn't Lord British lift a finger to help out? He doesn't do anything. He doesn't even heal you, which is the only thing he's ever been any good for. In fact, all he does in this game is mistreat the serving staff to the point they go on strike. Why do I do what this lazy piece of velvet-wearing shit says? Again, why don't they just open the armory and give me the best weapons and armor in the castle? I'm the Avatar! Throw me a longsword, somebody! Oh, I'll tell you why they don't. It's because the armory's locked, and the only key to it is lost in the sewers, guarded by an angry fucking tree. And naturally, this thing is virtually unbeatable. How does an angry fucking tree even grow down here? It's a sewer! Ugh. Actually, wait a minute. I don't need to go to the armory. Where's my black sword? Where's the Hoe of Destruction and all the magic armor I picked up from the last game? Shouldn't I have that with me? Why would I not have that on me at all times? Well, guess what? They're not in the game, and that's a pretty big plot hole, considering the Black Sword figures prominently into Serpent Isle the next game, and at least there, you start off with it and there's a plausible explanation for its disappearance later on. But you start with virtually no equipment. Hell, if you don't find the secret door in your own bedroom, you're really fucked, because then you don't get your bag of runes, and you never will. Why is there a secret door in my bedroom? And why wouldn't I know about it if some vitally important equipment of mine is stored there? What assholes made this game? The controls in these games suck. No, they go beyond sucking. Jumping is a complete mess because you control with the mouse and jump with the J key. Trust me, it's terrible. And it's made worse by the fact there are several sections of the game where precise platforming is absolutely necessary. Just wait till you get to the parts with moving platforms, have fun reloading, and the leveling system is needlessly complicated as well. You level up automatically, but you don't gain your skills automatically. You have to spend your skill points with trainers who hang out in the castle, but you don't know who trains what skills unless you talk to every single person to find the exact person teaching the exact skill you want. What skills do you want? Well, let me go looking. Crossbow? No. Charisma? No. Haggling? Are you serious? How about using a sword? Does anyone know how to use a sword? Worse, the number of skill points you get when you train is random, so you have to keep reloading until you train up a decent amount. I hate this shit. The worst part of this game is anytime you find a locked door. Why? Because then you need to use a key, and over the course of this game you'll collect roughly a zillion fucking keys, and there's no way to tell what key works on what door. It's like in Metal Gear when you have to try every single card key on every single door. Who thought this was a good idea? Oh, no, wait, I take it back. The worst part is when you run across an NPC in the hallway and she won't fucking move aside, wench! I'm the fucking Avatar! Would you... Ugh! Oh, and what the hell is this thing? It looks like a flan from Final Fantasy X crossed with a three-eyed goldfish from The Simpsons. Oh, geez, what the fuck? Just move, you fucking jelly cheeseburger! Fuck! I guess you can argue that I just suck at this game. I mean, that's possible, but I didn't have this hard a time with the first game. This Headless is the first real fight you have. I hate that there's no way for the game to remember magic spells. Every time you want to cast a new spell, you have to look it up in the book, or print up a cheat sheet, figure out what runes you have and what runes you don't, translate the runes to find out what they mean, select the runes and cast it. So there's no fast way to select spells in combat, and more often than not, the spell just backfires and causes you damage. What's up with this? I was casting the Armageddon spell last game, and now I'm getting burned casting first level shit? Fuck this! I know, Spoony's begging on a classic game. He doesn't like anything. Send the angry emails. Here come the trolls! Okay, that's it. I'm installing anti-personnel mines in front of that fucking door. This shit keeps happening. Oh, you want to fight? Oh, don't you fucking test me, you headless hairball. Not after the month I've had. Okay, well, I think Linkara would say at a time like this, you may be a headless monster immune to weapons, but me? I am a man! Oh. Now, me, on the other hand, I fight like a dirty bastard. Ooh, Beastmaster. One day I'm gonna get that filthy animal. Ultima 7 Part 2 picks up the story about 18 months after the destruction of the Black Gate, and the Avatars discovered some troubling news.
My liege, all we found among Battlin's belongings was this enchanted scroll, and a map showing the way to a place called the Serpent Isle.
Indeed. Really? It took you 18 months before you finally decided to go searching through his stuff, the Archmage who attempted to bring an evil red god into the world and teleported away from you vowing revenge. It only just now occurred to you to go looking through his stuff to see if he had a backup plan written down somewhere?
No, you cannot do that! You must not! You Avatar! Damn you!
Okay, well, that's done. I'm on vacation! Woo!
Well, shouldn't we look for the wizard who built the Black Gate in case he tries to build another one?
Yeah, eventually. Hey, who's coming to Buccaneer's Den? We hurry, we can still catch happy hour. I'm driving! Chicks dig the magic carpet! Woo!
Stand back!
Backlin, in the unlikely event that the Avatar stops me from coming through the Black Gate, I command you to follow the unwitting female human Gweno to the Serpent Isle. There I shall outline my plan to destroy Britannia.
Oh, and you should probably destroy this scroll too, just in case they take the bizarre investigative leap and actually search through your belongings. And since when did the Guardian start handing out his orders on magic holographic scrolls anyway? We've seen he's perfectly capable of telepathic communication between dimensions, and Batlin was the guy he started talking to in Britannia from the beginning. You're telling me Batlin couldn't remember the phrase, "Go to Serpent Isle"? He had to keep that magic scroll laying around for future reference?
'Tis my worst fear. I must send the Avatar through the pillars to the Serpent Isle.
My second worst fear is eating a loaf of bread laced with rat poison, but that seems unlikely to pass. Your ship passes between the serpent pillars and teleports away to end up immediately beached on a strange and distant land, the eponymous Serpent Isle. And hey, I even used the word eponymous correctly. And you remember how I complained in my scathing review of Ultima Underworld 2 that even though you're a 9-time savior of Britannia, for some reason you start your adventure with no weapons or armor or spells? Well, in this game, you and your companions arrive on Serpent Isle armed to the teeth with all the swag you got in the Black Gate and more. Everyone's got everything! Magic armor, magic bows, magic arrows, magic throwing axes, magic shields, magic spears, and magic helmets, magic everything, a sword that protects you from magic, and you've remembered to pack your fully loaded spellbook along with the most powerful weapon in existence, the Black Sword. Although, we did forget one thing. We kind of forgot to pack the magic carpet. I mean, being able to fly might have been slightly, kind of, massively useful, but whatever. I mean, finally some common sense, right? The world's greatest heroes actually start the adventure prepared. And then seconds later, you all get struck by lightning repeatedly, which instead of killing you, teleports every single piece of equipment away. Because God hates me. But you know what? I'm not even mad, because at least this game gives you a reason all your equipment goes missing. At least it's not Underworld 2, where the only explanation is you showed up to a party fat and out of shape and wearing nothing but burlap. At least here it's part of the plot. And that reason is the island is racked with bizarre magic storms called teleport storms. When something here is struck by lightning, it's replaced by something else, something completely random from somewhere else on the island. So my precious black sword is now replaced by a rock. And I'm now wearing a woman's fur cap in place of my magic helm. I've got someone's silk stockings, and, I think I kind of got the shaft on this particular exchange. But at least it motivates you to go questing to find your missing items and get them back. This place is pretty weird, though, and you get in trouble right away. See, the people here aren't exactly the biggest fans of Lord British. I mean, join the club, right? Me neither. I figure we should get along great. Pompous crown-wearing douchebag. But the rest of your companions freaking love the guy for some reason. Even when it becomes clear that everyone else on Serpent Isle hates British and has basically demonized the guy historically, your boys just carry on raising toasts to the idiot and singing songs about him in bars, which gets you arrested and put on trial for treason almost immediately. Why did they hate the guy? Well, back in the DOS era, before we had more than 3 colors in our games, Lord British wasn't the only sovereign around. The land was called Caesarea back then. Remember all those other kings in Ultima 1 who had their own captive princesses? Yeah, well, when Lord British came forward and proclaims that he's discovered the one true religion based on a book he found that comes from outer space, a few people had some understandable objections. Turns out people don't like having a stupid fakey theology imposed on them by royal mandate. Turns out people kinda get suspicious when only one copy of this holy scripture exists, and it's hidden behind impenetrable magic wards, and only one man can even look at it. And this asshole is supposed to be your messiah. Yeah, let's just say a few people called bullshit on Lord British. So in the end, these people who objected, 3 entire nations of people, were forced to leave the planet entirely, because they wanted to continue pursuing their own philosophical beliefs free of persecution. Still thinking Lord British is a good guy, he declares himself king over the entire planet, crushed all resistance before him, creates his own theocratic monarchy, and instead of tolerating any other form of worship or religious belief in his domain, forced thousands of people into extra-dimensional exile. What an asshole! This intolerant prick refuses to even countenance the presence of those who don't blindly follow his made-up religion without question. This wouldn't be the first or last time this would happen either. I mean, in Ultima 6, he didn't even attempt to pursue diplomatic relations with the gargoyles either. He just sends the Avatar to go slaughter everyone who threatens his precious shrines. In fact, the only reason he accepts a truce in the first place is when the Avatar forcibly imposes one on him by giving one of the vortex lenses to the Gargoyle King. What makes British even worse is that his religion is actually a complete lie. A lie that's revealed when you get to Serpent Isle and find the ruins of the ancient people who used to live there, a race of people called the Ophidians. The Ophidians believed in godlike serpents representing the conflicting principles of order and chaos, and they followed their own virtues based on those forces. The serpents take the form of 2 snakes wrapped around together in conflict.
2 snakes coming together, facing each other. But they're one.
Actually, it's 3 snakes. There's one snake in the middle called the Great Earth Serpent of Balance. Here's the thing, though. The Ophidians are entirely correct. The Serpents of Order and Chaos actually exist. You see them. Hell, you talk to them. They are fucking real. So real, in fact, that when the serpent in the middle that keeps Order and Chaos from destroying each other goes missing, the resulting imbalance and conflict starts to unravel the fabric of reality itself, and threatens to not only destroy Britannia and Serpent Isle, but all of existence in every dimension, everywhere. Basically, the serpents are God in these games. What does this have to do with anything, besides Lord British being every bit the power-mad, intolerant, murderous skid mark the Cesarians think he is? Well, as I said, the Serpent of Balance has been lost. I think what happened is that in Ultima 3, Exodus got so powerful he somehow managed to rip the Earth Serpent out of the Void and bound it to guard Castle Death, and from there, I don't know, it got sealed up in a statue. In the meantime, the other 2 snakes started fighting. The Order Serpent ended up killing the Chaos Serpent, and that really fucked things up. And that's why there are teleport storms, that's the universe destroying itself. And Batlin, well, he's got his own plan, although I'm not 100% sure I fully understand the big picture here. He's gathered the 3 pieces of the Chaos Serpent, and he wants to use them to somehow steal their power. He even tells you that he plans to use this power to become immortal and overthrow the Guardian himself. But something goes wrong, again I'm not sure what, but when Batlin tries to open the Wall of Lights, access the Void, and gain this power, lightning strikes him from out of nowhere and just kills him.
See how I reward those who fail me.
Yeah, but what? The Guardian did that? So he can just smite any poor bastard he wants with Sith lightning at any time? Why doesn't he just use that to kill the Avatar? He could have done that before he destroyed the Black Gate. I don't know. But here's the really bad news. When Batlin fucks up the spell, it releases 3 raw elemental forces of chaos known as the Chaos Banes, and they infect the bodies of your companions and turn them into demigods of chaos. Shamino becomes the Bane of Anarchy. Duprey turns into a monster called the Bane of Wantonness, basically the spirit of lust and selfish desires. And Yolo becomes the Bane of Insanity. Whoa, looks more like the Bane of severe allergies to me. But this is a pretty fucking badass plot, having your friends turn against you and you having to find a way to bring them down. Although I still have to laugh at poor Shamino here. Everyone else gets an awesome new demonic makeover. Dr. Insanulo here gets the clenched teeth and horrible bloodshot eyes. Duprey gets turned into some deranged lizard head guy. And Shamino, the terrible Bane of Anarchy, gets the exact same dopey hangdog look he always had. He just sort of glows blue. I'm sorry, I just can't see the world quailing in terror before a dude in a deerstalker cap. So your old friends, now possessed of this godlike fury, wage a campaign of genocide across the entire island and kill just about everybody. Yeah, well, I didn't need them anyway. They're not really my friends, because I've got the Create Automaton spell. So I'll just make robot versions of my friends and dress them up the same way, and they'll be better, because they don't have to eat or poop or anything. And robots don't abandon you. Not like people do. Anyway, this game is widely considered to be the best of the series because of the high stakes and the shocking turns the plot takes with your longtime companions, when you're forced to hunt them down and attempt to restore their sanity. And I'm mostly inclined to agree, because I love Ultima 7, but again, I have to play the bad guy for this review. There's a few nagging problems with the game engine that really started to wear on me in the second game. Playing Part 1 and Part 2 back-to-back can cause a real severe case of burnout because of these problems. The first thing is the font they chose for all the dialogue. It's this old English calligraphy-style font, and there's a ton of it. It's just hard to read, and even though it's outlined in black, it tends to blur together with the background graphics. I just really wish they'd chosen a more basic, easy-to-read font without the swirls and curls, and put a darkened backdrop behind the text. It gives me a headache. Second, the game is really glitchy. It has this nasty habit of letting monsters respawn when you scroll a region off-screen and return, which is either bad design or it's needlessly cheap. Sometimes characters get stuck inside inaccessible buildings or in weird behavior loops that prevent you from getting needed quest items. A harmless but really funny example of this is when city guards run into each other on patrol and get into an endless argument over who should get the fuck out of the way.
You're in my way.
Need you to move.
You gotta move away from there.
You're in my way, sir.
Move it. You're in my spot.
Move over, sir.
Move over.
You're in my spot, sir.
I love it. I keep waiting for them to get into a fist fight. Speaking of fighting, I never really feel like I have any control over the combat either. I never do anything. Whenever I get attacked, all I do is push a key to activate combat mode, and I pretty much just sit back and watch the fight play out automatically. All the characters just mob together in one big clusterfuck, everybody's swinging swords at indeterminate targets, things are exploding, the action is obscured with character dialogue, and in a few incomprehensible seconds, it's just over and I loot bodies. I basically have no meaningful input to the outcome of fights aside from how I equip the characters, and combat just becomes a spectator sport, which is in stark contrast to the strategic decisions involved in earlier games. If you're having trouble with the combat, I found the best thing to do is collect sleeping potions, which ordinarily have no practical value. Except if you open your inventory during combat, you can use the sleeping potion on your enemies, and for some reason this works. They just fall into a coma on the spot. So if the Chaos Banes get together and start kicking your ass, apparently in the middle of combat you can just force feed them sleeping potions, and they're rendered completely helpless. I have no idea if this is a glitch or an intentional design decision. It's like the Bronze Men who eat the poison grass in clones of Bruce Lee. Why would they do this? The interface really starts to get on your nerves too. Nothing is as easy as it should be in this game. Here's a prime example. All I want to do is put this black rock serpent inside this slot in the temple's floor, but come on. The game just doesn't understand that this... God damn it! Why does it have to be this precise? I'm putting it in the slot. Fuck! I mean, it's right over the slot. God damn it! This shouldn't be that hard! You also have to manage every individual character's inventory, which is an incredible amount of micromanagement. You have to get downright obsessive-compulsive with your inventory organization if you want to find anything without 5 minutes of searching through 6 distinct inventories. In fact, it's the inventory system that made me rage quit this game and leave it unfinished up to now. Here's what happened. At the end of the game, you need to free the Great Earth Serpent from its prison so it can restore balance between order and chaos and save the universe. And to do that, you need to wear all the sacred Ophidian Serpent relics, because only the Hierophant of Balance, who wears all these items, can access the Temple of Balance. So I played the whole game collecting all the serpent items until finally it was time to suit up. My destiny was all leading up to this. I donned the sacred serpent armor, wielded the powerful serpent staff. I wore the fabulous serpent earring. What? Serpent earrings, really? I wore the serpent necklace, the serpent crown, readied the mighty Ophidian sword, and finally, I wore the serpent ring. Wait, where the fuck is the serpent ring? Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no! Where the hell did I put the serpent ring? No joke, this actually happened. I played through the entire game, I got to this point, and I lost the goddamn serpent ring. Oh, I am so fucked. So fucked. I spent 2 hours searching in vain through every bag, in every character's inventory, dumping everything out, dumping every bag on the floor, and separating every item, which are full of this chaotic mess of potions, magic scrolls. I got fucking coins in 3 different denominations. I got gold bars, piles on piles of fucking beef jerky. I got green cheese, crossbow bolts. My god, why didn't I organize the shit in my backpack better? Rings in Ultima 7 don't even look like rings. They look like 2x2 squares of pixels. This thing is fucking gone. I could have dropped it anywhere in the entire world, and I'll never be able to find it again. The universe is officially doomed because I'm an idiot and I lost the fucking ring. Can you imagine how frustrating it would be to play this game for weeks, only to get this far and lose a game-critical item? I mean, yes, I admit it. I'm a fucking idiot. It's my fault. I should have been more careful with the absolutely vital magical relic, but after playing the Black Gate, I just gotten so numb to the mundanity of managing the packing habits of 6 fucking people, I could have put this fucking thing anywhere. I guess it's authentic to real life. Like, if you just threw the one ring of power into a backpack full of all the shit you collected over the course of an adventure, you'd be hopelessly fucked trying to find it too. Ah, but here's the killer part. I shouldn't have quit playing. Why? Because of another game glitch. Even though the game tells you that you need to find every single serpent artifact, this is in fact not true. When you get to the end game, it checks for every single serpent item except one. It does not check for the serpent ring. Pretty much a fail all around. I don't know, for some reason I just liked the Black Gate better. Maybe I was a little burned out, and maybe the ring thing pissed me off, but there seemed to be a lot more annoying puzzle solving in Serpent Isle. Your quest requires you to go to all these temples devoted to the various aspects of order and chaos, And each one of those is an exercise in puzzle solving, reading books, taking pop quizzes on stuff in those books. Wait, body transference? Author of The Ultimate Warrior?
The Black Gate is nearly completed, Hulk Hogan! Soon the Guardian will descend from parts unknown, and the Mega Powers will truly unite! How should I prepare yourself, you may ask, Hulk Hogan? Should I cover my love chunk in catnip and teabag a horny lion? Should I brush my teeth in icy hot and rinse it out with lemon juice? I can feel it, dude! I can feel it calling in the air tonight! Oh, Lord!
Well, that was random. Anyway, the puzzles involving the books are really the most interesting ones. That's not saying much, though. The vast majority of the puzzles consist mainly of collecting items and putting them on pedestals. You do a lot of collecting items and putting them on pedestals. Virtually every single temple, and there's about a dozen of them, require you to collect symbols of stuff like the Comb of Beauty, the Abacus of Ethicality, the Mirror of Truth, Serpent Scepters, other bullshit, and finding pedestals to put them on. It just gets ridiculous at some point, and most of it doesn't even make any sense. I remember one puzzle near the end that requires you to find cubes of order and chaos and put them on a pedestal that builds a teleporter to another room, like 4 of these things. What the hell is a cube of order and a cube of chaos? Who makes these things and why? Did they go bad? Why would the Ophidians create so many needless hoops to jump through just to open doors and reach their places of worship? Even the very last thing you do in this game involves putting things on a pedestal when you have to put the serpent armor, staff, and crown on a table, which turn into the Eye of Balance. What do you do with the Eye of Balance? Why, you go into another room and put it on another pedestal. Then you put more stuff on the pedestal. Then you put the Blackrock snakes on the slots in the floor. This whole game, all you do is get things and put them on things. Hey, I found a thing. Let's find a thing to put it on. Here's some things. Let's find some more things to put them on. Let's put some things on things. Things on things. Here's some things to put on things to create things to put on more things. And there's way too many puzzles that require just flipping switches to open doors elsewhere, often leading to another room with more switches that open doors to rooms with even more switches. There's no logic or strategy to this. You're just meant to guess at combinations, running around until eventually you just exhaust all the other possibilities and find the right switches to proceed. The last temple is insane in this regard. As good as the plot in Serpent Isle is, and it's very good, the gameplay can be a serious drag. Still, I admit, there is a lot of fun to be had when the Banes take over the world because you genuinely don't know where it's going, and holy shit! Attacking jesters that are made of explosions, run! What the hell is going on? Fucking Chuckles has sworn revenge and mobilized an army of suicide bomber jesters, or what? I don't know, I guess I shouldn't bother trying to make sense of a world where cats explode when you click on them. Whoa, or do all cats do that? I've never had one. When you finally subdue the Banes, you collect their souls, resurrect your companions, and restore their sanity. Finally, you have to reform the Chaos Serpent, but the only way to bind it back together is through a human sacrifice. So your friend Dupre, unable to cope with the guilt of all the deaths he's caused at his hands, commits suicide in your place by hurling himself into a crematorium. That done, you go to the Temple of Balance, flip a lot of switches, put a shitload of things on other things, and finally release the Great Earth Serpent, which somehow pulls you into the void.
Balance is restored. Serpent Isle, Britannia, your Earth, the entire universe, all are saved. We thank you.
Well, Avatar. You have managed to thwart me once again.
Well, actually, I thwarted Batlin, who released the Chaos Banes and tried to become immortal. Now that I think about it, the Guardian didn't really do anything. What was his plan? Huh.
But now here you are, poised at the edge of eternity. Perhaps you would join me on another world altogether. We do have a score to settle.
Whoa, wait. You mean to tell me the Great Earth Serpent, who totally owes me one, has nothing to say about this? This shit goes down right in front of him. Oh, holy shit, what the fuck, Earth Serpent, help me!
Sorry, Avatar. I'd love to help, but, kinda busy. Balance and stuff.
I mean, dude, that's just cold. I fought in the first console war. I remember it just like it was yesterday. We're going through a new one right now between the Xbone and PS4, but let me tell you something. I've never seen anything so bitterly disputed between armies of fanboys as back then between the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. Because nobody had both. You had to pick a side and stand by it. It was brother against brother. People died. People still argue about this today. We've still got poser critics making videos about which one's better. Losers. Anyway, yeah, I picked a side. You want to know what side I was on? Fuck you! That's my side! I'm a PC gamer, motherfuckers! That's why I'm showing you all this awesome Ultima shit that your dumb asses ain't never played before! Cause it just so happens whenever I picked up a console game, it just so happened to be Bayou fucking Billy or Heroes of the fucking Lance. Fuck this shit! I hate consoles! And that's why I'm so fucking pissed off right now, cause now I find out there's a bunch of Ultima games on the Super Nintendo, and I don't wanna fucking play them! First, you got Ultima 6, which is basically a straight-up port of the PC game. So if you want to know if it's any good, all you gotta do is think about playing the PC version, then imagine replacing the mouse and keyboard with a fucking D-pad. It sucks. No more hotkeys, no more clicking and dragging. Everything is done through the menus, one fucking tap at a time. Oh, it takes forever to do anything in this game. Just looking at this shelf of potions makes me cringe. I gotta go and pick up each and every one of these individually by stepping up next to it and going through the same menu and moving the cursor step by step over the icon and picking it up. Do I want this? 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 Do I get to pick where it goes? No! Now I get to shuffle my fucking inventory! Oh, no, correction. Now I get to shuffle about 5 of my companions' inventories with a Super Nintendo controller! This interface adds days to the gameplay, and to think I complained about the PC interface before. Jesus Christ! And then there's Ultima 7, and oh man, I was afraid of this one. Remember having the backpacks full of beef jerky and coins and tons of other random crap? My god, even with a mouse this game was an organizational nightmare. Can you imagine trying to find that one magic ring and all this junk with a Super Nintendo controller? It'd be like trying to wipe your ass with a squeegee. Well, it's not like that at all. Here it's the complete opposite interface from Ultima 6. Here they basically just dump all of the RPG elements aside from looting the container that's right in front of you. It's certainly not slow anymore. Combat in Ultima 6 was turn-based. Here it's in real time. You just sort of run up to what's over there and mash the attack button until the bad thing is bullshit! Dynamite? Gremlins at Lady? You have fucking gremlins with dynamite in your basement! Oh, that's great. The Avatar, the Slayer of Exodus, is one hit by a gremlin. Fuck you. And the Avatar's got this funny little flailing motion when he attacks. He swings like a nerd. I love it. Ooh. As you can tell, the game is completely stripped down from the PC version. I guess they figured the only way to translate the game to a console is to trim everything out until all they were left with is a sloppy button-mashy bullshit! Oh, that was bullshit! The fuck was that? Oh, great, it's a spider. Yeah, good. The Avatar's dead and the world is now doomed because of a fucking spider. There's barely even a story in this game since they made it completely linear. There's no exploration or open world. We're just left with this Zelda-ish game with sloppy controls and absolutely no balls. They took out all the blood and gore. You remember that dismembered body? Remember that dude fucking pitchfork to the wall? It's gone. You just hear about it secondhand. You don't even have any companions anymore. They want nothing to do with you. And why would they? This game sucks. The only entertainment I found was in beating sheep to death with my bare hands. Just punch them right in the fucking face. Bam! Hell, I can whip a horse to death so hard a chicken comes out. Yeah, I just beat a chicken out of a horse's ass. Yeah, there's no moral consequences in this game. They took that out for space. Just whip some sheep to death. Who gives a shit? Oh, I take it back. It does punish you for being evil. Be good or you get more jokes. You can see both extremes here. This one lurches along like a clockwork turd because they tried to keep everything in, and this one becomes a completely different type of game with bad controls and worse hit detection because they ripped everything out. So that's when they decided to try something new and design an Ultima game specifically for the consoles. Ultima Runes of Virtue. Hey, you guys smell that? Smells like something that starts with a B and ends in trail. Okay, so first is character selection, but wait, none of these people are the Avatar. These people are all companions of the Avatar. I think so. The names are there. Shamino, Yolo, Dupre.
What's with the faces? They're not even close. And who the fuck is this? YOLO. It looks like Grant Imahara from Mythbusters. No, you know what? It looks like Ralph Macchio. What the fuck is going on here? It says you're playing the Avatar in this game, but I'm not the Avatar, it's the Karate Kid. That is so not what YOLO looks like. And he's the worst character, too. You can compare their starting abilities and equipment here. Like, Dupree has the most health, but low magic, and he starts with a sword and armor. Okay, whereas YOLO is a complete pussy, and he starts with a bow and a hamburger. He starts with a fucking hamburger. Yeah, Mariah gets a wand of fireballs, YOLO gets a Big Mac. I haven't even started playing yet and I'm pissed off. This game's already completely shit the bed. What is up with the hamburger? Jesus Christ. Okay, so we've got a Black Knight as the villain here. Kind of a step down from the immortal Mondane and unbeatable Guardian, know what I'm saying?
I'm bored. I've not had fun since I last terrorized Britannia. I know! I shall kidnap Lord Tholden. That should really annoy Lord British.
Of course!
I'm bored! I haven't had any fun since I last terrorized the world! Well, I know! I will kidnap Suzette Kimball, acting director of the United States Geological Survey! Oh, that'll really annoy President Obama!
He then summons a Moongate right there, which is impossible, and appears right in the poor guy's home, which is impossible because Moongates do not work this way in Ultima. They open at fixed points at specific phases of the, moons, because, like they cared. The Black Knight's primary henchmen are trolls, who don't exactly instill much terror in his enemies. Perhaps they might be more intimidating if he gave them more destructive weapons than fucking boomerangs. So he brings the guy back to his room, which has a secret door leading to a prison cell next to it. I guess. Oh, whoa, hang on. Oh my god. Wait, stop, please. You remember in that one time in Final Fantasy 13 where I started talking about the robes, like I completely obsessed over it? And I tried to explain it as best I could, but it's like in 10 seconds, I had like 10 minutes of thoughts. I don't know. It's like when my brain sees something that's wrong, it devotes all of its runtime to its solution, and in that span of time, it's like time dilates, and I just have all these thoughts, and it just happened. Okay, these are pretty much my exact thoughts in order in the 10 seconds it took for this scene to play out. No joke. Why does he have 3 pictures of the same guy on the wall of his room? Wait, is that Lord Tholden? What the fuck it is? Is he obsessed with this guy? He's got pictures of this guy plastered all over the wall of his room, and now he's taking him down in the dungeon. Oh my god, he's gonna bring out the gimp. And there's his coat of arms on the wall with the feminine symbol inside of it. What? Why? It's not an Ankh. It doesn't look like one. Why would he have an Ankh if he's evil? Looks like the symbol for women. Holy shit, if I just take a step back and look at the big picture, I'm picking up a lot of weird symbolism here. Like, this entire room is the inside of the Black Knight's mind. His inner desires laid bare on the walls. Okay, you've got the Black Knight here, his sigil, his icon. And we can see he wants to be surrounded, embraced by this guy. The shield and armor project evil, strength, and menace, but inside he's a woman? Why is there a full-length mirror with a chair in front of it right in the middle of the room? Who does that? Why would you? There's nothing else there. There's just a chair and a mirror, so he goes to the middle of the room and... Oh my god, no. No, this can't be happening. What? Don't you get it? The bedroom dungeon, his unfulfilled sexual desires, his frustration at his gender identity, a full-length mirror and a chair for modeling and tailoring. He's making a woman's suit!
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck you. Fuck me hard.
You don't even want to know what it's like watching a Chuck Norris movie. It's like being stuck in the limbo world of Inception. So yeah, Nystel tells Lord British about the kidnapping, and he's all, we must summon the Avatar to rescue him. And I mean,
Really? You're gonna call me for every goddamn thing that goes wrong in Britannia. So he summons the moon gate and I appear immediately, just fucking immediately. But what if I was in the shower, dude? And that's if he was lucky. You don't want to know what I'd probably be doing. But come on, man, this isn't the Avatar. Hello? I'm the Avatar. Bro, we've met. I pulled your dumbass out of the abyss. Unbelievable. Nobody recognizes me. Lord British doesn't recognize me.
Uh-huh, yeah. I see how it is. That's some cold shit there, man.
As usual, the first thing I do in any Ultima game is run around the castle looking for shit to steal, but in this case there's nothing. And no, you can't kill fucking Chuckles. Believe me, I tried. A lot. Although you can fire off the cannons, which accomplishes nothing. Well, I guess it murders dozens of villagers surrounding the castle, who must be pissing themselves in terror and confusion right now. The orphanage has been hit! It's on fire! Here comes another! Run for cover! The British has gone mad! If only the Avatar were here to save us! Oh my god, what the hell is that? Wait, that's Sherry the mouse? She's like 6 feet tall. She's bigger than you are. In every other game, she's a fucking mouse. In Ultima 6, you can literally put her in your pocket. When did she get exposed to radioactive ooze and become this grotesque mutant? Gah! Hey, cool, he's selling plate mail. Well, hell yes, I'll take it. Even though in my inventory, it's clearly chain mail. What kind of witless fart breather makes this kind of mistake? Oh, and Lyceum is spelled with an A in the Ultima games, dickheads. And by the way, real handy to have a sign reading, "Welcome to the Lyceum," in the back of the Lyceum! You've just gotta love the sewers of Castle Britain, which are crawling with giant predatory rats and man-sized fucking cobras. And this is like the instant you set foot off the ladder. You'd think Lord British would send a couple of guys down here every few days to try and keep the giant fucking serpent population to a minimum. He's let it go way too long. At this point, you need to mobilize the regular army. And when you kill them, the cobras explode. Hell, everything explodes when you kill them. God damn. Whoa! There's a room full of lava, man! This is in the sewers, under the castle. Someone should tell British about the active magma flow right under his throne. You know what? Fuck him. And yep, just like you'd expect the Avatar to go out, I get killed by a fucking rat. Wait a minute, was it? Or was it one of the bats? Pretty sure it was a rat, but no, look, it didn't hit me. It was moving away from me, and it wasn't even near me when I took the hit. What the fuck hit me? And this happens the entire game. I can never tell how I'm getting hit, and a big reason for that is I can't tell when I'm getting hit. There aren't any visual indicators like my character flashing or anything. There's no sound effects of any kind. It's completely nuts. It's completely unpredictable. Look at this. That should have hit. That should have hit. That definitely should have hit. Sometimes I can just run straight through entire mobs. I have no fucking clue how I survived that. I have no idea when I'm in trouble of dying. There's no flashing screen or sound effect of any kind. You always have to be actively watching your health meter. Oh yeah, and long story short, the sewer, basically pointless. The town of Britain now consists of literally 3 buildings. The mayor's house, a store that sells 3 hamburgers for $15 each, and a building that kind of looks like a store but probably isn't because all it has inside is a piano and a guy behind the counter by the name of Gnu Gnu who doesn't actually sell anything. That's it. Lord British must tax the shit out of Britain's 3 tax-paying citizens if the burgers are that expensive. Hi there, want a race to my food shop? Last one there's a rotten egg. The fuck, he used a teleporter? That cheating son of a bitch! I swear to God, if I ever play Ultima 7 again, I'm gonna track him down so I can go to the Forge of Virtue, take the Dark Core of Exodus, and send it to the void straight up this cocksucker's cheating ass! Who builds a teleporter to cheat at something this fucking petty? Fuck this guy! Pisses me off! Ah, fuck it. Fuck that guy! What the fuck is a giant seahorse doing out there? Fuck that thing too! Get the fuck out of here, seahorse! Oh, holy shit, it breathes lightning! I'm sorry! Ah! What the fuck was that? It's a fucking seahorse! What the fuck is it doing breathing fucking like... No! No. It's not gonna go down that way, okay? Fuck that! Fuck seahorses! I am not living in fear of goddamn seahorses! Cheating shit whistler. Seahorses breathe lightning. Yeah, I knew that. You want to try that again, Seabiscuit? Because you just made it shit. Ah!
Okay, that's it. Piss now. You just called down the thunder, you son of... Oh, god damn it. Do you see how much health that takes off in one hit? It's like half my fucking balls. Fuck. You motherfucker. I am gonna fuck you angry. I'm gonna eat your ass with tartar sauce and those cheesy fucking garlic biscuits I got at Red Lobster. Shit, you dick minstrel. Fine. You know what? Fine. You win this round, seahorses. You're real tough. Real badass. Okay, so laugh it up. But you know what? Humanity always wins in the end. Because you know why? Next coral reef I see, I'm gonna pollute the fuck out of it. So choke on these nuts. This is literally the first monster you encounter when you set foot outside the fucking castle. A fucking seahorse that apparently has Godzilla's atomic breath. I mean, what the fuck? There haven't even been any seahorse monsters in the Ultima games until now. What do we have? Oh, we had fucking sea serpents. Oh, but that's just fucking stupid. We had giant squids. Yeah, we could release the Kraken or, you know, seahorses. Oh, and dragon turtles that already breathe fire. Yeah, I would believe Gamera kicking my ass. Gamera's already been established. But you know what the real joke is? I think it's the only monster in the entire game that doesn't even attack you. Until you attack it, of course. And when you do, it brings the wrath of God down upon you. But you just started the game. It's a monster, so of course you're going to attack it because it's there. And it's a fucking seahorse. Who gives a shit? The biggest they ever get is 14 inches. And then this happens. Just why seahorses? Why? You couldn't think of anything less intimidating like sea otters? Except they're vampires with heat vision and acid for blood? I can't even... Ah, great. Now I've got seahorses. It's just gonna sit there, isn't it? Shitting all over the floor. Well, I have to kill it. I mean, we both know where this is going, yeah, but do you want seahorses in your house? Oh! Whoa! Anticlimax for the win! Carpet's fucked. Don't care! That was awesome! Shit! Oh, God, son of a bitch! Oh, that hurts! Oh. Snakes! Why did it have to be snakes? Ah!
Avatar returns and he dares to insult me. Challenge my honor before the very world. Very well. Task me and I shall have him. I shall summon my trolls. I shall find this Avatar, and when I do, I shall have him annoyed. Permanently.
We've been unable to find him. I think he's been kidnapped by the Black Knight. What makes thou think this? Gee, dost thou think it's because every other fucking mare in the past 3 days has been kidnapped by the Black Knight? Because of this note the Black Knight left. Dear Lord British, I've kidnapped the mare, signed the Black Knight. I'm not seeing the connection.
I'm not entirely sure.
Alright, so these fucking seahorses. Apparently there were in fact seahorses in Ultimas 4 and 5, but you'd only know that if you looked at the clear and obvious entries in the instruction book. They've even got pictures, and the books certainly do tell you that they're sadistic fish fuckers who will pump 1.21 gigawatts right up your ass. I don't even have an excuse here. I still can't believe it. I have no memory of this. And I've read the instruction books. I've played Ultimas 4 and 5 like 4 times each, and not once do I remember ever fighting lightning-breathing seahorses. And you'd think I would, right? You'd think I'd remember stuff from the books like this. These magical creatures appear quite fair and are not evil, but if offended, they make devastating enemies. And then in Ultima 5, the writer's just like, you know what? Fuck seahorses, not evil my ass. These graceful, appealing ocean creatures have nasty personalities. And yeah, in the Ultima wiki site, it says that seahorses in Runes of Virtue have no interest in starting a fight with you. But by God, they will fucking finish it. I don't know, my eyes must have just glazed over every single time I saw such a stupid monster entry.
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
Most people remember the talking seahorse in Cove, who... Oh yeah, seahorses can talk, by the way, and cast spells. They appear to be a much more evolved species than we are, really. Anyway, he knows stuff about finding the Codex, but now that he's told me, I suppose I really don't need him anymore now, do I? Fuck you, Sparky! This town's lived in fear of you long enough! Cocktail sauce, bitch! You do rarely, and I mean very rarely, run into them as enemies in the game, but they're complete pushovers here, nowhere near the screaming, fast nightmare dragons they'd later become. As for Ultima 5, once I got a ship, I went looking for them, and it took me 2.5 hours before I managed to find a seahorse. And I literally only found a seahorse, and it never hit me a single time. So yeah, technically I screwed up, but I'm cutting myself some slack on this one because they're not the same monster. I mean, there's seahorses and then there's... seahorses! The rest of the enemies in this game are stupid too. We have giant frogs, again, infamous in fantasy literature for being a scourge on mankind. Look how many hits they can take. Frogs are badass, man. Frogs mess you up like Blaster Master. I'm sorry, I guess I'm still having problems getting beyond... Oh, come on! That was good thunder! There's these green dudes that I call the orcs, but I don't even know what the fuck they are. Then there's trolls that sometimes shoot bows at you, but normally throw boomerangs at you, because when you think trolls, you think boomerangs. And wizards. The wizards are ridiculous because they're all identical clones. Even Nystel is the exact same character sprite. If one of these guys killed Nystel and took his place, nobody would ever know. Oh, what the fuck? There's exploding rabbits too? Yeah, after the seahorses? I'm not fucking with them. That rabbit's dynamite. Oh, what the fuck? What the hell are these things? What are they? I can't kill them either. They're completely immune to damage. Did Dr. Insano make these? They're like huge, floaty, fleshy testicles. And they get chasing me. They just sort of rub themselves all over me, but they don't do any damage. The fuck is going on? This game is rubbing its balls on me. Stop rubbing your balls on me! Ugh! And then there's cats. Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you. You tell me. I'm not being an ass here. What, you gonna tell me they're tigers or leopards or something? Because that makes way more sense in a dungeon in Britain. But they're not tigers, they sound like cats. Listen. Those are cats! I'm chopping cats into chunky fucking salsa with double battle axes. This is the dumbest selection of monsters in a fantasy game I've ever seen in my fucking life. Eventually the Black Knight kidnaps all the mayors of Britannia, so you spend pretty much the entire game fucking bullshit! God damn it!
Ready? Follow the leader. 1, 2, 3. We may be trapped.
As for the weapons, I spent most of the game dual-wielding boomerangs, and doesn't that just sound like the ultimate fantasy hero? The Avatar battling demons and dragons with a couple of boomerangs. As for the other ones, almost all of them suck shit, like the Serpent Staff, which wastes magic, summons a couple of snakes that move back and forth, do nothing, and get in your way. Then there's the Friend Horn, and the most powerful one, the Cyclops Eye, which summons a Cyclops that runs up to your enemies and gets killed immediately. And then there's Shurikens, which fly out of your ass. Really. Ninja stars shoot out of your butthole. What What's weird is a lot of the time the enemies don't even seem interested in attacking you. The orcs just kind of wander around. If anything, it looks like they're trying to get away from the psycho axe murderer who just kicked in the door while they're eating dinner.
Honey, this cranberry sauce is breathtaking. What's in it? My grandma Puss Jugs taught me. I put some lemon zest in it, but the secret ingredient is love. Oh, I love you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. And God blesses everyone.
Ah! There you are! Can't hide from me! Chaotic evil in their butthole spawn! Don't run! Don't run! The universe slays you in the name of valor and justice!
And now I'm trapped inside potted plants! Potted plants! I am the goddamn Avatar, and I will not be defeated by mere hedge and shrubbery! I'm screwed! I can match wits with gods! I can slay dragons, but a potted tree? Fucking indestructible! Kiss my ass! One of my favorite fuck you moments from the game is when Lord British asks you to kill a lich in Ember. Ah! Look at this, look at this, look at this shit! Look at this shit! That's how the goddamn Avatar does it! So when I go to do this, I come back and he gives me $50. But the problem is I already had 99 coins and you can't have any more. So apparently he just holds the coins in front of me and dumps the sack out on the floor giggling. This fucking asshole. He's fucking with me. That's what he's doing. He's just fucking with me. You still owe me $50, you scum-sucking shitlord. When you rescue a mayor from a dungeon, you get bullshit! Oh, come on! That was right in the doorway! There's fucking trees underground! I never got that! Ah, fuck it. I gotta rescue this mayor before the Black Knight makes him put the lotion in the basket, or else he gets the hose again. Oh my god, there's like a big golden heart on his cell door. I didn't even see that shit before. And why does he have a potted plant there? I'm sorry, I just can't see the Black Knight watering a plant in the middle of his workday. Or does he train a troll to do it? Why are there 3 chairs around a table? Does he have friends over in his weird sex dungeon? Oh my god, no, I don't want to know. Stop it, stop it. Oh, I'm doing it again. Avatar, thou art a welcome sight to these eyes. Let us flee, the good people of Britain are waiting. Yes, both of them. When you rescue a mayor, they throw a parade for you. A freakish bobblehead parade with a weird viewing perspective. And I don't know if it's much of a parade with 2 people in it. I'm not even sure that's supposed to be me in gold armor, because I don't own that. But can I keep it? I'm getting eaten by cats here. Oh, and it's the exact same parade every single time. I'm not even kidding. It's even the same mayor on the horse every time. The only difference is the name of the town on the sign. You know, at least Thank You Mario, but the princess is in another castle was short. And the music is just god-awful, too. Does this sound like the kind of music they play at any kind of parade or celebration? It sucks anyway. Is it a good thing then that there's almost no music whatsoever at any other point in the entire game? Seriously, there's no music. Check it out. It's just silence. The entire game is like this. Oh, but they made sure to include the sound of hollow cardboard tubes drumming against your head every fucking time you run up against anything, because that was fucking vital. Oh yeah! Get used to the sound of cardboard tubes being slapped against the back of your head like some drunk motherfucker screwing up the drum solo to Wipeout, because it's just about all you're gonna hear this entire fucking game. It's every fucking time you run up against a wall! These sound effects barely compete with Atari beeps! My god, these are annoying! It's after you save the first 2 mayors that you realize, like, oh my god, I've got like 6 more left. Maybe 7 if there's some kind of boss stage or something. And there is. It's just the same crap and it goes on. Oh, come on! Again! It's those fucking tree things! They're called Reapers and they just screw you for like 2 or 3 hit points every single shot and the game just loves to ram them right up your ass like that! God damn it! You see? You see what I'm talking about? This game has one trick, just one way it likes to kick you in the nuts again and again is with the fucking Reapers. And it's always the same way. You open a door and BAM! There's a Reaper. Open a door, BAM! There's a Reaper. You can't see what's in the next room, but not that it'd help, because the instant you open the door, the fucking Reaper on the other side blows its load in your face before you can fucking move. These are what I call fuck you traps, which are traps you're guaranteed to walk into the first time because there's no possible way of knowing that they're there. but the developers put him in the game anyway. Why? Because fuck you. I also call him that because it's what you're gonna say every single time you walk into one. Oh, fuck you! Fuck! Fuck you! Oh, fuck you! Bullshit! Oh, what was that? Fuck you! Oh, come on! I had no chance! Okay, you wanna play it that way? I shit harder than you, you cheap bitch game! Yeah! Here we go! Look at this shit! Yes! No! No! Oh, fuck you! A dragon? Look at this room! Look at it! How did a dragon cram its big ass in this little room in the first place? Fuck! Fuck! Booger mother! Oh, fuck that and fuck you! What the fuck? What just hit me? What the fuck was that? There was nothing. It just happened again! There's nothing there! What bullshit is this? If there's invisible monsters in this game now, I will seriously fucking... Again! What the fuck is... Literally nothing is hitting me now! Fuck this game! Fucking... Oh! Fucking Reapers! Oh! I feel like the chick who gets fucked by the tree in Evil Dead. Who the hell is this guy? Hey, you fellow adventurer! Terry, the adventurer? His name is Terry? Who the fuck is Terry? Seriously, who? What the fuck is Terry doing here? How did Terry get here? Why? Is Terry here to rescue the mayor too? I mean, he's gotta be, right? Why else? Did Lord British hire Terry? I mean, he should, because this guy's awesome. I mean, he got here first. He's better than me, looks like. Shit, Terry, looks like you got this one handled, man. Honestly, I think I just get in your way. Oh, shit! Guys, I think I just killed the mayor. I didn't even know you could do that. Oh, hell, now Lord British is really gonna be annoyed. I have no idea if this was a bug or not, but I physically reset the game to avoid a corrupt save. Well, what in the hell else sound is it gonna make when you grab a 10-foot mushroom? Did I just become King of Britannia? That's right, Super Mario. You think you know mushrooms? You don't know shit! I just want to know one thing. What happens to the magic mushroom? Why does it just blink out of existence? Did I eat it? It might explain the triumphant music. It might explain a lot of things, really, like the giant bouncing testicles that chase you and the trolls playing ping pong. They're all playing ping pong. No, I'm not shitting you. This isn't some Easter egg room. This actually happens. There's a room full of trolls playing tournament ping pong, and they don't give a shit about you no matter what you do. They just keep on playing. And you come in here so you can get the final weapon in the game, the magic ping pong paddle. Okay, that's it. I quit. No, I'm done. That's because I can't. That's rock bottom right there. I can't. You've seen everything. You've seen the worst right there. My work here is done. I can't. You've just seen the Avatar battling the forces of darkness with a magic fucking ping pong pad. What the fuck am I doing with my life? The last years. I can't. Yeah. From now on, I'm gonna play all the video games I actually like. You know, like all. Shit. Well, it turns out you need the magic ping pong paddle because it alone has the power to slap balls hard enough to flip switches at long range, and you need this to solve switch puzzles from this point on, because when you want to flip a heavy iron switch from across the room, your first thought is a hollow plastic ping pong ball. You know, I started a career bitching about how stupid the gunblade is. Where is my gunblade anyway? But I spent hours talking about how infeasible it was putting a sword on the end of a gun grip. Well, that was before I knew going after dragons with a magic ping pong paddle was an option. You know, I really hope this is on the Tapestry of Ages. I hope there's a picture of me with a fucking paddle. I'm losing my mind. Why don't we just go after dragons with pies? Can we do that? Can we throw some pies? Let's get some pies in here. Welcome to the Pie Factory. First punch into the time clock, then light the ovens. Oh, come on! The Pie Factory! Just guess where this is. Wild guess. It's in the Stygian Abyss. There's a fucking pie factory in the Stygian... Why is there a pie factory in the fucking Abyss? I've been down here like 6 goddamn times. I think I'd remember if I saw a fucking pie factory. Did the Black Knight build it? Why? Because he really likes pie? And that's how he feeds his trolls and his genies with pies? Oh my god, this game. Please end. Please end this game. You've already given up. You've already gone Pumpkinhead with tennis shoes stupid, not giving a shit. It's clear you never meant for anyone to play this far, so just end the fucking game already. And then there's the final boss fight. It just happens. You run into the room and there's the Black Knight. There's no epic music. There's no cutscene so he can taunt you and make this feel epic. He just runs up and he starts beating on you. I barely knew it was him. And then it's over. That's it. Just mash the attack button. The guy just dies. I just killed the Lord of the Stygian Abyss with fucking ping pong paddle. I feel so stupid right now. Let us depart in haste before the Black Knight return. Yeah, let's do that. So you go back and everyone's in the throne room for this big celebration, even that giant fucking mouse. Sorry, that thing just... Yeah. Congratulations! You've vanquished the Black Knight! Britannia will be forever grateful. And then everyone's gone. That's it. Well done, Avatar. You've saved Britannia. We done here? Okay, everyone, fuck off. I'm tired. This is one of the worst games I ever played in my fucking life, and that'd be bad enough, but then I had to go and make it personal by claiming to be an Ultima game. It's like, it's got Ultima words and Ultima pictures and characters in it, but they got it all wrong. It's like the characters are there, but they don't mean anything, and they don't contribute anything. It's like Kingdom Hearts. Whatever, you've got a game where Cloud Strife fights Donald Duck in ancient Greece. Kiss my pucker. Anyway, I tell a lie before. This is actually Ultima Runes of Virtue 2. Where's Runes of Virtue 1? It's on the Game Boy. So is Runes of Virtue 2, actually. This is a port. I guess we might as well check it out. If we're gonna throw one Rune of Virtue against the wall, we might as well throw them all. So, this is the first game. Yeah, this is gonna be great, right? The primitive version before they hammered out all the kinks in number 2. With the characters that look exactly like they're supposed to from the PC games. And there's actual descriptions of the characters with all their strengths and weaknesses. Are you kidding me? Did someone involved in the design process of this game actually played an Ultima game? Or at least booted one up? They did something right? Is it just me, or are the graphics better on the monochrome Game Boy? Sherry doesn't look like a fucking 6-foot-tall mutant. She looks like the cute little mouse she's supposed to be. The screen is nicely laid out, all the information is clear and unintrusive. Even the music is better than the more advanced Super Nintendo. The music is actually good, it's relaxing. But fuck that, the music exists, it wins by default. It's amazing how much less claustrophobic they made this version of the game. The stores are laid out better, everything is more convenient and clearer to see. This version, it's like, I don't know, it's like all of Britannia feels about as magical as a medieval miniature golf course. Everything about this game seems like it was a conscious choice to take you out of this fantasy world. Like, what can we choose for food? A turkey leg, a pork chop, an apple... Yeah, let's go with a hamburger, that's medieval. Here they go with soup, or gruel here, which is again, weird, but better. Okay, the hit detection is still bullshit, but at least I can tell when I am getting hit. At least there's no fog of war and the camera's pulled back far enough I can actually see what's happening in the room before going inside and getting face-fucked by a Reaper. As you can see, it's almost exactly the same game. There's no story here, it's just the Black Knight has stolen all the runes, so go get them back. Which is good, at least there's less of a story to insult me. Runes of Virtue 2 is exactly the same game, which is bad, but even so, the gameplay and presentation on the Game Boy blows the Super Nintendo port out of the water. Everyone has portraits when they talk, and they look good. Lord Tholden looks like General Zod. This version even has better cutscenes. No, correction, it has cutscenes. How is it possible that the Game Boy version has far superior graphics than the Super Nintendo? Anyway, these mushrooms are weird because eating them fills all the adjacent rooms with lava. And then with water.
Dude, that's fucking trippy.
Can you guys see that too? Cause I feel...
What the fuck, man? A two-headed horse!
Oh god! Dr. Insano is sort of horse ass to ass! Ass to ass!
it was a bad trip. Hey, look, Hitler statues and an ancient bowl of soup. But here's probably the weirdest part of this game. You meet the Black Knight in the dungeons and talk to him.
Your weapons are rusty, your armor is ugly, and your feet smell bad.
Alright, that's it. You just dug your own grave, motherfucker! But get this, you can't fight him. He just says you have a big stupid head and you just walk away. Like, maybe he really does hurt your feelings that much. Like, hey Spoony, everyone thinks your nose is huge and nobody likes you. Yeah, your nose is big. I'll deal with you when I get those runes, you ass! And get this, you never actually get to fight him. You get the last rune, and yay, you foiled the Black Knight. Lord British summons you to his throne room to be knighted. Jesus Christ, this is what it takes to be knighted around here? Oh right, I forgot. Remember what it took in a Calabeth? You had to kill a fucking Balrog. Well, everything else about the first game is better. Hopefully the ending is too— oh, fuck, of course not. It lasts about 3 fucking seconds. You walk in, you kneel, and the end, that's it. He doesn't even get up, much less tap your shoulders with a sword. He just sort of waves like, by the power vested in me, blah blah, sir spooky thing. Spoony, whatever, you're a paladin, rise and fuck off, the end. You know, I'm fucking pissed now. That twisted jerkweed's taken me for granted for the last time. I'm gonna take him out once and for all. Yeah, I know he's indestructible, and no, the poison bread thing's not gonna work. He's expecting it. I got a better idea. I'm gonna need something like 4 crystals, a princess, and definitely a TARDIS. I need to go work on this. God damn it, 2 fight scenes in 1 review. This job is really kicking my ass.
Oh, come now, Avatar. I've not come to kill thee like some common thug. I am a knight and a gentleman. I could easily best thee with ping-pong. It is thy spirit I wish to break first.
Hey, does Magneto know you stole his helmet?
Even as we speak, my trolls are on YouTube downvoting your videos. My trolls are on your website posting My Little Pony fan art of you and Dr. Insano. My trolls are on Twitter, redundantly telling you news about Highlander movies, asking you to livestream Deadly Premonition and propagating the hashtag Spoony hates everything.
You did what? Seriously? Oh, come on, tell me you didn't actually do that with the— oh my god, you did! Why would you even— that's not even cool, man! Seriously? What? Why would you— oh god, that is seriously fucking annoying, dude! Oh, why would you— oh, Jesus!
Oh, and your Pacific Rim video was full of shit.
Oh, fuck you! Alright, I apologize in advance if I start screaming and swearing a lot in this review, but Ultima 8 fucking blows! It's one of the most rushed, poorly designed abominations of a so-called RPG to ever blight the planet. The ruination of what was once a great gaming franchise. You know, I don't think I've ever been as disappointed in a sequel as I was with this piece of shit with a— okay, now that's not fair. God damn it. I meant the most disappointing game sequel of all time with the— okay, fine. But this game was still god-awful, and I mean unbelievably bad. Rushed out by Electronic Arts in about 3 months, less than half completed, with almost all of its storyline and game functionality slashed and burned to meet a deadline. The result of all this is a sluggish, virtually non-existent storyline combined with almost completely crippled, useless fucking gameplay and numerous game-breaker bugs. For instance, several maps are incomplete. Several quests are incomplete. Conversations with important characters are incomplete, and there's a romance subplot that's also incomplete. And of course, the platforming. Oh god! The platforming. Basically, the way the game was shipped, it was unplayable. But I'll get to that in a minute. Do you have any idea the questions I had to answer when I saw this game in the store? Well, hey Mom, look! It's the new Ultima game! You know, it's like those role-playing games I play all the time? No, Mom. Role-playing games are not satanic. How many times do I have to— whoa! I know it looks bad, what with the— you know, the demonic pentagram and the hellish flames covering the entire box, but you play a good guy. I'm the Avatar, you know, with the compassion and goodness and virtue and justice and performing blood sacrifices to summon the devil from hell so I can absorb his demonic powers, plunging the world into a fiery cataclysm. And Mom, where are you going? Mom! Wait, you can't leave me in here like this! Mom, it's just a game, I'm not a Satanist!
I'm not a Satanist, I swear! Mom! Mom!
Well, Avatar. You have managed to thwart me once again.
Alright, so after you save all of Britannia by restoring the cosmic serpents of balance, order, and chaos to their rightful place in the ethereal plane, the Guardian takes this opportunity, since you're sort of cosmically adrift, and abducts you.
We do have a score to settle.
Can't help you, Avatar. Sorry, we're really busy, but good luck with that.
You have been a thorn in my side for far too long, Avatar.
He tells you he's exiling you to a world he's already conquered into his dominion called Pagan, where there's no hope of escape and nobody's even heard of the Avatar.
I banish you to the world of Pagan. No one here knows of the Avatar.
Yeah, that's new. Nobody's heard of me. You know what? I'm still not over this. This fucking Peckerwood still pisses me off. How do you not know the goddamn Avatar? I ask. I mean, really. So the Guardian drops your ass in the ocean and promises to keep you updated as he conquers Britannia now that you're out of the way. Although all that really means is he repeats the same 3 or 4 lines through the entire game about how Britannia's burning. It's tedious.
At this very moment, Britannia burns. At this very moment, Britannia burns. Hark, is that the sweet song of lamentation I hear? At this very moment, Britannia burns. Hark, is that the sweet song of lamentation I hear?
Anyway, some fisherman named Devin hauls you out of the water in his net, and, you know, already I got big problems with this game. Just look at the Avatar. I mean, what happened? He's dressed like a fucking clown all of a sudden with some retarded bucket on his head. He doesn't look anything like he did at the end of Serpent Isle at all, and when you open your inventory, everything's gone. I mean, everything? Every single thing he had. The magic armor, the rings, the earrings, all that stuff that was literally belted on him, all the super magic serpent artifacts that made me unto a god, and now they're just gone. So I start thinking, well, maybe he was sinking in the water and he took all of it off to keep from drowning, right? But no! Look at this! He looks this way when the Guardian dumps his ass on Pagan. So what, did the Guardian like take his big fucking hand and completely undress the Avatar all by himself and then throw him this completely ridiculous set of clothes? Like,
Good luck on Pagan dressed like this, shithead. Oh, man. Oh, you look like such an asshole. Woo.
you don't even get to pick your character's gender or appearance anymore. You're just stuck with this blonde doofus dude. But it's just as well, because your character spends this entire time as this blank slate with a bucket on his head. Because there's no role-playing here. You don't have any choices or moral imperative anymore, and there's basically no story to speak of. Well, alright, you want to know what the story is? You wash up on shore, and Devin tells you to go talk to a sage about how to get off Pagan.
Well done, mortal. The item of Blackrock, which you now possess, is the first key to unlocking tremendous power within yourself.
Oh yeah, the $25 I spent on that Ultima speech pack? Money well spent. The sage tells you the only way off is to kill the 4 titans of the elements who rule Pagan and absorb their powers to become a titan yourself. Basically a god of all 4 elements.
Beyond earth, water, air, and fire, there is another element. A 5th element.
The 5th element? No!
Lilu Dallas Multipass.
And that's seriously it. You go to a rock level, a fire level, a water level, and a wind level. You get an artifact in each one that allows you to kill the Titan, and then you build the Blackrock Gate and win. And, you know, while that might sound interesting, like, oh, we're exploring cool, weird alien environments, yeah, believe me, it's not. Because every goddamn level looks the exact fucking same. Dark, gray, monochrome caves. Everywhere you go, it's a gray cave, or a gray tunnel, gray caves, gray halls. Every fucking thing in this game is gray. Half the time, I doubt you'd even be able to tell if you're indoors or outdoors. I mean, can you guess what element this place is? It's fire. Yeah, obviously, right? What about this one? Can you guess? Wind. It's just also featureless and gray and boring and gray, and there's no landmarks or points of reference, and everywhere looks the same no matter where you are. And it doesn't help that 90% of the fucking enemies in this game are zombies and ghosts no matter where you go. There's nothing that distinguishes one place from another in this fucking game because there's nothing but gray and zombies. Oh, well, okay. Sorry, I forgot about the mushrooms. Pagan is full of giant fucking mushrooms. I guess because there's never any sunlight on Pagan or something. Although there are trees as well, so hell if I know. This place should be called the Mushroom Kingdom instead of Pagan. I think all the mushrooms are mainly so they can justify having these frigging fucking red mushrooms everywhere, which explode in a fireball whenever you step on them. Because, you know, in a game with awful, barely working controls, why not fill your dungeons with lethal mushroom minefields? You will jump into these fucking things so many goddamn times, and trying to avoid them would be bullshit even if the controls weren't absolute garbage, which they are. Oh, but that's not even close to being the worst of it. You know what blows you up even more than the fucking mushrooms? The treasure chests. Every shit-sucking treasure chest in this game is apparently trapped with a fucking hand grenade or something, because every fucking one of them explodes and fucking kills you whenever you fucking open one. I mean, who does this? The guards in the city trap their own chests with bombs? Okay, I'll give you that one, but I could go to a farmer's house, and apparently he traps his chest with a fucking claymore too. Do they just sell exploding fucking treasure chests at the general store and everyone's got one? Wouldn't you want one that doesn't burn your fucking house down when it goes off? Oh, but get a load of this. Even if you've got the mother-humping key, the chest still explodes. What kind of sense does that make? I mean, this blows my mind. How is anyone supposed to open these fucking things? Fuck! You know, it'd really be great if this game allowed you to, I don't know, create a character that might have the ability to disarm traps on his own. Just like, what game? Every other Ultima game before this? Like, imagine if this happened in The Legend of Zelda, where every fucking chest just detonated when you touched them. Like, even the one in your house, just BAM! Fuck you! And when you're playing Ultima 8, you don't know that every single chest explodes. You keep thinking, like, you're just unlucky, or, like, they can't all be trapped, right? Oh, and by the way, having a maxed out dexterity doesn't matter. The only way to get into a chest safely is to cast a destroy trap spell from a scroll. And even that makes the chest explode. But you know what the sickest thing is? The sickest thing of all this? There's almost never anything good in any of the chests. The reward is never worth the risk. All the best shit in this game is either lying right out in the open or on dead bodies. But we gotta do it, right? You gotta open treasure chests. We're like hardwired to get loot. And also, you need to do it anyway because you need all the coins you can get because all the fucking magic spells in this game cost an arm and a leg. So you gotta rob everybody in this game blind to get it. Oh, and if anyone ever sees you stealing or even moving something that doesn't belong to you, this asshole appears and makes you explode. Explode like fucking Looney Tunes? I mean, Jesus Christ. He blows your ass up for the most minor offenses. It's fucking nuts. Oh, but apparently I can go murdering city guards with absolutely no repercussions. Figure that one out. But I suppose I'm getting ahead of myself. I've got to go back to the beach. The gray beach where you start, because I have to explain how not Ultima this game is. For instance, there's no character portraits of any kind anymore. All the dialogue is in this weird, blocky digital font, which just doesn't belong. Also, we don't have companions anymore, which I suppose I get because we're in a new world and nobody knows us, but it's just out of place considering we haven't gone alone since Ultima 2. You just can't interact with the world nearly as much as you could in Ultima 7. Remember when you could bake bread and forge swords if you really wanted to? Well, that's out. The weapons and armor are also far more limited. We only have one-handed weapons. There's no polearms, no ranged weapons of any kind, no bows, no guns, unless you count Molotov cocktails and some things you find called death discs, which are so inconvenient you'll never use them anyway. There's no lockpicks, and for a game that essentially requires you to steal from everybody, you'd think that would be a given. And the game is so easily exploited to max out your stats, it's hilarious. Hell, the strategy guide flat out tells you to do it. Not that you really need a strategy guide to figure this stuff out. I did in about 2 minutes. Just draw your weapon and left click to swing, and keep on left clicking for a half an hour. For extra fun, just beat the shit out of Devin for a while. See, he's a plot critical NPC, so he never dies, and he never even fights back. He never even really gets mad, because your strength and dex go up as long as you're attacking something, and it doesn't matter what it is, even if you're attacking nothing at all. I can max out my whole character within 30 minutes of booting up. If you want to max out intelligence? Just cast a spell over and over again, and when you're out of mana, rest for an hour, and then keep casting it until you're maxed out, which will take about 10 minutes. Game's broken. Well, at least you'd think so, right? Check this out. Even with a maxed out strength of 25, look at how long it takes to drop one zombie. Can you believe that? And I have a magic weapon equipped. Imagine if I didn't max out my stats, how long that'd take. Common city guards? Forget about that. 20, maybe 30 hits. It's just unbelievable. And I didn't even mention the one repetitive overhead smash attack you have. It just looks stupid. The Avatar belts a fucker over the head over and over like Homie D. Clown.
This is for you, and that's for your dumbass dad.
There's just no complexity or strategy to the combat in this game at all. It's just walking up to dudes and click until they die. Just clicking over and over again. I'd call it similar to Diablo, but that'd be an insult because there's actual maneuvering and tactics in Diablo. I kind of feel bad about complaining about the combat in Ultima 7 now. I mean, sure, it was pretty uninvolving, but at least there was still strategy in preparing for combat. There was party management there, it wasn't just clicking. Although, if you don't really feel like fighting, most of the time you can just run away and they don't even bother to chase you. After all, almost all the enemies in this game are zombies. They're not gonna catch you. Alright, well, I've been kind of dancing around the issue because I didn't want to start off this review by going completely apeshit, but here's the thing, I originally bought Ultima 8 on floppy disk, not this. And if you have no idea what in the hell floppy disks are, you probably weren't even alive back when we used them, but back in the dark ages, before the internets, people used to store data on things that looked like this. You could cram upwards of 1.44 megabytes up on this sweet baby. This was still around the time we were figuring out lasers and optical media. Anyway, the floppy disk version kinda had a little, problem? The problem being it was kinda, sorta, completely, absolutely fucking unplayable. I mean, hopelessly broken on a fundamental design level. And it's because Ultima 8 has the absolute worst jumping controls I've ever seen. Yes, I repeat, jumping. For some insane, bewildering reason, they decided to make platforming a major focus of their new dark, adult-oriented role-playing game. Who in the hell thought Ultima needed this? You know, I've reviewed a shitload of Ultima games, but I don't think I ever complained, you know what this game really needed? Platforming over instant death pits, and lots of it. And it sucks! Oh, it sucks in so many ways. Like, just being able to jump up on a ledge directly in front of you, okay? You have to be in just the right position, facing the perfect angle to the wall, 1 degree left or right, and you just hop up and down in place like a fucking idiot. But that is so small potatoes compared to the floating rocks in the fucking water. These fucking rocks. You come across the first set of rocks about 20 minutes into the game, and I guarantee you, this is where you will smash the keyboard after about 15 minutes of trying to cross this fucking lake and failing about 1,000 times. Oh, and you will fail. See, you jump by clicking both mouse buttons at the same time, but there's no way to really target where you're jumping to, because you only ever jump straight ahead. And I know that seems obvious, but it can be a real fucking problem in Ultima 8 with its camera angle, because if you're even slightly off if you're even slightly off center, you fall in the water and die instantly. Not only do you have to angle yourself precisely for every single jump, the isometric perspective here makes it impossible to judge— ah, damn it! The isometric perspective makes it impossible to judge distance and your angle. There's no way to tell if you're lined up with a distant— asshole! Fuck you! What am I doing wrong? He keeps overshooting the fucking cocksucker! Why are the rocks so fucking tiny anyway? Who put these things here? I mean, sometimes you'll be right— oh, bullshit! Oh, fuck you! Fuck! Oh, what is that? Fuck! Don't you just love it? The Avatar can't swim at all? I mean, at fucking all? The guy's completely helpless the instant he gets in more than ankle deep in the water. Just drowns instantly. Oh, there's a spell that lets you walk on fucking lava, but not one that keeps you safe from the enemy deadlier than grass. A fucking pool. Oh, fuck your balls! Fuck you! I think the actual reason he drowns instantly is because there's a monster in the water at all times, in every part of the water, waiting to drag you under the instant you fall in. I mean, this fucker is everywhere. Even this guy's pool in his house, which is floating in outer space. Just literally following you around and waiting to devour your ass. One might raise the perfectly logical question why it didn't eat you the moment you dropped in the water at the beginning of the game. And that usually leads to another perfectly logical question. Why am I still playing this piece of fuck? The only way you could have beaten this game back then was to literally save on every single rock after every single jump. And there are dozens of these areas. And get this, later on, the rocks rise and sink. And after that, they move side to side. Fuck's sake, I can't believe this. Oh, you have to tippy-toe backwards on the rock before you leap forward. God, that's how picky this fucking platforming is. Half a step off and instant death. God, it's about a fucking... What?! No! No! No!
Touch me, do what you want to. Say no, and I just need you, babe. You're gonna drive me insane.
It was so disastrously bad they had to release a patch, but remember, this was before the internet was in common usage. Now a patch is no big deal, but back then this was a huge hassle. The first challenge being even aware there was a patch available in the first place. I don't even remember how I got the patch now. I probably had to dial up a BBS, and I bet half of you don't even know what a BBS is. Later on, patched versions became available on CD, and almost every version you can find now is patched to fix the platforming. Basically what it did was allow you to target jumps on exact locations with your mouse cursor, which makes it easier, I guess, but it's really clear the platforming was intended to be a major focus of the gameplay. They were really proud of this because there's so many of these areas. So the patch makes a significant portion of the game completely pointless busy work. You still want to save before making any jumps though, because even with the patch, the jumping is sometimes off target. Anyway, again, most of the game is spent learning all the different kinds of magic, which works differently on Pagan. But this also has its own share of problems because even patched, the magic system is glitched like crazy. But let's start with the fact you have to collect and organize reagents for 4 different schools of magic, which all have their own unique method of preparing spells. As if the inventory wasn't cluttered enough with this tiny little backpack, now you gotta organize thousands of magic ingredients into separate bags, also you remember where they are, along with all your money, your potions, your weapons, your armor, your spellbooks, your wands, your keys, your scrolls, your gemstones, and your quest items. All in this little fucking backpack. This game can kiss my ass. Fucking with the inventory in this little backpack for 3 straight games really puts my balls in a salad shooter. Would it really have been such a big deal to just have a convenient, easy to read and organize inventory screen? You spend so much wasted time in this game digging through your bag whenever you want to do something for a magic tchotchke, stacking shit around, pulling one thing out of the stack, putting that in its own bag, waving a magic wand over it again and again and again. Hey, I got an idea. What if we just had our spells arranged in a nice, neat book we could just open and click on the spell we want for quick reference? You know, like Ultima 7? That was easy, right? Here there's no dynamic flow to combat at all. No way to quickly cast spells because you have to have everything prepared way ahead of time, and when you want to cast it, you gotta stop the game, open up your inventory, find the enchanted widget, and double click on it. Not only that, most of the spells are glitched and never run out of charges, so you can cast stuff dozens of times, like having a shield up, making you effectively immortal as you nuke everything around you. Anyway, the first thing you have to do in this game is master necromancy by apprenticing yourself to a dark wizard who raises the dead to serve him, and you're forced to commit several murders at his command. That is, when he's not forcing you to do his bitch work by collecting wood for him or finding shit in the catacombs. The catacombs, which are, of course, a huge gray maze full of zombies. And you have to do this, I mean, you have to learn the black magic to escape, and you have to do all this evil bullshit! Fuck this, I quit. I'm gonna buy a house here in Pagan. It's not that bad here. I like the mushrooms, it's far away from the water. But hey! What the fuck? These kids are attacking me. What the hell did I do? Get the fuck away from me, you little bastards.
Oh, you want some? Yeah. Oh, you want some too? Yeah. Bash your fucking brains out. Yeah. That's what you get, fucking kids. Oh, what? Now, hey, come on. You saw that, right? I didn't start shit. I was just defending myself from those little Hey, now look, I'm the goddamn Avatar, and I had no other choice, all right? It was like 6 little bastards coming at me like... I could have been really badly hurt, all right? What was I supposed to do? I'm the good guy. After mastering necromancy, you then have to master wind magic called theurgy. First they tell you to climb a gray mountain, and then they send you under their gray monastery to mine silver in their gray caves. And for some insane reason, the chamber holding all the silver, which I remind you is necessary for the theurgists to construct their spells, is full of hideously lethal traps, enormous goddamn spiders, and zombies. Once you get the silver, you take it to a blacksmith who turns it into your magic items. And wait, what in the fuck is he doing with his hand? That's disgusting! Sir! I abhor you! Oh my god! After that, you have to see the water titan who lives in, you guessed it, a gray cave. She promises to teach you magic if you release her into the world, which, like a dumbass, you do, only for her to turn around and screw you by announcing she's gonna destroy the world with storms and hurricanes.
Thank you, foolish one, for your actions. Consider my gift of your wretched life as payment for your part. Now I will have my vengeance upon your pathetic kind. I will slay the descendant of my jailer. Let us see you can reach Devon first, groundling.
Yeah, oops. And by the way, even though Hydros just directly threatened Devon, she never follows up on it because that plotline was cut since the game was rushed out the door. And finally you learn sorcery, the demonic fire magic taught by the fire titan Pyros. To do this, you first have to summon a demon to have one of the head sorcerer's apprentices violently murdered and torn to pieces. God, I remember when I used to be a good guy. Those were fun times. After that, you have to become the guy's new apprentice and help him summon the frigging devil by chanting around a pentagram. During the summoning, you learn that the master can control Pyros with a magic rock that holds his essence called the Tongue of Flame, so you have to kill the master now and take it. But unfortunately, the master lives in a place called the Obsidian Fortress, which you'd think would be black, but instead it's a gray cavern. Again. You also meet Arcadian here, who some of you might remember as the demon inside the Black Sword from previous games, but for some reason, plot hole! He doesn't remember you. Oh, holy shit. Look, the master just summoned 2 demons to stop me. Oh man, I'm screwed. How will I overcome these impossible odds? No man could possibly defeat 2 demons. So I guess I'll just run past them in the next room and forget about it. Well, geez, that was easy. It's almost like this game wasn't play-tested at all. Once you've mastered all the magic on Pagan and you're ready to destroy the Titans, this guy who helps you out named Mithrin gives you a spell to travel back to the ethereal plane to fight them. And he also offers to sell you magic to wreak complete devastation on the entire planet. Yes, he offers to sell you the Armageddon spell for $1,000. What in the hell is wrong with this guy that he's willing to sell you a spell that can destroy all life everywhere, including him? What good is $1,000 if nobody's alive to spend it? This makes no sense! So of course I gotta cast it, right? It's like the fucking history eraser button, some things you just gotta do. So it's Armageddon time, we cast the spell, and it's completely lame. Jeez, for an apocalypse that was pretty weak, right? Went to all that trouble and that was the best they could do? Fuck. Oh my god, the ethereal plane isn't a fucking gray cave? Holy shit! I'm seeing a color other than gray! Oh my god, I'm so happy! Oh, fuck! Even in outer space, everything's a fucking great game. Why? It's just all so boring. It's just more jumping around on rocks until— fuck! You jump around until you find the Titan, and after all that work, after playing the whole game that's been building up to these cataclysmic fights with the evil gods of Pagan, you finally confront them in their home domain, and you click a magic rock on them from your inventory and kill them without any resistance whatsoever. I'm not even kidding. You just go from one cave to another, find the Titan— bullshit! That was bullshit! That was impossible! What should be an awesome series of boss fights is easily one of the biggest letdowns in gaming history. You're just clicking an item on each one and they die instantly without a fight.
This is not possible.
It's even less satisfying than the boss fights in the Zelda CDI games. You know, at least there, you kinda have to maneuver and dodge shit and actually hit the guy. You're not just clicking on the bad guy. This sucks. Once you've clicked the 4 Titans to death, you absorb their power and become the Titan of Ether. You're literally a god now, and you open a black gate of your own to leave Pagan at last. You step through into a white, misty area, and I'm really not sure what this place is supposed to be, but it's cool. Then you appear in a red, hellish waste, with blasted skies and devastated lands all around. And towering above you is an enormous monument to the Guardian. You're too late. Britannia has fallen. Although, you know, it's funny, because when you play Ultima 9, Britannia never actually looks like that. And in fact, the intro for this game directly contradicts everything you just saw in this ending, because you don't even go back to Britannia like it just showed. And really, this game contradicts every single thing that happened in Ultima 8, and every single Ultima game, like, ever. Alright, I have to explain something to you about this game here. Ultima 9 is the whole reason I started this retrospective, because, you know, I realized that I couldn't review 9 without reviewing every single game that came before it, because you really had to take this ride from the beginning to really understand the heights from which this series fell down to this point. I mean, you really had to see everything to really comprehend what a god-awful piece of shit this game really is, because I tell you this now with no hyperbole, with complete fucking honesty, Ultima 9 is, without a doubt in my mind, the biggest betrayal. Oh, bad move coming back for seconds, motherfucker. This time I'm ready. Yeah! This could take a while, folks. I'll see you next time for Ultima 9.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This is the most adorable thing.
Well, 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 Avatar. We meet at last.
Guardian, I should have known it'd be you.
Now. Is that any way to greet your better half?
Yeah, come on through, Big Red. I got a nice hard goodbye right here for you.
In good time, Avatar. We do have a score to settle. The Black Gate is open. All I need to do is step through and your Earth will be mine to destroy.
Then what's keeping you, big man? Come on, I killed uglier than you. Let's do this.
Patience, Avatar. Patience. It is a virtue, isn't it? I have a deal for you. One that even you cannot refuse.
Please, if you actually think I'm stupid enough to—
All you have to do is finish the work you began. You've come so far. It would be a shame to see you die without knowing how the story ends.
You want me to review Ultima 9?
Do this, and I will destroy the Black Gate myself, never to trouble you again. Fail, and I will crush the thrones of your pitiful world beneath my feet and parade you before its conquered people as the fallen idol of a pathetic ideal.
You'll already lose, Red Forehead. I was gonna review that shit anyway. Watch and weep. Well, here we are, I guess, finally. Ultima 9 Ascension. God, this fucking game. You know, I've probably said this before and meant it, but
no joke, this is the worst fucking game I ever played in my life. And I know how that sounds. I know I say that all the time, probably. And I know you could probably point to other games that are worse in individual respects, like Pumpkinhead or something like that. You know, I've raged against them, but it's just everything. And I don't even know what to say. It's very easy to describe and very difficult at the same time. I guess the way I could put it is, I've never seen a worse story told more poorly in a video game. There's just so much more to it than that, and I don't even want to play it. I don't want to. I would seriously rather staple my dick to a burning log than even remember that this game exists. When I play, I suppose I have to, though, right? You know, I suppose I'm obligated, and I suppose it's the reason I started doing this whole thing. You know, because you needed context. You know, you needed context. You needed to see all of the games leading up to this. You had to see how great they were to fully understand just what an unmitigated atrocity Ultima 9 turned out to be. It's like you had to see Highlander, the original movie, to fully understand how terrible and what a betrayal Highlander the Source was.
We're the princes of the universe.
Oh, God. The Ultima series really represents my childhood. I was playing these games with my older brother before I could even read on the very first monochrome computer we ever had. I grew up along with the Ultima series as the graphics, gameplay, technology, and the story evolved. My own psychoses and frustrations with some of the better games aside, these were some of the deepest, most thought-provoking stories ever told in RPGs. Ultima changed gaming. It added character and philosophy and story to a previously pretty brainless genre. And then Electronic Arts happened. Oh, God! Oh my God! You can't even call this game rushed as much as it's basically unfinished. Whatever story Ultima 8 Pagan was supposed to have was either cut to meet a deadline or buried underneath an incredibly ill-advised new focus on isometric platform jumping and a magic system so complicated and convoluted it felt more like an open book test at Hogwarts. It's unrecognizable as an Ultima game. But hey, lesson learned, right? Richard Garriott himself said he listened to the extremely negative feedback from Ultima 8 and took it into account for the design of Ultima 9. For instance, he brought back the companions and completely revamped the gameplay to feature a fully interactive 3D world to wander around in, with no loading screens or instances. And then Electronic Arts happened again. Specifically, EA owned Origin now, and they saw dollar signs in the Ultima Online franchise, and they reassigned the entire development staff of Ultima 9 to get online done as soon as possible. This delayed the whole Ultima 9 thing for more than a year, and by the time they got back to it, their graphics were completely outdated because people were now using 3D accelerator cards, and this meant they had to throw everything out and start the game over from scratch. The game designers started to argue and jump ship to other companies, claiming poor management issues and screwed up priorities from Origin and EA, and a lot of them, including the lead designer of the game, left to Ion Storm, basically forcing Origin to start the game over again, this time with a hard deadline from EA coming up fast. They were never going to be able to deliver half of what they'd originally promised, so to meet the deadline, they basically took a hatchet to the gameplay and plot, stripping it down to the most bare-bones story imaginable. As you'd expect, the preliminary buzz was huge, and the major gaming magazines and websites were on their knees, jockeying for position to be the first in line to give EA the most sumptuous review blowjob imaginable. Yeah, take note of these assholes, people. You know, I tell it to you straight, but these are your mainstream game critics. A good chance this could be the greatest RPG of all time! This game is one of the best-looking titles we've ever seen in any genre. As Ultima 9 Ascension powers up, we fully expect the Richter scale to be off the charts! Nothing less than breathtaking! Ultima 9 Ascension is destined to be a classic, worthy of a place in game history! Yeah, it's got a place in gaming history, alright, because Ultima 9 is the most insultingly bad Ultima game in the entire series, and a top contender for the most blundered finale to an epic storyline in the history of fiction. From a technical standpoint, the game was buggy as hell and extremely crash-prone, and that was if you were using the right 3D accelerator card. If you were using a direct 3D card, well, you were just fucked. From a storytelling standpoint, alright, look, Ultima 8 was bad, okay? Ultima 8 was really bad. You saw how mad I got over that one. That's about fucking— What?! No!
Ultima 9 is way fucking worse, because unlike Ultima 8, it wasn't just bad gameplay, it wasn't the shitty platforming over instant death lakes, it wasn't even the exploding treasure chests every 2 minutes. No, those were bad, but those were technical issues, and technical issues can be fixed. Here, it was the storyline. The complete betrayal of a fucking storyline. The biggest betrayal ever inflicted on a loyal fan base up until Spider-Man cut a deal with fucking Mephisto. It was such a big betrayal that everyone involved with the design of this fucking game belongs frozen to the waist on the ninth circle of hell, getting cornholed in the eye sockets by pineapple dick demons from now until the end of fucking time. This is the worst, most insulting game I ever played in my fucking life, and it can go right to hell along with them. We're about to jump balls deep into it, so get ready, motherfuckers, it's gonna get loud. Okay, so the game opens up with a video of a farmer pulling a cart through a field. Very slowly. And suddenly he hears a rumbling, and a colossal column erupts from the earth, ruining his field. After that, a huge rock falls from the top of the column and crushes the farmer, who apparently has the slowest reaction speed ever charted. Come on, man, it's been like a full minute. You couldn't even back away a couple steps? You're a Britannian farmer. You had to seen weirder shit than this. That one dude is a Kilrathi starfighter in his field.
Avatar, arise from your slumber. The Guardian has invaded Britannia, and Lord British has summoned you for your final adventure.
And there we have it. 90 seconds. Impressive. It only took a minute and a half for this game's narrative to completely collapse in on itself. You know, it's not a good sign when the very first thing we see in this game completely contradicts the ending of the last game we played. And in case you need one, a very brief recap. At the conclusion of Ultima 8 Pagan, the Avatar lied, betrayed, murdered, and wreaked untold destruction on the world of Pagan so he could kill the Titans of the Four Elements and absorb their power to become a god and return to Britannia. He creates his own Black Gate and steps through to find Britannia as a barren wasteland, crushed under the massive red thumb of the Guardian.
No! I slept too long!
Or, you know, not. I guess retcon! That's not what happened. He didn't go back to Britannia, even though that's what we just saw. Apparently the Avatar was really tired from all this becoming a god business and decided to go back to his home in fucking Texas and sleep it off for a while instead. I mean, I guess I can understand that. It's not like there was any sense of urgency to get back to Britannia. Oh, wait!
Your two worlds will be crushed. Britannia first, then Earth.
How do you fuck this up? I know I said I kind of retired the bit, but I gotta do it. I gotta break out the plot hole counter gimmick. Betrayal! So, for those of you playing at home, see if you can guess how high we'll finally end up getting, but my personal advice, woo!
Avatar, arise from your slumber.
Yeah, I passed out. Never mind, I'm okay.
The Guardian has invaded Britannia.
What, the Guardian, you say? No shit? Actually, you learn just a little bit later in the game that the Guardian really invaded Britannia about 20 years ago in Britannian time. And not only does the Avatar seem surprised and completely unaware that's even happened, but the guy talking to you talks like it just happened a few minutes ago, which may not seem like that big of a mistake to get all that worked up about, except for the fact that the guy making this mistake is the fucking Time Lord! Betrayal!
The Guardian has invaded Britannia, and Lord British has summoned you for your final adventure.
Well, then why didn't he summon my ass 20 goddamn years ago? Betrayed me! The Time Lord, no, not that one, this Time Lord, he tells you to get all your gear and get ready to go back to Britannia. This whole thing is obviously tutorial level to get you acclimated to the new interface, but why couldn't we just do this in Britannia or in a flashback? What was the point of this, of changing the ending here and relocating everything to fucking Texas? What was the reasoning behind completely alienating your fan base by screwing your continuity in the fucking ear? Betrayed me! Why the fuck do I have a book about how fun it is to read books? Is the Avatar fucking retarded? Betrayed! You know what? Stupid question, as you'll soon see. Oh, fuck you, EA. You killed Ultima! Fuck you!
Surely you will not go adventuring without clothes. I think your clothes are in the bathroom.
Where everyone keeps all their clothes. Oh, what, do people on Earth keep their clothes in their bedrooms? What idiots! You go get all your gear, like a belt with quick inventory slots, a backpack, a compass, a journal.
everything except your Orb of the Moons. You know, that immensely powerful and useful thing that opens moon gates. I guess we won't need that, since we stopped the moon gates from working in Ultima 7. Oh, wait!
This game sucks!
Fridge doors do not sound like this. I mean, not even the ones they made of steel in the 1940s. Listen to this. Oh my god! It's not real. It's not real. It's not happening again. It's all in your head. Why does the Avatar have a hopscotch thing in his driveway? Big hopscotch player, is he?
Betrayal!
You go to a public park, which is apparently the only way out of your house. Just think for a second how much sense that makes. And you run into a fucking wolf. Yeah, this public park apparently has a serious problem with dangerous roving packs of deadly timber wolves. Something I would probably bring up at the next city council meeting. Wait, what the fuck? There's a pirate in the park too? What's with this guy? He just sees me in the park and brandishes a fucking cutlass?
Betrayed me!
Great, I just murdered a man in a public park. Great. Now I get to tell the cops that I'm the fucking Avatar and I'm on serious Avatar business. Giant spiders too? There's giant spiders in the park. That thing was the size of a fucking football.
Betrayal!
Is there anything else? Any other enormous, mythical, verminous monsters you want to throw into a Texas children's playground?
Wesley, what about the ROUSs?
Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist.
What the fuck? Now what is this shit? Look, all my skills are at novice. Strength is weak, dex is clumsy, and intelligence is fuck you! Where'd all my shit go? The magic shit I got from Pagan. The obscene magical powers. At the end of Pagan, you become the Titan of fucking Ether, the god of all magic, and now my intelligence is dim.
This game sucks!
What, did the Avatar go back to Earth and spend 8 months huffing paint? Fuck. So you fight your way through all the pirates and the ROUSs, and you find a gypsy wagon and do the usual tarot card thing to pick your starting class. But here's a pro tip, don't pick a spellcasting class, because unbeknownst to you, magic in Britannia doesn't work until way, way later in the game. So if you pick a mage, your main strength is completely useless, so you're fucked. More fucked, in fact, than if you pick the weakest class, the shepherd, because at least the shepherd starts with a good weapon.
There is much you can learn here that will help you on your journey.
What journey?
What? What journey? Hello, the Guardian? Fucking remember the Guardian?
Betrayal!
What journey? You destroyed an entire fucking planet to get back to fighting him.
Long have you been the savior of Britannia. 8 times before you have made this trip.
Nope, wrong. It was 7 times going to Britannia, because some of the games in the series, like Pagan, didn't take place on Britannia.
To help you on your way, your strength, dexterity, and intelligence will be increased when you go through the portal to Britannia.
Why?
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
Oh my god, you guys don't even know how funny that is yet.
Once you arrive in Britannia, you will find a chest of supplies appropriate to your chosen path that I have left for you in the Tower of Stonegate.
Why wouldn't I go to Castle British? Why would I go to Stonegate? That's not even close where I need to be.
Betrayed me!
Anyway, you run around the park getting yourself outfitted with armor and weapons, and once you're ready for battle, a moon gate opens up and it's purple! Wrong! Wrong! This is wrong! Moon gates are not fucking purple and never have been.
Betrayal!
So you step through the purple moon gate and appear on a mountaintop, and what happened to the moon gate? I should have appeared by stepping through the other side of the purple moon gate, which you just fucking showed me! Now I appear by some kind of Mega Man teleport beam.
Betrayal!
You see the Guardian's head-shaped fortress, which by the way looks nothing like it did at the end of Ultima 8.
Betrayed me!
And then a dragon appears, so the Avatar reaches for his weapons, which are now missing for no reason that is ever explained.
This game sucks!
How? Why? I ask because moon gates do not steal your weapons. And what did we spend all the time collecting shit on Earth for anyway? And the Avatar doesn't look anything like he did at the end of Ultima fucking 8.
Sucks!
So without your weapons, the dragon just immediately incinerates you. Ah, never mind, I'm fine somehow, but I'm in my underwear on a completely different tower. Now I'm in a bedroom somewhere. Ah, why am I alive? I'm completely unmoored, I'm bilocating, and the game hasn't even started. Where am I?
Sucks!
You will not be safe here at Stonegate for long. Unlike on Earth, you are now vulnerable.
implying that on Earth I wasn't vulnerable? Well, let's see what our inventory is like. My clothes and backpack survived the trip, although nothing inside the backpack did except for a loaf of bread.
Betrayal!
Okay. No weapons. Ah, my sextant is here, so I'll just use that to figure out where I am. Even though using a sextant indoors is impossible.
Betrayal!
And when you exit Stonegate, guess what? The skies are blue. Nothing like the red skies we just saw!
Betrayed me!
When you get to the only exit, you find it blocked by a dude with huge shoulder pads called a worm guard. They're called that because they ride dragons, only they never actually do it in the game, just in that one cutscene.
My master will be most pleased with me when I bring you to him.
Hey dude, you kind of forgot your dragon, and you might kind of need him, because if you had a dragon, all I've got is a dagger. If you had a dragon, I might just kind of give up. Okay, well, I just killed the fearsome Wormguard with a dagger. Not so tough without his dragon, is he? So in the cave the guy is guarding, you find a teleporter. And get this, you're gonna love this. Guess where the teleporter goes? Castle British, right in the middle of the fucking courtyard.
So, you have arrived at last. My name is Hennington. I'm Lord British's seneschal.
Why the fuck would this exist? How?
Betrayal!
The Guardian literally has a teleporter from his front door to the middle of Lord British's castle. He could walk right in and just kill everyone instantaneously. And may I remind you very quickly that magic isn't supposed to be working right now. You're told this fairly quickly by the court mage who can't cast any magic spell.
Betrayal!
Oh, what's that? The court mage of Castle British is some old dude named Nystel and not this young lady? Well, I'm glad you noticed, because he's not here, and he's never mentioned by anyone, and the Avatar never questions his absence.
Betrayal!
And there's no Sherry the Talking Mouse, either.
Betrayal!
And, sadly, no fucking Chuckles. And oh, to wonder what he'd have been like in this fucking piece of shit game.
This game sucks!
And I guess in 20 years, they tore the whole castle down and rebuilt it from scratch, because the floor plan of this castle is nothing, and I mean nothing like it was in the previous games.
Betrayed me!
But returning to Lord British himself, check this out. Look, immediately, just wrong, you know? Why is Lord British so fucking old now? It's only been 20 years, which may seem like a lot, but it's nothing in Britannian time. Suddenly he's gone from hale and hearty to this broken down old codger.
Betrayal!
What evil has been unleashed in Britannia? I'm not entirely sure.
What evil? The Guardian! You shitheel! You've been fighting the motherfucker for 4 goddamn games! How do you not know this?
What evil has been unleashed in Britannia?
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
Of course, you're free to take any supplies that you find here in my castle. There is even some money there.
Oh, yeah, a sack of gold pieces and anything I want from the castle. On a scale of 1 to 10 of helpfulness, that rate's a jack point shit. Seriously? Motherfucker's been waiting 20 years for my ass, and he couldn't get together some weapons and armor to equip me by now? There's not even like a decent fucking steel sword laying around. How many fucking times have I swung by this goddamn castle to save the world, and Lord British has never given me the shit I need to do my fucking job? Also, just chilling around the throne room, there's this gargoyle dude, I don't know who he is, and I don't know why he's flying in place for seemingly no reason. And while I'm at it, I'm pretty sure winged flight doesn't allow you to hover in place.
Sucks!
And don't tell me he's a wizard or shit, because fuck you.
To be Vasagralam of the Gargoyles.
I'm sorry, but what? I mean, who are the gargoyles?
What, the gargoyles? Ah, you wouldn't know them. You only stole their most sacred holy book, dropped the earth's crust on their homeland, and spent the entirety of Ultima 6 dealing with them, you dumb fuck!
Betrayal!
I'm sorry, but what? I mean, who are the gargoyles?
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
I mean, what in the... Who are the gargoyles? Who the fuck is this guy? And what's he done with the fucking Avatar, this useless, retarded, scum-lapping shitbag?
To be unable to read the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom.
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
What?
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
What?
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
The Avatar has to ask what the fucking Codex... No! No! No, do I even have to explain? In how many ways? I can't explain how... It's the thesis of the whole... I can't. This is what I'm dealing with. This is like the Pope asking what the fucking Bible is!
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
Do not believe that the Avatar can have forgotten about the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom.
No fucking shit!
to know that the Codex will answer any question asked of it, provided the lenses are used. To know that without the lenses, the Codex appears to be gibberish.
No it doesn't. That's not how the Codex works.
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
And the lenses do not translate the Codex. It allows people to see into the ethereal void where the Codex was sent. Again in Ultima 6! And speaking of that, how did the Codex get out of the ethereal void and back on Britannia? You have any fucking clue how hard it was to send the Codex there in the first fucking place? How in the fuck do you make a game that makes less sense than Ultima fucking 1? I mean, okay, in Ultima 1 you had a medieval society with a booming trade in space shuttles, but at least in that game you didn't have 10 previous games of backstory to fuck up. I'm gonna cut the game coded in BASIC in like 1980 some slack. Oh god, so you talk to the court mage and she explains something called spellbinding, which binds spells to spellbooks. And if that's confusing, I understand, because it's something we've never had to do before, because magic, which doesn't work, works totally different now. Or at least it would work different now if it worked, which it doesn't.
I'm not entirely sure.
Anyway, she can't even remember how to do the ritual, and she's the court mage of Britain.
Betrayal!
Just outside the mage's room, you find a shitload of crystal balls just sitting out there on the veranda, including one that... it's centered right on the Guardian's fortress? Okay, I'll play. If Lord British has a crystal ball aimed right at the motherfucker's fortress, how is he not sure what evil threatens Britannia?
I'm not entirely sure.
He knows exactly where the Guardian is! Why the fuck has he not gone over there to kick his big red ass?
We can't! The press!
Fuck this! Lord British has been playing my ass for too long. I'm gonna give him this loaf of bread I made back on Earth as a present for the huge help he's been to me up to now. He won't even heal you in this game. And before you tell me he can't because magic doesn't work, it didn't fucking work in Ultima 7 either. It didn't stop him then.
Betrayal!
Check this out. I made special bread for you, king asshat. Made it in my bread machine and dumped a fucking box of rat poison in that shit. What's with this guy anyway? He's a king and he just sees a whole loaf of dry, nasty-ass bread on a plate with nothing else and he just figures, okay, and he crams the fucking loaf in his mouth? What an asshole.
But do take some food with you. You'll need to keep your strength up.
Keep my strength up?
Oh yes, food will help keep you strong and make you heal faster, you know.
Yes, a maid has to explain to the Avatar why it's good to eat food. The Avatar is too stupid to eat. And why is the kitchen behind a secret door? There are more secret doors in this castle than real ones. Literally, I checked. I also like this metal shit biscuit who offers to train you for 300 gold pieces, moments after he said Lord British commanded him to offer you all courtesies. Yeah, apparently all courtesies doesn't encompass lending me his armor, weapons, or fucking free sword lessons.
There's a wide variety of armor that you can get. Everything from leather to plate. The leather armor is probably the weakest.
Probably? Leather's probably the weakest. You don't know this.
I'm not entirely sure.
It only gets worse, and I mean way worse when you leave the castle and explore Britain. There's a hedge maze just outside, which naturally was never there in any game before this.
Sucks!
And a floaty flamey sword in the middle of it. I mean, why would it be there? Why didn't Lord British tell you about it? Britain itself is way smaller than it used to be in other games. It's only got like a handful of buildings with a population of, I don't know, maybe 25, 30 people, and that's counting the people in the castle. But all the people in town are assholes now because of all the weird columns that appeared. The columns are magically twisting the virtue so that everyone behaves in the opposite of each city's official virtue. So because Britain's the city of compassion, everyone's behaving like a callous bastard now.
Look at what you just did! Did you not see that pile of dirt? You just...
Ah, I'm inside the street sweeper! The Guardian controls the camera! The mayor of Britain's gone on this huge campaign of exiling the poor and sick out of town to somewhere else where they can die out of sight and stop taking advantage of people's charity and dragging down the economy. Insert Republican healthcare joke here. But here's the thing, if the column has made everyone in Britain a complete dickhead, why aren't the people in the castle angry and unhelpful too? In fact, everyone in the castle's been rather pleasant.
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Marjorie.
Oh, Jesus fuck. Can nobody in Britain pick a fucking accent and stick with it?
Well, linear spells work, and scrolls still work.
Well, hello, mate. How are you then?
Why does his dialogue look Cockney in text when he talks like he's from Tennessee?
Go on in and have a look about.
All I know is there's supposed to be a piece behind the wall of water.
Hello, what have we got here then?
Your Honor, I swear to you, I am innocent.
French? There's a France in Britannia?
Where?
No, he can't be.
I may be old, but I wager I've still got some skills you haven't seen.
You get many hillbillies in Britannia, do we?
Yes, of course. It's all part of his policy to clean up the city and make it safe. And I support it.
Aw, come on, you can do better than that. How about some kind of racist Chinese laundry guy accent? Get offensive here, swing for the cheap seats. Michael Bay this bitch.
Oh, Avatar, is that you? Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh no.
Hi, Avatar. Look, I look just like you.
Oh no.
So anyway, I thought that a goat would be good for him, so I got him a goat. Neat, huh?
Oh, excellent.
You're really going there, aren't you?
Betrayal!
You've created the Gayvatar?
Oh, please, keep my secret. Please, please, please.
And what can we do to you?
This game touched me, and I can never show you where. You know, sometimes I just... What do I even say about this? There is not a single fundamental level of my existence this game has not found a way to horrify me. I am shocked to my fucking core. In this game, blatantly stealing stuff right in front of people and ransacking their houses for goods has absolutely no impact on virtue. Remember, it's not stealing if you have the key, which I stole. Stealing is almost expected of you to get decent weapons and armor because, get this, all you can even get in Britain in the store is leather armor. I repeat, the only armor available in the supposedly biggest city in the world, the seat of power, the capital of Britannia, is piecemeal leather armor. I am the goddamn Avatar. Why in the flying fuck am I more poorly equipped than this city guard?
This game sucks!
You find out that the original strongholds devoted to truth, love, and courage were all destroyed by the Guardian or other disasters. So they built a new cathedral in Britain devoted to love, only, well, they kinda sorta forgot the most important thing to the religion when they cleared out Empath Abbey.
Tragically, our most beloved icon, the Candle of Love, was lost when the Abbey was destroyed. What is the Candle of Love?
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
Well, it's only one of the most important relics in your entire fucking religion, and you use it to destroy the Shadow Lords, idiot.
You call me an idiot?
Yes! I'm calling you an idiot! You and the stupid, useless, shit-licking, sloppy son of a bitch who wrote this fuckpocalypse! Why else would the goddamn Avatar have to ask all these stupid fucking questions?
How do I get to pause?
You should know this because you've been there in 4 Ultima games!
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
I swear to God, I'm gonna find the donut puncher who wrote this piece of bitch and make him shit his own fucking teeth.
Why are you so unpleasant?
Why are you such an asshole?
Do you take me for a common fool?
Fuck me, the voice acting sucks right across the board. But how mad should I really be at the actors when the script is so fucking irredeemably horrible? The Avatar character is completely destroyed and turned into a mockery, completely devoid of depth, and acting completely out of character given his backstory. And I don't even know how you can really write the Avatar out of character, given that pretty much all of his dialogue up to this point was name, job, and bye. But I can't cut the actors any slack, they're all fucking terrible. This guy makes the Avatar sound like he used to play football in high school until he fell out of a fucking pickup truck and hit his head.
Sure, let's go!
This was the best they could do? This ass master couldn't act wet in a thunderstorm. I mean, granted, I don't know who the fuck could act well enough to somehow make this script suck less. It ain't exactly Shakespeare we're dealing with. The Avatar is voiced by J.C. Shakespeare. We are literally watching Shakespearean acting.
Why do I find you so attractive?
You know, I gotta show you this bit. It's skipping ahead a little bit, but fuck it. I'm gonna show you the absolute worst line in the entire fucking game. And just think about that for a second, given all the shit we've seen up to now, and we're not even 20 minutes into this game. Yeah. It's when you go to another city called Trinsic, which is the City of Honor. You are not gonna believe this shit.
How are you today? I thought that I knew all of the paladins around here.
What's a paladin? What's a paladin? What's a paladin?
What's a paladin?
What's a paladin?
Show it again.
What's a paladin?
Again.
What's a paladin?
Again!
What's a paladin?
What's a paladin?
What's a paladin?
What's a paladin?
You know, when I first played this game a long time ago, I had to stop right there. I had to. I had to get up and walk away, and it must have taken me a week or 2 weeks before I could even play the fucking game again, because that line, "What's a paladin?" is so bad. And it's not because of the voice acting, not entirely. I mean, trust me, the voice acting there is the stuff of fucking legend, but that's not it. It's the line itself. It's offensive. It's offensive to every loyal fan who ever paid money for an Ultima game. It's a middle finger right up the ass to anyone who ever gave a shit, who ever got emotionally invested in the story or the characters. Why? Well, not only has the Avatar been around Paladins since before he was the fucking Avatar, one of his closest friends and oldest, most stalwart companions through every adventure, Sir Dupre, he was a Paladin who literally sacrificed his life by jumping into a cremation oven alive in the Avatar's place to save the entire world and the cosmos as we know it. It was one of the most moving, shocking character deaths in gaming history. And how, oh how, does the Avatar remember his noble sacrifice?
What's a paladin?
What's a Paladin? Fuck you! I haven't even started this game, and everywhere I turn I see something I could bitch about for hours. The worst thing in Britain is the Museum of the Avatar, and I still cannot believe how badly botched this was. They got absolutely every single thing wrong in this fucking building. First of all, you talk to the curator of the museum, who complains to you that people in Britain are mean and cruel now, but why isn't she affected by the columns like everyone else is?
Oh, Avatar, do you think that you can find the lost runes?
Please refresh my memory about the runes. What's a paladin?
She tells you that the runestones of the 8 virtues that were kept in the museum were stolen like 20-some years ago. But if that's true, why is there still broken glass all over the fucking floor? Has nobody swept up in decades?
Betrayed me!
I don't know, maybe it wouldn't have happened if there were guards in here, just saying. Gotta think of it, there's basically nobody in here at all. Why the fuck am I hearing sounds like the room is filled with hundreds of people? I'm hearing the voices again!
Over the years, various people have tried to locate the runes, but so far, no one has.
Well, gee, I don't know. Have you tried looking in the huge fuck-off glowing columns of evil? Why in the hell has nobody bothered to investigate the huge, obviously evil columns in 20 fucking years? Lord British didn't send anybody? Oh, I can see the motherfucker's a real busy guy. Don't hurt yourself on that throne, Rich. Does nobody in Britannia have any fucking initiative whatsoever?
I'm not entirely sure.
Anyway, check out the exhibits in the museum. Look at this. Mondane Skull. Are you fucking kidding me? Mondane Skull, an item which, when used, can just casually eradicate all life on the planet, and it's just sitting here under a glass display case, completely unguarded. You're telling me some pissant kid could just wander in here, bump into the goddamn case, knock it over, and accidentally destroy the fucking planet? And how the shit did it get in here anyway, considering we threw the thing into a fucking volcano and destroyed it to open the Stygian Abyss?
Betrayal!
Oh, well, I guess I'm worrying over nothing. I suppose it's safe here. It's not like anyone would just come into the museum, smash the cases open, and steal things. Oh, right!
This game sucks!
Then there's the 4 cards from Ultima 3, which you use to destroy Exodus, which also could not possibly have survived.
Betrayal!
There's the Silver Horn from Ultima 4, which looks completely different from the last time you saw it in other games, when it was frigging huge and bigger than you are.
Betrayed me!
Oh, and there's the Talisman of Infinity, which was also either destroyed or sent to the Void along with the Dark Core of Exodus from Forge of Virtue, and is also in inconsistent shape from the way it appeared in that game.
Betrayal!
Korgan's Fang is here, which is fucking amazing considering it's a weapon that came from fucking Pagan, and according to the fucking intro, I returned to Earth from Pagan, and so the fucking thing could never have gotten here in the first fucking place.
Betrayal!
How does anyone in Britannia even know about Pagan?
I've seen your face on the tapestry!
Well, perhaps they saw it on the Tapestry of Ages, which is something the writers just pulled completely out of their asses for this game. For what reason, I really don't know. It's just here now, and the way it's explained, it's just some kind of magic tapestry that started out blank, and every time you arrive in Britannia, parts of it fill in by magic to show your destiny or some fucking thing. But guess what? I mean, even the tapestry is so full of plot holes, it's a wonder I can't fucking see through it.
Mondain creates the gem of immortality to solidify his future as supreme evil overlord.
In the books, Mondain didn't create the Gem of Immortality, he stole it when he murdered his father. And that gem was a ruby, and when Mondain twisted its magic to evil, it turned black. It was never fucking yellow.
Betrayal!
Except in the game Ultima 1 when you see it, and it shouldn't be yellow, the book says. And the Avatar never actually fought Exodus with a sword, because it was indestructible, he had to destroy it by putting computer cards into it.
Betrayal!
Why does the Avatar have an Ankh on his tabard in games that took place before Ultima 4? Because the Ankh is the symbol of the Avatar, and he wasn't the Avatar in Ultimas 1, 2, or 3.
Betrayed me!
Likewise, why is he always using the same sword in every single panel? I bring this up because the only way to kill Minax in Ultima 2 is to use the magic quicksword. And remember how much of a pain in the ass it was to get that one? In Ultima 7, you had the Black Sword, which was world infamous, and you'd think the tapestry might point it out, since it was, you know, only the most powerful weapon ever crafted that could kill anyone with a thought. But whatever, since the Avatar didn't smash the fucking Black Gate with a sword, he used a magic wand. And this is a big one because you can't smash Blackrock with physical force, you have to use magic. Why the fuck does Lord British have white hair in Ultima 4? Did he invent just for men hair color when you see him in Ultima 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and just now run out when you see him in Ultima 9?
I'm not entirely sure.
Iolo also didn't have white hair in Ultima 5. Blackthorn had longer hair when you see him at the end of Ultima 5, and in that scene when he gets exiled, he wasn't chained up. In Ultima 6, Iolo used a crossbow to kill the Gargoyle Priest, not a regular longbow. Come to think of it, where are all the crossbows in Britannia in Ultima 9? There's no crossbows to be seen everywhere. It's all longbows. Iolo always used a crossbow, but now he's been changed into a master longbowman? What the fuck? Isn't the Gargoyle Priest supposed to be holding the Book of Prophecies in this illustration? It was kinda sort of important in that it was the impetus for the entire fucking story of Ultima 6. Lord British's crown is inconsistent from when you see it in every other game. Where's the tattoo the Avatar got in his face on Serpent Isle? It's not in the tapestry, and it's not on his face now. Oh, and this panel is fucking ridiculous, too. This is supposed to take place on Pagan, right? During the execution scene at the beginning of the game, but look at, my god, everything in this panel is wrong. The sky is the wrong color. The landscape is completely wrong. It's not hilly because the game takes place at the foot of a giant fucking volcano. The sun is shining when the sun not shining is one of the key defining characteristics of the world of Pagan. Most people on Pagan don't even fucking know what the sun is. It's why the guy summoned Pyros in the first place, just to ask him what the sun is like. The axe looks wrong, and the head didn't fall into a bucket, it rolled off the pier into the fucking sea. Why does the tapestry not show lava surrounding the bases of the columns? Because when you get to the columns, they're all surrounded by lava. Oh, so that's how everyone knows about Pagan. A picture appeared on the tapestry and showed everyone the Avatar summoning an archdevil from hell itself. A good thing it didn't show them a picture of me hacking a dozen small children to death with a fucking battle axe, because, you know, that might have made me really look bad. But my favorite part of the tapestry, it flat out tells anyone who looks at it specifically that the Guardian is twisting the virtues with his evil columns.
The Guardian will rip Britannia asunder with giant evil columns.
And yet, everyone in the entire fucking world acts confused that it's happening, they don't know what's causing it, and seemingly have no interest at all in investigating or stopping them. Even Lord British is in the dark on this one, and the thing blatantly tells you it's the columns.
Giant evil columns.
What evil has been unleashed in Britannia?
Giant evil columns.
I'm not entirely sure.
What's a paladin?
Hell, the tapestry even spoils the ending for the game by explaining that I succeed, I defeat the Guardian and ascend to a higher plane of existence. Well, thanks for that, Magic Tapestry. I guess the notion of free will just took it full in the ass.
More than you know, Avatar.
Hey, I'm not even close to finishing this game, okay? So you can just shut the fuck up.
Such anger, Avatar. Oh, but don't let me interrupt you. Believe me, there's no one who wants you to see this through to the end more than me.
Blom. Blom. Blom.
I hate this game. I hate it. Part of me doesn't even know what I'm doing here anymore.
What's a paladin?
Because that's about it, right? That's Ultima 9 summed up in 3 fucking words. What's a paladin? Fuck you, the end. I could have wrapped this whole thing up right there, but I didn't know all this shit happened when I first played this game, and I had no idea how thoroughly my sense of loyalty and childhood wonder would get pounded right in the ass. But now it's my turn to hurt this fucking game, and you're gonna watch so you feel just a fraction, just a tiny amount of the suffering that I felt, because it's my mission now to show you assholes what suffering really is.
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
Fuck you! Why did I even bother trying to count the betrayals in this fucking game? I already fucked this whole review up by even trying to, because you can't count betrayals. You can't equate what's a paladin to some continuity errors on a fucking tapestry. I started to realize, like, all betrayals aren't equal, so let's just forget the whole betrayal counter gag. The whole bit was getting annoying anyway. Here's my point, though. Do you see how high this thing got? If anything, if betrayals aren't equal, it should be way higher. And we're not even 20 minutes into this game. We haven't even finished exploring the starting city. We haven't even really begun our quest yet. That's the worst part as a player, is knowing all this up front. Knowing that you haven't even really started the game, and you have not yet begun to suffer. But you keep playing, you know. You gotta play Ultima 9 because you love Ultima, and you've stuck with it through, what, like 13 games, and you gotta see how it all ends. It's all been leading to this. So you see the ending, even though you know deep in your soul the ending's gonna be the drizzling shits anyway. So you leave Britain completely under-equipped, and you head to a village called Pause. Not because you really need to, mainly because it's the only direction you're allowed to go. Check it out, that thing is hung like a horse. It's good to see Lord British is taking real good care of his subjects, exiling them all to a shanty in the middle of a swamp to die horribly of malaria. Did nobody mention this to the king, that this was going on, the whole forcibly deporting the poor and the sick to the middle of a disease-ridden swamp? LB, do you notice the problem here?
I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, all I'm saying is, you'd think he'd notice the torch-wielding mobs and the massive civil unrest and the mass deportation of the majority of Britain's citizens occurring literally within earshot of the castle walls.
I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, the dude's got a shit ton of crystal balls all set up on the balcony to see what's going on all over the realm. He couldn't just, like, go outside to peek out and see what's going on in his own city?
I'm not entirely sure.
It's also good to see he's keeping the roads and the outlying villages completely unpatrolled and wide open to being sacked and burned by brigands. Lord British, you want to do anything about the bandits operating completely unchecked literally 100 yards outside the city walls?
I'm not entirely sure.
No? Okay, maybe you want to send one of your knights out to deal with the troll that's cutting off the only trade route leading to Britain? Well done. I mean, it's not like he's doing anything else.
I'm not entirely sure.
Do you see what I mean about this bullshit? I just stepped outside the city walls. I'm not even doing anything, and I could already find something to bitch about for 15 minutes.
It almost seems like there's no end to it, doesn't it? Oh, but you can end your suffering anytime you like, Avatar.
Shut up! I'm gonna finish this if it's the last thing I do.
We can't get fresh water from this mill because the valve is broken.
Actually, I think the reason you can't get fresh water from the mill is because the water going to the mill is a stagnant, poisonous, undrinkable swamp full of parasites. It's all just a fetch quest anyway. Lots of super heroic rat killing. And don't I feel like a big goddamn hero just mowing down rats all day? So you fix the valve, but it produces blue dye? The lady thanks you anyway. Yeah, good luck drinking that. Oh, fuck me, what fresh hell is this?
So here's this giant enemy crab.
Are you serious? Because, you know, there weren't any scary monsters we could use from the previous games, right? We had to introduce giant crabs, which were never in any other Ultima games, of course. God damn, look at this! Come on! Come on! Seriously? Fucking crabs taking more punishment than the headless. Fuck, dude, I gotta get more water-type Pokemon. Apparently these bastards are indestructible. I got new respect for those dudes on Deadliest Catch. You ever see that show? Jeez, crab meat should cost like $10,000 a pound. I'm not giving up. This shit's personal now. Come on, you crotch smoker. Die! 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 Fucking finally! Jesus Christ! At least the crab had a ton of gold on it, right? Because that makes sense.
Avatar, it is I, Shamino.
Of course it is. Obviously.
Shamino, where are you?
I've been trapped in the spirit realm. You're probably aware of the columns that have appeared. When they first came out of the ground, I felt that there was something very sinister about them. So I undertook a spiritual quest to learn more.
Really? No shit. You had to go to the ethereal plane to piece that one together, did you? Good job. I don't know. I mean, I guess I can see why someone might think the giant lava-spewing columns were put together by the Care Bears to emit cotton candy and friendship.
Why aren't you out there fixing things? You're the Avatar. You're supposed to be fixing things.
Okay, so the goal of the game is to go to each of the corrupted shrines and meditate there. And to do that, you need to learn each shrine's mantra, which you'd think the goddamn Avatar would have written down by now after 8 fucking games, but no! And get this, even if you did write the mantras down, it won't help you, because in several instances, the game will reject the correct mantra until you've completed the necessary storyline quests to learn it on your own. That is bullshit! Then you have to go into the columns to retrieve the corrupted runes of virtue, which you'd have thought by now they'd have taken better care of than putting them in a glass case in an unguarded room, but no! And lastly, you have to purify them at the shrine with the magic sigils.
What is a sigil? What's a paladin?
No, that is actually a valid question. What the fuck is a sigil? Well, a sigil is something the game designers pulled completely out of their ass that's never been connected to the virtues before, purely as busy work. It's just one more thing you've got to do in every town. It's busy work of the most transparent sort. And the whole game is like this. All you do over and over is you go to a town where everyone's an asshole. Then you get the mantra, then you go to the dungeon near the town, you solve a shitload of lame switch puzzles, you fight a guy, you get the rune, then you go back and fix the rune. Then you go to the next town full of assholes and do it all over again. 7 more times. I just feel like I'm spinning my wheels, treating the symptoms and not the disease. I feel like I should be going after the Guardian instead of fucking around with brigands and rats. I feel like by now there should be some epic magical showdown between 2 gods, flinging magic spells that level entire continents. But no, I'm fighting rats. 11 plus games, you know, I've journeyed to other planets, other dimensions, I've slain alien gods. Here I am. I'm still hip deep in rats. Fuck my life.
Britain seems to have changed. What evil has been unleashed in Britannia? Can you tell me anything about the columns?
I'm afraid that I don't know much about them. I do think that they're evil, though. There's something about them, and it's not good.
You know, I think you might be onto something here.
Where is Yolo?
Oh, Avatar, I'm so worried about him. Lord British sent him down to Despise, and he hasn't come back. It's been a very long time now, and I'm worried.
What,
You mean she didn't go looking for her fucking husband? Gwenno was supposed to be fucking badass. She went to Serpent Isle, for fuck's sake, the first person to do so in hundreds of years. And she just got through telling me that the spies shouldn't be much of a problem. And why the fuck didn't Lord British mention that one of my best friends for hundreds of years had gone missing investigating the columns on his orders, by the way?
I'm not entirely sure.
Why didn't he send someone to rescue the fucking guy when he went missing years ago? You're telling me that Lord British sent one guy who's pushing 80 years old in Earth years. One fucking guy. And when that one guy didn't report back, big fucking shock, he didn't even bother sending a rescue party? That didn't tip him off that the columns are dangerous when the guy you sent to investigate doesn't come back? Fuck you. So you go into the dungeon, lots of rats, lots of spiders, absolutely nothing interesting. It sucks. Who makes keys out of gold, anyway?
The pit is filled with sharp, gem-encrusted spikes.
Freelit jumps into the pit to gather the treasure. How much does Freelit get?
At the entrance to the column underground, you find a worm guard standing there. Yeah, the Guardian put one guy to guard the world-destroying superweapon. And can you really call him a worm guard when he doesn't have a dragon? I don't know, maybe it was too big to fit in the entrance. It's parked outside.
Well, your do-gooder antics are over.
Nobody talks like that! After you kick his ass, he surrenders and confesses that he's YOLO and he's been brainwashed by the Guardian to serve him. Oh, that YOLO. He's always getting possessed by demons. First the Bane of Insanity and now this. This is when you meet a lady named Raven, who saves you from another worm guard and later on joins you in your quest. You notice how in the FMVs our armor and equipment is completely different, and in the cutscenes the Avatar apparently walks around completely unarmed?
I need proof that you really are the Avatar.
Oh, come on! You don't recognize me? Clearly you've never been to the Museum of the Avatar. My face is all over that fucking tapestry. Come on, look at this face. Tell me I'm not the goddamn Avatar. Who else looks like me?
I needed love, Avatar.
Ah!
And the mayor, do you think he loves me?
This is minor, but I gotta call it out because I fucking hate this every time I see it. A pearl takes as much space in my backpack as a two-handed sword. Why the fuck do they design games like this?
Blasted people never leave me alone. First those goblins from the west, now this blonde muttonhead.
This happens so many times in Ultima 9.
Give us your gold!
This is ridiculous. I'm leaving.
I always find it funny when the villagers here somehow get it in their heads that they can take on the Avatar, a heavily armed demigod, in a one-on-one fight unarmored with their bare hands. I'm the guy who took on Mondane, Minax, Exodus, fucking every great threat to conquer Britannia, but no, this is the guy. He thinks he's the guy who's finally got my number. And of course, you've got no other choice but to chop them in half with a greatsword to stop them. Fucking brilliant. Clearly justice has been done here this day, because I'm the Avatar! I had no other choice but to chop this fucker in half. Just marvel at the monster AI of Ultima 9. What? And the game just froze. Fuck. You want to know why it froze? Because this guy, who by the way looks exactly like all the other bandits in this game, is programmed so that you have to approach him and talk to him before proceeding. So if you shoot him, the game crashes. Well, pardon me for being fucking intelligent.
Men, get him.
Hey, by men, I mean that one guy over there. Holy shit, I can swim! Quite the stark contrast from Pagan, where setting foot in a puddle fucking kills you instantly! Oh, but don't get any bright ideas about going off the plot railroad and swimming to another town. Even though the size of the ocean is only about 100 yards across the next continent, you can't swim there because, invisible ocean force field with unbelievable pain! Well, shit, man, that hurt for some reason. Should probably stay out of the water anyway with all the crabs. Fuck! This game crashes like crazy, and I mean all the fucking time, and it's completely at random. if you don't save, you're fucked, and so you're forced to save at every turn after you do every single thing. But here's the thing, you don't want to save because this was one of those games that took forever to finish the save process. So when you save, you'll be waiting for the whole thing to finish for like a minute. So it crashes all the fucking time, which sucks, and because it crashes all the fucking time, you gotta save all the fucking time, and so you spend all day staring at the fucking save screen all the time, which sucks even more. This whole thing is glitchy as shit! Oh my god, it's a miracle! The Mayor of Britain is fucking flying!
Please, Avatar, I need your help.
Hell, everyone can fly! Someone just shot an arrow in my fucking dick! Oh yeah, speaking of combat, the hit detection eats too. Why the fuck? Ah! Hang on, what the hell? As you go on, you learn that the Guardian's got a bunch of secret agents working for him everywhere.
I'll tell you the Guardian's plans. He's been toying with you. He plans to...
I will not tolerate disloyalty, Gilligan. Let everyone know that this is what awaits any who would betray me.
So wait, okay, the Guardian can literally kill anyone in the world at a moment's notice? And I don't mean he just kills you. Dude just waves his hand and reduces a motherfucker to a pile of guts. If he sees and knows everything that's happening in the world and can kill anybody he wants, alright, well, why doesn't he just kill you? Why not kill everybody? He's content to just sit there on his ass and watch you reverse the influence of his columns? It makes no fucking sense. Raven takes you to Buccaneer's Den, and naturally it's nothing like it was in other games. Actually, in this case it's funny because it's now bigger than Britain, and one of the main landmarks you might have visited, the casino, is just gone. Oh, but the brothel is still there.
Want to party?
Sure, let's go.
All right. My price is 100 gold.
Yeah, I'm game.
All right then, let's get to it, baby.
What in the fuck was that? I just paid a Russian whore 100 gold pieces, and all I got was a fade to black? It was money well spent, wasn't it? You couldn't even give me a porno music cue? The fuck is this sound effect?
Ulrich, go to the hall. Ulrich, go to the hall.
Oh yeah, and there's also a fight club in Buccaneer's Den for way more Avatar-like behavior. Like murdering tons of people in bare-knuckle boxing matches and punching them until they turn into featureless piles of gore. It's okay, guys, because the people I'm killing are stupid.
It seems you too are in need of discipline.
Look at this guy. What, do these people got a fucking death wish or what? Why isn't he wearing any pants? God damn, sometimes I feel sorry for... Fuck! Anyway, you're here to meet the Pirate King Samhain. He tells you to fix the column near Buccaneer's Den first, which I was going to do anyway, and in return, he'll give you the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom.
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
Yes, the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom.
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom.
The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
Yes! It's right there on the fucking table directly in front of you, you toe-headed buttloader! How do you fail to recognize the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom? Your entire fucking philosophy revolves around it! It defines your very Wait, why the fuck does it have a Catholic cross on the cover? That is not the symbol of the Codex! And the book is a fraction of the size it's supposed to be!
How the fuck did he get a hold of it?
Where did you get your hands on that book?
Oh, that's not important, Avatar.
Yeah, it fucking is important because I sent it beyond time and space to the ethereal fucking void. I spent all of Ultima 6 doing that so that no one person could claim possession of the fucking thing to specifically avoid this situation. You've got to find the Shrine of Humility next, after finding where New Maginsia is for the fuck! But for some reason, the shrine is hidden underwater, and I got no fucking clue why.
Can you tell me the mantra to the Shrine of Humility?
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
If a truly humble person stands on the promontory to the north, the shrine will be revealed to them.
How do you know that? Seriously, how do you know that? How the fuck do you know that? This is where, I don't know, I can't even explain what happens. It's like you can see the negative space where they didn't finish parts of the game. You raise the shrine from the water, you go meditate at it, and then just bam, all of a sudden you're in this underwater domed city called Ambrosia. I don't know if I accidentally hit a key and skipped a cutscene or stopped listening to the shrine or what. I have no idea how I got here. This place is the gargoyle city of Ambrosia. No, this isn't the Ambrosia you've seen in previous games, nor did the gargoyles live in it, and even if they did, which they don't, the city is missing the statues of Mondain, Minax, and Exodus that were in the shrines where they did live. I don't even know what I'm doing here. The leader of the gargoyles says that you're the false prophet, which is not true since I disproved it in Ultima 6 and consequently prevented the destruction of the gargoyle race. And just like everyone else in Britannia, these guys act like pricks too. The columns are making them feel an excess of pride, even though humility and pride were never part of the gargoyle system of ethics. So, because I got nothing else to do and I don't know how to get out of here, I just start doing quests for people, putting things on things which activate other things, and eventually I help supply power to a statue to the queen of the gargoyles, which causes Ambrosia's dome to shatter, flooding the dome with water, killing virtually everyone.
To know that we are dying.
Oh, well, shit. Oops. But hey, I'm not the false prophet, okay? Don't blame me for the extinction of the gargoyle race, because that guy told me to. I'm not the false prophet. I'm gonna prove it, because I'm gonna save the gargoyle race. I'll save some gargoyle eggs. Yeah, gargoyle eggs. Didn't you know that gargoyles laid eggs?
So who's laying these eggs?
There's like one female that runs the whole show.
Yes, the queen.
She's badass, man. I mean big.
So she's, she's understandably just a tiny bit upset that you kinda, sorta, accidentally destroyed the entire gargoyle race. I mean, okay, it's not like I did it on purpose, alright? Because I'm not the false prophet. I'm trying to get the eggs to save your people here, and if I gotta kill your ass to do it, then that's what I'll do, alright? But I am not the false prophet!
What would Lord British think of his avatar now? You haven't been able to beat me yet. Why do you think you can now?
What, you mean aside from the 3 or 4 times I've beaten you? Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. So we got another dungeon after that, and guess what? Sewer level. The water here is poisonous to the touch unless you're wearing swamp boots. And apparently swamp boots prevent you from getting poisoned even when you go swimming under the shit juice. I'd also like to note that I'm about 16 hours into this game, and my primary enemies are still fucking rats. Rinse and repeat, switch puzzles, go to the column, get the thing, heal up, fuck! So when you fix the thing, you go back to Samhain to get your codex, only to find out that it's a trap, and he's been working for Lord Blackthorn this whole fucking time. I'm shocked, I'm blown away! An untrustworthy pirate, who the fuck would have thought?
But the codex was not part of the deal.
I am altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further.
All this leads you to being thrown into another dungeon for more switch puzzles. I know I keep asking this, but why the fuck don't they just kill you already?
We can't! The press!
What possible reason could Blackthorn or the Guardian have for keeping you alive, when all you do is actively ruin their plans for complete global destruction? Oh, and get this! The jail cell they throw you into just happens to have a secret door in it that leads you to a chamber that just happens to have a magic statue in it that just happens to turn you incorporeal so you can walk through the fucking cell door. I am not even kidding. This thing is just there. It's just there. Why the fuck would anyone just put this thing here? And why would they put it in a prison cell? And how lucky is it? Of all the hundreds of cells in this fucking dungeon I could have been thrown into, I get the one that has a magic face spider statue.
Hey, stop right there, you thief. There you are. Just as Titus said you'd be.
Titus? No!
Who's Titus?
Don't play dumb. You know who Titus is. Everyone knows who Titus is.
Star player of the Xanarcanabes?
Titus better not be in this fucking game, because I swear to God, people will die.
I am Titus, caretaker of the Lyceum.
Oh, thank God for that. He's just some old dude in charge of the Lyceum, and naturally he's got a bunch of fetch quests for you to do before he'll tell you the mantra of honesty, which I know already, but I can't use the mantra until after he tells motherfucker, cocksucking super cunt son of a fuck!
How does one find the Lyceum?
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
You figure out really early on this Titus guy is obviously trying to kill you, because he keeps sending you into obvious death traps, but you still have to do every single one of them. There's no way to take any initiative even when you know he's setting you up. I wouldn't even have to do this if the game was fuck crashing all the time. I hate this fucking shit. Fuck Lord British too. What the fuck do you want?
Well, my astronomers now believe that the columns are greatly affecting the moons.
How so?
It seems that the columns are pulling the moons out of their orbits, literally dragging them down towards Britannia, if you will.
But that could just be orbital wobble.
Good heavens!
Yes, quite. If things are not changed, the moons will collide into Britannia, and I don't need to tell you what will happen then.
All life in Britannia will be destroyed.
But why? Brackett is no mad dog killer. He is after something.
Okay, again, now that we've established that the Guardian's ultimate plan is in fact just to kill everyone in the world, why doesn't he just do it already? He's indestructible for one, and for another, he's proven that he can kill anyone in the world with a passing thought. And he has an army of dragons at his command that completely outclasses any possible resistance Lord British can present, him and his 8 fucking guys in the castle. Somehow I doubt that Lord British is any kind of military genius.
I'm not entirely sure.
Or the Avatar, for that matter.
Can you tell me about love?
Oh my God, something cool is happening. Words cannot describe how frigging stunned I am to actually be fighting a dragon as opposed to the fuck ton of pirates and giant rats I've mowed down to get to this point. Even though the strategy for fighting a dragon is much the same as fighting everything else in this game. That is, click real fast until bad thing fall down. It's so boring and simplistic, I just want to cocksucker mother of a dong merchant fuck! God! I just hate this fucking glitchy, clogged up septic tank of game design. The combat is just button mashing. There's no technique because why fucking bother, right? You hit one time and they get stun locked until they die. The monster AI is so bad, it's actually kind of depressing to think about. How kill yourself lousy of a programmer do you have to be to screw up the only enemy tactic of run forward and attack rapidly? Like, look at this dumb motherfucker. He's just pacing back and forth, completely helpless. And for funsies, let's just see how many arrows it takes to put this guy down, shall we? Sticking out of him. Fucking Boromir didn't take that many. Jesus. This is turning into a Monty Python sketch.
Hey, mister! Hey, mister! Give me some money.
What do you want? Get lost, you sawed-off little twerp.
You have to do what I say, 'cause I'm a little kid. And if you don't, I'm gonna scream and cry.
You're a little brat, and I'm not going to give you any money.
Hey, you can't talk to me like that. You're mean, and I'm gonna tell everybody. Meanie.
The goddamn Avatar, okay? Not fucking Santa Claus. You know, we got Sirius save the world. Whoa! Hey! What the fuck is going on? He's throwing
This is really happening. How the fuck is the kid throwing fireballs? Magic doesn't work! I'm the Titan of Ether, and I can't throw fireballs yet. What the is this kid from the fucking Q continuum? And of course, my only course of action is to brutally murder another child. Okay, you know what? I've had just about enough of this, honestly, because this right here, this is fucking sick. Alright? How many times I gotta deal with a fucking encounter where the Avatar, the hero, the paragon of goodness and righteousness, is forced, I repeat, forced to violently murder several children. Because, you know, if it happened just one time, I'd say, okay, it's a mistake or just a bad joke. But Richard Garriott is clearly putting this in on purpose. At least 3 games you do this. Honestly, Richard, you know, I love you, man, but fuck you with this child-killing bullshit. I can't even believe that I have to explain why this is bad. But dude, it's just not cool. I don't know if you're trying to make some kind of ethical or philosophical point about the hero being forced to massacre children, like the duality of man or the nature of evil, or, you know, I don't even give a fuck. I don't want to kill children. Heroes, good guys do not murder children, and the notion that you're given absolutely no alternative to doing so is fucking disgusting. What is wrong with you, man? You got serious problems.
It fills you with contempt, does it not, Avatar? To be so thoroughly betrayed and abandoned by Lord British? To know that you serve at best a doddering, incompetent fool, at worst a smug, manipulative usurper who sold himself, sold you, and all the people you protect, sold you all out for wealth and power.
Fucking A, man. Wait, are we talking about Lord British or Richard Garriott?
He feeds on your loyalty and rewards it only with pain and confusion. He stopped caring for the happiness of the people long ago, when he sold his kingdom to powers even darker and more insidious than myself. And why should he care? Why should you? The people resent you, resent your success, resent your purity. They cheer you on only because they enjoy watching you suffer.
Shut up, that's not true.
You are alone, Avatar. Abandoned by your friends, your co-workers, and very soon, by your own sanity. It is only your darker nature, your rage that has brought you this far, brought you to me, and only I can free you from this cage you languish in. But decide soon, this world's time grows short.
I'm almost done, I'm almost finished, alright?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Game, it ruined my fucking life! I'm so fucking tired of this shit, I just want to get it over with already. This is where the writing just completely shits the bed and stops trying entirely to make any kind of fucking sense. The Guardian manages to somehow abduct you by magically steering your ship to his stronghold. Yeah, chalk that up as another power he just inexplicably has, controlling the wind all over the world. Essentially, he just lets you take some free shots at him, which do nothing except damage you.
Do you understand yet? Do you see that you can't hurt me? All of your energy, all of the damage that you would inflict upon me is reflected back onto yourself.
I am rubber, Avatar. You are glue.
Are you beginning to see the futility of resisting me, Avatar?
Yeah, sure, big guy, whatever. I know this guy's supposed to be like the ultimate god of evil or something, and I'm supposed to feel super intimidated right now, but, you know, it's hard for me to feel awestruck or threatened at all by a guy when all I can focus on is the fact that he's standing buck-ass naked right in front of me, and he's kind of in my personal space right now.
Take, for example, your friends in Skara Brae. It's true that they have managed to avoid the effects of my columns, but that is of no matter.
And to prove to you that resistance is futile, he casually wipes out the town of Skara Brae with his magic and forces you to watch. And again, if he can summon a fiery fucking maelstrom to erase any city he wants, anytime he wants, why is he bothering with the fucking columns and the moon crashing crap?
But why? Brackett is no mad dog killer. He is after something.
And then he just lets you go.
Think about it, Avatar. You need to go.
Really? Just lets you go. go! I mean, you could argue that the Guardian is trying to break your will or destroy your spirit, and okay, maybe, but except for the fact that the Worm Guards are still under orders just to kill you. He's still trying to drop the fucking moon on your head. I just really don't get it. Oh fuck, now he's done something worse than kill me. I can't move. I can't walk. I can't move. Raven, help me. I forgot how to walk. My legs don't work. And the game is completely hung. And there we have it.
I'm worried, Raven. I'm not sure I can defeat the Guardian.
What are you talking about? You're the Avatar. You can't fail.
I know I'm the Avatar, but he just seems so powerful.
I know, he's just so powerful. If only I'd become a god or a titan of ether at some point. Maybe then I could take him.
He destroyed Skara Brae, for goodness sake.
It's been destroyed again! How many times can a town get butt-fucked by a fiery cataclysm?
How do I cleanse the Shrine of Justice?
Just like you cleanse the other shrines.
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
After that weird and exceedingly pointless interlude, you're given free control to steer your ship wherever you want to go. And it's every bit as slow and as underwhelming and as fucking soul-crushingly boring as you think it is. Yeah, anyone who bitches about the sailing part of Wind Waker can officially go fuck a garbage disposal after this. I can feel myself fucking dying as I play this. It really does give you perspective on the scope and grandeur of the world of Britannia, though. Check this out, we can circumnavigate the globe in under 5 minutes! Part of me really wants to just kind of map out how big this planet actually is, because I really doubt it's bigger than your average-sized fucking golf course.
Only when you find the staff will I allow you to enter the Lyceum.
What is the Lyceum? What's a paladin? How does one find the Lyceum?
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
Where is the Lyceum? The Codex of Ultimate Wisdom?
Going back to Moonglow, Titus won't cough up the mantra of honesty, so you have to go to the Lyceum and talk to the Book of Truth to get it. It's funny, because I seem to remember the Lyceum being, what's the word? Castle? A castle which didn't fucking fly? I just seem to distinctly remember just walking in the gate and not flying some fucking flying canoe thing. I guess my point is that the assembled collection of all of Britannia's knowledge should probably be larger than a fucking snow cone stand.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyway, guys, get ready to be seriously pissed off at a talking fucking book, and the piss-poor excuse for preachy morality it's about to spew all over you.
Answer this question first. Are you responsible for the destruction that has recently befallen the land?
Yes. Sadly, I am.
How the fuck is that even remotely logical? The whole game, they try to push this dipshit mentality that the Guardian is your dark half, born as some kind of cosmic equal and opposite reaction to you becoming the ultimate force of goodness. But that doesn't make you fucking responsible for the destruction of Britannia because you just went out seeking to do good shit. Really, where the fuck does the Book of Truth get off for laying this guilt trip at your feet? It's just insane. It's like saying Alexander Graham Bell is responsible for creating the Jerky Boys. It's like blaming George Carlin for creating Carlos Mencia. I mean, what the fuck is this stupid book talking about? I'm responsible. The Avatar is responsible for I don't see no smoking gun in the Avatar's hand. You know, here's the thought. I'd be more apt to blame the guy sending dragons to enact a Scorched Earth campaign from his fortress shaped like a 2-mile-tall fucking mushroom head. I got an idea. Let's hang responsibility on the motherfuckers trying to smash moons into the planet, okay? I got enough fucking problems without this shit getting dumped on me. It's just, the only thing you can do is just admit it and leave and finish clearing out the dungeons. So you go to Trinsic where all the paladins are.
What's a paladin?
Yeah, well, you know how mad I got over what's a paladin, right? You know, because it's the biggest betrayal ever, you know, like, it ruins everything. Dupre, the paladin, sacrifices himself by burning himself alive in your place to not only save the world, but to save every world, everywhere, and every person on it by restoring cosmic balance. I can't... I don't know how they did it. When I played it, I was like, this is the worst thing they could possibly... I couldn't think of any... There's no way they did it. You could have told me the Guardian was from fucking Zeist. I'd buy that, because he kind of does, you know? But they did it. Can you think of a... They came up with a way. They came up with something worse. Richard Garriott. What the fuck have you wrought? I can't even tell you what it is yet because it comes way later near the end. But you just gotta remember the concept of honor and Dupre and what he represented and what he did for the Avatar and the story. Like, alright. So first off, none of the paladins here know the mantra of honor. I repeat, the warriors devoted to honor do not know the mantra of honor.
I am Lucero, one of the last paladins of Trinsic.
What's a paladin? What can you tell me about Trinsic?
Your knowledge of the land shall be great.
How did the paladins lose their honor?
Gee, let me think about this one. Hey, do you think it could have something to do with the same evil columns that have inverted the moralities of every fucking town you've been to so far?
Learn the mantra of honor. It is lost to all who still live in Britannia.
How does nobody know the fucking mantra? Did nobody write this shit down? It's one word! One fucking word! You'd think they'd engrave it somewhere. Everywhere. Maybe in the temple devoted to fucking honor. There's 8 fucking words people gotta remember around here. Does nobody take this Avatar shit seriously but me? You know the Avatar is so dumb he can barely chew. Someone, please, would you get this son of a bitch a fucking pen? In fact, the only person who knows the mantra is Dupre. And guess what? He's fucking dead. I mean, there's no reason the Avatar should know the mantra by now, right? So somehow, you have to find a way to talk to Dupre. And no, even if you know the mantra, it doesn't work unless you do the quest to talk to him. Fuck you. Some guy tells you that you have to go to the Paladin's tomb here and go get Dupre's ashes. This is wrong on so many levels. Like, how in the fuck did they get Dupre's ashes back from Serpent Isle? I asked, it must have been really fucking tricky, considering the ashes no longer fucking exist! They were used to bind the 3 Banes into the Great Chaos Serpent. Guess what? They're fucking gone! What, did Shamino and Yolo just put some campfire ashes in a fucking jar and just tell people it was Dupre? So yeah, you just go in there and rob your best friend's grave and take his ashes to the shrine to conjure up his spirit. It's just unbelievable. It'd be funny if it weren't so fucking offensive and sad.
Greetings, old friend. I see that you are well.
Yeah, there he is. There's fucking Dupre. There's his spirit, even though it's been bound forever into the Great Chaos Serpent and is, for all intents and purposes, gone. He tells you to go get the Chalice of Honor, which is something they just made up for this game. It's at the bottom of the dungeon, of course, and when you get there, it's full of zillions of identical chalices.
Which one is it? You must choose. But choose wisely.
Yeah, have you noticed Blackthorn is now wearing an eye patch? Got no fucking clue why, because in the scene where he gets injured, the dagger Raven threw clearly misses his eye. Blackthorn's already beat you down here and picked out the correct chalice, and he just smashes it to spite you. But Dupre tells you it doesn't really matter since, you know, it's just a bullshit symbol. And I don't think anybody really knew what it looked like anyway. What? I mean, nobody knows the 1-syllable mantra of honor. You really think they can tell one of these fucking cups from another? I could bring them a fucking big gulp and they'd probably believe it. And yeah, I keep mentioning Lord Blackthorn, a walking plot hole in this game if ever there was one. They really wrote themselves into a corner with this fucking guy. Okay, dude takes over Britannia in Ultima 5. At the end of that game, Lord British shows mercy on him and exiles the dude through a moon gate to God knows where, because it wasn't really his fault that he was evil, he just got influenced by the Shadow Lords. Later on, one of the most interesting parts of Serpent Isle comes when you visit the monastery, and you find out what ultimately became of Lord Blackthorn when you read one of the monk's journals. Yeah! I actually read the books in every RPG I play. It's some of the most interesting stuff in those games most times. I even read the fucking flavor text for missions in World of fucking Warcraft, and I bet you don't do that shit, right? I guess I'm just sick that way. But you know why I do it? Very simple. It's because I care about the story in RPGs. I certainly fucking cared about the story in the Ultima series, and reading the books, it's little stuff like that in Serpent Isle that give you moments of closure, that make all the time and effort and love you poured into the series all worthwhile. At least until this fucking game occurred! The book tells you that Blackthorn found peace and enlightenment at the monastery, and learned the error of his ways, and tried to seek some redemption. He learned that birth, rank, titles, power, and gold are meaningless. We're brought into this world equal, and we depart from it carrying nothing with us but our deeds, good and ill. Wow, man. I guess everyone really does deserve a second chance. Even Blackthorn was able to find peace and rededicate his life to something better.
Well, 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 the mighty Avatar.
Or fuck that, I guess. It's shit like this that just spits in the face of your diehard fans. Just drags the sweaty nuts of contempt across your face and takes $20 from your fucking wallet on the way out. No pathos, no redemption, no character arc, no motivation. He's just back and he's a Weasley shit. Fuck, it really makes you appreciate the character development that was given to the guy in Ultima 5. That game was fucking brilliant! Here the guy is just completely one-dimensional. He's got exactly one note, and that's and he just hits that every fucking scene.
Blackthorn, you may leave us now. He truly is a worm, isn't he? Oh well. I still need him for a while yet.
Okay, why? Why do you need him? Why do you need anyone? The Guardian is a god! You're indestructible, and apparently you're omnipotent because you control the wind and can kill anyone with a thought. And why him specifically? What can Blackthorn do that nobody else can do? I mean, I get it if he just wanted someone to open his mail or mop the floors, but fucking anyone can do that, and probably for less money. In fact, literally anyone else as the bad guy would have been a better fit. If he's just some anonymous flunky from the Wormguard, at least there, you're not ruining anything. Blackthorn is like the one guy who shouldn't be in this role. Because he's redeemed, he's on Serpent Isle, and if you still want him in this game, if he's actually here in Britannia, it'd have been a way more interesting character development to have your one-time arch-enemy join you and help you against the Guardian, right? I mean, with Batlin, it made total sense why the Guardian would need that guy, because back then he needed someone to serve as the public face of the Fellowship. He's a powerful sorcerer and a persuasive man, and he needed Batlin to quietly corrupt the people of Britannia into a loyal army, because he couldn't cross the dimensions by himself. He needed someone on the other side to construct the Black Gate, and he needed people to protect it from the Avatar. But now that he's here, he doesn't really need anyone to do anything for him. He's already effectively conquered the entire world.
Now you have a choice. Open the portcullis and trust me, or we sit here and rot. Come on, Anaj, you know that I never lie.
All right, but you'd better keep your word.
On second thought, I think that I'd better leave you in there.
Tell me, Avatar, what are your intended plans for the great dragon?
Oh, I intend to serve her as best I can.
You truly are a compassionate man.
Glad to be of service. How about a date?
I am glad you are here, Avatar. I need your help.
Oh shit, I forgot this one part, yeah. This quest really put my balls in a salad shooter. You run across this asshole in a lighthouse that looks like a garden gnome, and he tells you that he needs you to find these 4 magic gemstones that go in lighthouses all over Britannia. They're these huge fucking jewels like a massive ruby, diamond, sapphire, and emerald. Because that's how lighthouses worked in medieval times, right? They ran on rubies the size of your fucking head. You have to basically search every inch of the entire world to find these fucking things, if you even manage to do it at all. They don't mention a reward when you take the quest, but it's got to be awesome, right? Lord British himself commissioned these lighthouses and these huge fucking gemstones for the safety of the realm. So just go ahead and thrill me here. Guess what the reward turns out to be. Oh, seriously, I want you to go ahead and guess. This quest takes the entire game, is virtually impossible, and requires an insane amount of backtracking. Let's just say that you're the designer of Ultima 9, And I haven't killed you yet. Let's just say that you're designing this, and what would you offer as the reward for this nearly impossible heroic task? Say a magic sword, a magic armor, magic spells, magic something. Well, no. Have you guessed something? Because you won't get it. Now, this is probably where you're expecting me to roll the clip from UHF where the guy lifts a box and says, nothing! But no, I promise you, it's not nothing. You get something for this quest. You're gonna love it too. Just guess something, anything. Your reward for this task is 100 gold pieces. 100 bucks! The guy doesn't even mention what your reward is, probably because he's so fucking ashamed. But yeah, you hear something hit your inventory, and it goes by so fast, I didn't even know what it was. I had to double check the footage to see what I got. It's 100 gold pieces. 100 for hours and hours and hours of painstaking, meticulous searching the planet. You know, I step on fucking rats and make more than 100 gold pieces. What the fuck is 100 gold pieces to me? The cum-sucking hooker in Buccaneer's Den got my 100 gold pieces, the dirty pirate whore, and she didn't get fucked as hard for her time as I just did. You guys couldn't come up with anything? This is what my time and effort is worth to Lord British. Why do I work for this son of a bitch? Because I gotta tell you guys, I'm not entirely sure.
I know that you need this stone. Reveal the Lyceum and I'll give it to you.
How can I believe that you'll hand it over?
Because I'm an honorable man.
Very well. I suppose I don't have a choice.
The next town you go to is Valoria, a city besieged by demons. From hell. Although it's not really a city so much as it is a fort because the demons have destroyed everything else. But here's my question though. Who the fuck builds a fortress inside an active volcano? Look at this fucking place. Why would you do this? There's boiling streams of lava right inside the door. There's not even railings around this shit. Not to mention, if this were even remotely taking place in the real world, you wouldn't be able to get within 10 yards of this shit without getting burned to death or inhaling lethal fumes. And these guys are wearing suits of chainmail just standing around it? Oh my god. Do you have any idea what it must smell like in there? It'd just be this visible funk, this haze you could see that smells of sulfur, swamp-ass, sweaty balls, and feet. Just explain to me, why would anyone live here? Because let me spell it out for you. A, active volcano. B, fucking demons live here. Do the math. Guys, just leave. Go somewhere. And even if you want to tell me they would never leave because they're valorous knights who wouldn't flee from combat, well, if the columns are inverting the virtues like they do everywhere, then they would definitely run, wouldn't they? There's only one guy here who could help you get rid of the demons, this mage, but unfortunately he was injured in the most recent attack and can't help you. So, wisely, you heal him with your magic, and it works great, when suddenly...
all the good you do can be just as easily undone.
Yeah, the Guardian just kills him. You know, why... What the fuck is even... I can't. I just... Maybe if I put my girl Spoony wig on, I'll feel better. No. It's not working. The demons attack again, so the knights barricade the gate. Yes, these wooden logs will keep out the demons that are made of fire. Oh. Right, shit. Oh, forgot. They come from hell.
Remain cowering in your burrows, for I and my brothers now possess your treasured sigil of valor.
And with this sigil, we can finally, well, we can, oh, there's all sorts of stuff we can do now that we have the Dagger of Valor. You know, actually, it's funny, we thought so long about getting the Dagger of Valor, we never actually thought about why we wanted it or what we'd even do with it. Oh, I know! We can open our mail with it! Ha 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 ha!
Greetings, worthy Avatar. I am the ever-watchful sentinel of Skara Brae.
Yeah, hold on, everyone. Brace yourselves for a real shocker. The Sentinel? Yeah, not in the previous games. Ever. I don't even know what the righteous fuck this thing is supposed to be, or where it comes from.
It was I who watched over and protected the island of Skara Brae.
Oh, you did a great job.
What happened to Skara Brae?
What happened? Asshole, you were there! You watched it happen!
What evil has been unleashed in Britannia?
While poking around the ruins of the island, you find another statue of Shamino, who says the only way to bring him back is to do a ritual that requires the Bell of Courage, the Book of Truth, and the Candle of Love. Oh, well, is that all?
You must enter into the Well of Souls on the Isle of Skara Brae.
Oh, right, the Well of Souls, which was destroyed in Ultima 7. I know this because I did it. But now it's in this pyramid just off the shore of the island, which must have been built by fucking aliens for all the sense it makes now.
Perhaps you grieve because you loved your daughter.
Love? What's love? Tell me what love is.
It's okay to steal from the rich. It doesn't hurt anyone. Besides, I had to feed my children.
That's not true. Stealing is wrong.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good. I like that. Stealing is wrong, especially coming hot off the heels of all the weird, diabolical, evil shit we just had to pull in Pagan. Stealing is wrong. Oh, that's, you know why I like that so much? It's because the entire moral argument of Ultima 8 is that virtue and honor are never as simple as black and white. That oftentimes, a lesser evil must be countenanced in order to achieve the greater good. Fuck.
Stealing is wrong.
This is demonstrated by your many acts of theft in Pagan. The manipulation and betrayal of several people which directly results in their gory deaths. Forming alliances with evil forces like the Necromancers and the Diabolus, so you can master their clearly evil black magics and use them to escape. Grave robbing, several acts of wanton murder including the slaughter of many, many children, and the summoning of archdemons to commit murder on your behalf. Oh, and releasing vengeful gods upon the world to wreak untold devastation in an unwitting populace while you selfishly work to amass more power and abandon them to their fates.
Stealing is wrong.
So you'd think if anyone could appreciate the moral gray area of petty theft by now, it'd be the goddamn Avatar. And Batman.
Stealing is wrong.
Only Sith deal in absolutes, bro.
You know how each goblin tribe has its own war totem, and they won't fight without it? Well, the elders sent me to go into the goblin camp and steal their war totem. It was certain death. So when I was sent off, I just ran away.
Your village was destroyed by goblins. Had you stolen their totem, like you were sent to do, the goblins would not have attacked your village.
Okay, so the Avatar just got through telling one guy that stealing is always wrong, and not even 2 minutes later, he's telling another guy he's a coward for not committing an act of theft? What, because they're goblins, they don't have rights to personal property? Fucking racist. Anyway, you do the ritual thing and free Shamino from his prison. Hey, how the fuck did he get stuck here anyway?
Lord British has gone off to the Abyss to confront Blackthorn.
Well, don't worry. I'll follow him and make sure that no harm comes to him.
There is, however, one problem with that. When Lord British used the gate ritual to travel to the Abyss, he sealed it off to anyone else.
He's basically an idiot, Avatar. I'm sure you've noticed.
I only know of one way to defeat the gate ritual that Lord British performed, but I'm not certain that we should use it.
I'll use the gate ritual myself.
It won't work, Avatar. You don't have that strength of magic.
Oh shit, man, you're right. Man, if only we had like a bratty 9-year-old kid, maybe he'd have enough strength of magic to pull that off. Hey, you know who might have enough strength of magic? Like a Titan of Ether. But fuck if I know where we're gonna find one of those, right?
If you could summon a creature native to the Abyss that possesses magic, that creature should be able to defeat the ritual. But that means summoning a great demon. Is it right that we use such a force of evil, even if it aids us in our quest?
We may do as we please, so long as no others are harmed by our actions.
Really? Okay, well, that's new. This guy's all over the fucking map at this point. Okay, remember kids, it's okay to perform blood rituals and summon archdemons, just as long as you're really careful that no one gets hurt.
Stealing is wrong.
I would pay $10,000 to see where that shit's written in the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom. The Avatar's system of morality is so fucked up by now, you really gotta wonder how he can say any of this shit with a straight face.
Listen, I'm the Avatar. Av-a-tar.
Now we're getting close to the deepest levels of this game's most heinous bullshit. You just gotta hear this. So because Lord British went into the Abyss to confront Blackthorn, alone, by the way, this Alzheimer'd old bastard who has to get up 6 times a night to piss, and who apparently will eat any random stank-ass loaf of bread handed to him, he goes into the Abyss, alone, into an obvious trap set by Lord Blackthorn. And then, if that wasn't stupid enough, the fucking cockpiper seals the Abyss behind him. Because, you know, the last time motherfucker went to the Abyss, it just went off without a hitch. Oh, wait, no, it fucking didn't. And guess what? When he went there the last time, he brought a shitload of knights with him, and they all died! And, you know, I'm pretty sure I destroyed the Abyss in Ultima Underworld, now that I think about it, because I sort of blew up a fucking volcano inside it. Usually does the trick. Just what convinced LB to climb his decrepit old ass off that throne anyway? If Lord British is still so badass that he feels like he can just cowboy up and wander into the Abyss by himself, why didn't he bother trying to solve the whole column thing by himself 20 years ago?
I'm not entirely sure.
So now we've got to summon a fucking archdemon from hell to open the Abyss. But whoa, it's okay, just as long as nobody gets hurt. But how do we summon an archdemon? Well, first we summon Malkir, who helped us do it last time. Malkir, from Pagan, as in from another fucking dimension. And I'm pretty sure he won't be much in the mood to help my dumb ass, considering the last time we met, I sort of completely bashed his fucking brains in with a mace. Somehow you talk him into it, and he just gives you the magic ritual to summon Pyros. Yes, I said you summon Pyros. Pyros! I can't even begin to count the fucking plot holes here with this. Pyros was a god from Pagan, another dimension entirely. And it sort of could be argued that summoning the guy might just be a little more difficult, considering Pyros is fucking dead! And he's dead because you fucking killed him! And not only did you kill him, you extra killed him because you fucking absorbed his essence like the fucking Highlander, so you could take his essence as the Titan of Fire and wield his power. I think that would make resurrecting the motherfucker difficult considering he's fucking inside you!
What's wrong? Don't you want to be inside me?
But yeah, you go and you just summon Pyros. Hey, the last time we summoned Pyros, didn't we need a master summoner and a bunch of other wizards to help maintain the pentagram, the summoning circle, with all these candles and shit? And if we didn't have all that, if like there was the slightest weak link in the circle, Pyros would, you know, escape and kill everyone in the world with raining brimstone?
We may do as we please, so long as no others are harmed by our actions.
Now, I've heard that before the original plot got fucked silly, you originally summoned the Slasher of Veils, the archdemon who, you know, actually lived in the Abyss. And if nothing else, it makes a fuck ton more sense than Pyros, because at least the Slasher of Veils is alive! What the fuck ever. The Abyss is naturally nothing like you remember it from before, and I think we pretty definitively defined what the Abyss is in the game called the Stygian Abyss. Here, it's just this really uninspired series of areas representing each of the 4 elements, because the game design is so fucking dirt simple that way. And eventually you clear the way through to a central teleporter that takes you to the bottom. And it takes for fucking ever, let me tell you. But how did Lord British get to the bottom already ahead of me without clearing all of these areas himself? And don't fucking tell me a wizard did it, because I'm a wizard in this game and I fucking didn't. And how did Lord Blackthorn get down here?
I should have had you executed low these many years ago, Blackthorn. I suppose that I'll have to do it now.
When you reach the bottom of the Abyss, you find LB and Blackthorn squaring off for a magical duel to the death. You know, I joked before about Lord British being completely worthless, but Blackthorn really doesn't stand a chance here. In Ultima 5, Lord British's crown made you completely impervious to magic. So, I'm thinking this fight won't really last that long. Although I bet you anything the game designers didn't even think of the whole Lord British's crown thing. So Lord British just straight up kicks the dude's ass, you get the Codex back, and LB tells you he can send you into the Void to cleanse the last shrine of spirituality, but first you need to consult the Codex. For some reason, because. And you can only do this on the Isle of the Avatar using the lenses to decode and read it. which really isn't how the lenses work. Because remember, the lenses were created in Ultima 6 and they were made so you could see into the void where the codex had been sent. Not because the codex was in some kind of code or cipher. It wasn't. Anyone could read the fucking book as long as they're on a spiritual quest. Besides, the codex lenses in this game are put on the wrong fucking sides, and I distinctly remember them being a hell of a lot fucking bigger. This isn't some obscure trivia, you know. This is easily verifiable information you'd know if you'd even casually looked over the other fucking camera! It tells you first to create something called the Barrier of Life in the Guardian's chamber. And really, it mentions the Guardian in the Codex. This really bugs the shit out of me. Who wrote the fucking Codex anyway? Where the fuck did it come from? I thought Lord British was the dude who came up with the virtues in the first place. Did the Avatar just never bother to sit down and read the whole fucking Codex cover to cover? Would he just get the Cliff's Notes of the Codex of Ultimate Wisdom? How does he not know all this? And then once you create the Barrier of Life, you cast the Armageddon spell inside it, and hopefully the Barrier of Life contains the spell. Only now, the Armageddon spell is completely different. Now, to cast it, you need all 8 sigils and 3 pieces of a dimensional gate. This is wrong! Why do you keep changing the fucking rules? These aren't nitpicks. These are major fucking cornerstones of the setting that even people who casually follow the series would notice.
I can cast a spell that will temporarily realign the moons.
But that could just be orbital wobble.
And allow you to travel to the void.
Oh, so now the moon gates have something to do with the positions of the fucking moons again. Because that's not how they were operating up to this fucking point. So you go into the void and restore the Shrine of Spirituality. Wait, hang on. Didn't the Guardian just say that the people in Skara Brae were immune to the Column's influence, that they somehow resisted the Column? Wouldn't that mean they kept their spirituality? Am I out of my mind? So if they successfully resisted the Column, why is the shrine corrupted? Fucking oops!
You did it, Avatar! When you restored the final shrine, I was given my life back!
Well, I don't have a very good memory. You know, I've heard people like can remember the names of their teachers from elementary school. I don't. You know, I'm bad with faces. I'm bad with names, really. And I don't even know how early most people have, you know, memories, but probably one of my earliest memories is around the age of, must have been 3 or 4. We just moved to Arizona, and my dad was an engineer, and we had this new thing. It was this monochrome computer, 5 1/4 inch floppies, and it was the craziest thing because it could do word processing and it could do spreadsheets. and my dad would work from home, which again was this new thing. You know, you didn't have to use a typewriter. So, but when he was at work, my older brother and I would play on it. And we only had one game. It was probably the first computer game I ever played. And it was Ultima 3. I didn't play the earlier ones until a lot later, but yeah, we played Ultima 3. And my brother would play it with me. He taught me how to play. And I was so young, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Like, I didn't know the story. And even if he told me, I wouldn't have understood. But, like, you know, all I knew there was bad guys on the screen, and we made guys to go beat them up. Yeah, that was it. But he'd explain what's going on, and you know, eventually I kind of knew. You know, I knew very basic. I knew enough to he'd let me play it on my own. He'd let me play his characters on my own and let me level them up, and you know, just get gold because you needed gold. You know, get the exotic weapons and stuff like that. And he didn't get mad if I got his characters killed, and I did that a lot. And he put a lot of time. We all put a lot of time into this, but you know, I was 3 or 4. You know, it's gonna happen. But we got so wiped out the first time we went into Castle Exodus by the floor. You know, there'd be dragons and demons in there, and they could do this thing that was your character could be dead or incinerated. And if he was incinerated, you needed like the highest level magic to bring him back. You needed a great holy man. And but the thing that kicked our asses was the floor. We must have gotten wiped out like 6, 7, 8 times. And we played we played everything. We played Ultima 4, and I was older, of course, and he helped me understand the story and how it was different and what I was doing. And I don't know if you believe, it's basically how I learned to read was the Ultima games. You know, I wouldn't recommend it as a course, but that's just how it went. You know, I just read what was going on the screen a lot. It was very simple terminology and stuff like that. It was the first words I was really reading. And it got me interested in all sorts of stuff. You know, it kind of helped shape my interest today. It got me interested in sci-fi, fantasy. I wanted to read more about characters like this, what was going on. Got me interested in D&D. You know, I was reading Tolkien when other kids were struggling with the Hardy Boys. You know, I was reading D&D books at recess when other kids were playing around with Foursquare, and that got me in a lot of trouble. But my older brother and I, we must have played everything up to Ultima 6 while we were living under the same roof, and then he moved away to college. He moved away, but that was our thing when we were together, you know. He didn't. What I really appreciate about that was he didn't have to do that, you know. He was like shit. He was like 10 years older than me, and you know, nobody really likes their idiot younger brother. You know, like when you're like 8, 10 years older, then nobody likes. You know, I was an idiot. I was a 4-year-old kid, and just I cried and screamed and was a fucking moron. But he did. You know, my sister didn't, but he did. And he'd play that game with me because he was cool like that. And whenever I think of him, that's what I think of, and I miss that. You know, I miss fighting the floor in Ultima 3. Stupid! It's all been a complete fucking waste of time! All of this! It was all leading to this!
You did it, Avatar! When you restored the final shrine, I was given my life back.
Dupre sacrificed not only his life, but his very soul, which is the energy that holds the Serpent of Chaos together to save all life everywhere. The Avatar forgets he even existed. And then the game designers bring him back to life, which logically speaking should destroy the Chaos Serpent all over again and doom all of existence to fucking ruination. And that's it, isn't it? You know, that's life in a nutshell, right? There's nothing I can care about so much that I won't eventually see it turn to shit and betrayal. You could list them off. Ultima, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, fucking Spider-Man with One More Day, comic books in general. Final Fantasy? Fuck my job, my fucking life. Just take it from me, alright? The most you people can hope to do is die before you can see everything that you take joy and comfort in rot into filth and leave a steaming, stinking hole in your soul that never fucking heals.
Good. Good. And now, at the end, do you understand?
Understand what?
Inevitability. You and I are one. We are connected. The only difference is that you are weak. You care. I will dominate because I don't care.
Fuck off. You want me to finish this? Fine. You go back to the Guardian's lair, you set up the magic shield by putting the sigils on a bunch of pedestals that are conveniently pre-arranged around the throne. You grab the 3 pieces of the Black Gate that, again, is conveniently in the room for no reason, which then conveniently explodes for no fucking reason. What the fuck were you doing in the Black Gate anyway? Taking an extra-dimensional shit? Does it explode every time you use it? Then that's it. You cast Armageddon, which is contained in the shield, and you both die. The end. There. Done. You happy? Now get the hell out of our galaxy, you big red pile of fuck. We had a deal.
Indeed we did. I never had an interest in your pitiful, doomed world anyway. I merely came to save you, Avatar.
Save me. Look, just fuck off and blow up the gate like you said you would.
My gate? Oh, Avatar, the gate was never meant for me. I built it for you.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Armageddon. I have a gift for you. The fate of your world is already sealed, Avatar.
Like, what in the fuck? The Armageddon spell? Why would I ever be stupid enough to do this?
Oh, but Avatar, you will. You already have. Your hatred has spelled the doom of this Earth. And if you finish the path you have set for yourself, you will die. Your world will die, exactly as he planned since you started. You decide how this experiment ends, Avatar, but know this. All of your paths end in death.
Yeah, okay, well, guess what? You can't fucking trick me. Oh, you like this? Yeah, this is new. I had this specially made. It's an anti-magic gun, and you'll never guess where I purchased it. I don't know if it'll work on your Black Gate, but I'm just dying to find out.
Then take your science weapon. Destroy the Black Gate. Destroy your only chance of escape from the lie of your existence. Run from your destiny. Sit here and talk to your people until they too abandon you. And then, when you're alone, you will never be able to escape yourself. How much longer, I wonder, until you'll finally be able to see the bars of your own cage?
Come on, I wasn't being serious when I said that.
No? Then stay here. Embrace madness and fiddle amidst the flames as your hatred engulfs this world. You said yourself that death was a kind of mercy for you and the rest of humanity. You can end their suffering, like many have tried before you. Or you can fulfill your destiny, leave this reality and join me. With our combined strength, all of Britannia and anything else that we choose will be ours to use and destroy as we see fit. But I think we all know how this ends, don't we, Avatar?
I guess we do, but, they were sometimes known as the 12 Peers.
What?
Now, historically, they were the foremost members of Charlemagne's court, although many of their most famous exploits are largely fictitious, representing Christian martial superiority over the Saracen hordes.
What are you driveling about?
Well, my friend, that's a paladin.
The latest session is complete. Readings have peaked. We've plotted the projected impact zone for the meteor. It's time, sir. Your experiment was a success.